brought back. The same thing could probably be done with human brain cells.
Would you Charlie, would you like to live forever?
No, the only ones that want to live forever again are the Christians. It amazes me how these people are so afraid of death if they believe in religion, God so much.
Well, since you don't, I would think you'd be particularly interested in prolonging what you've got here. So you mean you wouldn't go for it, huh?
No. Well, I'm interested in the scientific part of it, and I do believe that eventually man will be able to bring people back from the dead, but it hasn't happened yet, but it's not going to happen through some religious phenomenon. Let me say lastly. On Korea, first of all, I think the administration is doing an excellent job in this particular area.
They are. What do you really like about their policy, Charlie?
Well, first of all, the Koreans are lying. Okay, they're bluffing. First of all, they're not going to start a war with Japan. But what Clinton realizes is that you cannot let these guys develop nuclear bombs unchecked.
So what's he going to do, Charlie?
Well, I think you've got to just tighten the strings on them, and they're going to back down. But according to your policy, what you would do is let them develop as many nuclear weapons as they want. It's true the United States could destroy them, but in an all-out attack by North Korea, if they were to develop, say, 30, 40 nuclear weapons, they could destroy Japan, which means, and our economy is tightly knitted.
Wait a minute, you just said that the threat against Japan was empty.
Well, it is, but it is now because they only have a handful of nuclear weapons.
All right, well, I've got to go. Thank you. Look, there's no way in my mind that you can justify having a war over something they're developing inside their own border. If they use it, it's a different story, but I am unwilling to have a war to go in and take it away from them. Who are we? The guardians of the world? That's a sovereign nation, albeit one we don't like, but it is a sovereign nation. There's a very careful line drawn. It's the DMZ. If they come across that, then we have a war. Until they come across that, or use the gun they're developing, in my mind, they have not broken the law, perhaps violated a treaty, but that is not a cause for sending young men and women from this country off to perhaps die in a terrible war. One, Charles, that you have admitted you would not attend. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Sean from San Diego again.
Hello, Sean.
Hey, I've been doing some thinking now. These little Koreans have been talking a little bit too much. I'm the one that was in the Marine Corps.
Yes, Sean.
I would go now. They're talking too much about wanting to, like go to war with Japan. That's bull. Japan's not doing nothing to them. They're just trying to protect, like Korea, South Korea.
Well, look, they said they would go to war with us if we imposed sanctions. They're simply applying the same measure to Japan. They're saying to Japan, if you go along with the sanctions, then you're in trouble with us too. Now they're biting off an awfully big piece, it seems to me.
Well, what's made me do the thinking is I'm sitting here working night, and I got the American flag sitting right in front of me. And I'm looking at the red stripe, thinking of all the blood that has been lost to this country. And I wouldn't mind putting my blood on the line for this country. The president, I really wouldn't want to go to war with him as commander-in-chief, but if need be, I would. I have a couple questions for you, though.
Do you know?
Okay, Vance was talking about something about Colorado. What is the key thing with Colorado nowadays? He's saying
well, he apparently felt that would be a safe place.
Okay, all right, another question is, what is a sovereign state, and what does that do for Colorado compared to the other states?
Well, what is a sovereign state? A sovereign state, as I mentioned it a little while ago, applies to North Korea. They are a sovereign state.
Uh-huh.
Sovereign nation.
Does that mean that they just don't pay taxes, or I'm not sure on that? I've heard.
Well, with regard to Colorado, there is something called the 10th Amendment, which they have reaffirmed, which says that Colorado is not the slave of Washington, D.C., and if they mandate that Colorado do something that Colorado doesn't do, the federal government basically can go to hell.
Cool, cool. See, I'm thinking about moving out to Colorado, and doing something like that. But what about the gun movement out there? Is it doing the same thing? Like they're trying to ban the guns, everywhere?
That's going on nationwide, sir.
Okay.
All right?
Well, you have a great show. And you,
Thank you, and when you get to Colorado, listen for us on KNUS in Denver, 710. KNUS Denver, in the sovereign state of Colorado. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. I wanted to talk. Excuse me?
Well, I excuse you for what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was interrupting you. I wanted to talk. I want to tell Charlie something from a saved Christian. I would like to tell him if he thinks that I have a bad attitude, or that we Christians have a bad attitude because we're not money mongering, self-whoring people who go out and try to have affairs with every person we meet and stay at home and be good, honest citizens, then I guess we do have a bad attitude.
Well, that's telling him.
Well, sure. I mean, he really has to know both sides, because I was into the New Age lie for a long time and came out of it, and I know what's going on, you know? I've been on both sides. I know the act they put on to try to get you in, and I know what they do to try to keep you in. And it's very hard to get out, but once you do, I tell you, it's not it's not anything you can describe. And
Well, look, I doubt you're ever going to have to ride on the bus with Charlie.
Excuse me?
That's not important.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much for the call. Sounds like you're outside, maybe at a phone booth or something. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell, this is Nathan
Well, hello, Nathan.
from Santa Cruz.
Yes.
You know, you brought up this idea of the national ID card earlier.
Well, PC Week, which is a very popular computer magazine, says it's a coming.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about this because, well, maybe it's not a big deal, but doesn't it seem like, well, gee, a national ID card, it's sort of like, what's next? It seems like sort of a regimentation. I mean, do I have to carry this blasted thing everywhere I go?
Yes.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Everywhere.
I'm sorry, but...
One card, one transaction, Nathan, they've got your number.
Does that mean I can be stopped on the street? Your papers, please?
Only if they call your number.
What does that mean exactly?
I don't know. What does it all mean? I don't really think there's one card coming, not that soon, Nathan. I know what PC Week has said. I don't think the American people will accept it.
Well, just the idea, though, of every citizen having to carry a card on them, to me, is absolutely bizarre.
Well, I mean, that's one way of looking at it, Nathan. The other is that it hurts me to sit on my wallet now because I've got so many cards. So one card would be all right from that point of view.
Oh, I don't mind. I'm just talking about this idea that you have to have this ID card that you have to carry around.
Well, I'm sure that actually, Nathan, it'll be voluntary. But but see, how are you going to drive your car, or use any credit on a credit card, or make a bank transaction, or anything else that you would do in life without the card?
Well, excuse me, I was thinking of maybe something I heard earlier about a mandatory national ID card.
Well, no, you don't have to take it. You can go live in the woods in Idaho.
But if you want to use the post office, you have to have this thing?
Well, there's another one, yeah.
Well, that seems, okay, well, that doesn't seem very voluntary to me. In fact, this seems to me to be weird.
It is weird.
Oh, like I always say, that's how it seems to me.
All right, Nathan, bye-bye. And add to that the earthquake, Korea threatening Japan with war, flesh-eating bacteria, and any number of other things that we could document. Pending invasion in Haiti, June the 9th, Gabriel's horn. Put it all together, and what have you got? I'll be darned if I know. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm calling about the guy that just called about the national
ID card, yes.
I know what that is.
What is it?
It's the healthcare card.
No, I don't think so. think this one goes beyond the healthcare card. Maybe it even includes the healthcare card. In other words, it is one card for literally everything. Dealing with the federal government, one card.
Have you heard about that they're talking about putting a chip inside that healthcare card so that they can track you by satellite?
Where are you calling from?
Denver.
Denver. All right. Well, listen, I've got a break here at the bottom of the hour. I would be happy to hold you over. Would you like to hold?
Sure.
All right. Feel in a mood to hold somebody. There you are. And then, of course, they'll be injecting it directly into our ear. We'll be back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from June 8, 1994.
Okay, I needed to mute that because I'll probably end up with a copyright strike, but figured I would just take a moment to wish anyone that watches this a Happy New Year, and yeah, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so hopefully there won't be a whole lot of fireworks and stuff going off here in the valley. We're pretty dry right now, but anyway, just thought maybe I would talk a little bit while that was playing and let y'all know that I appreciate you watching and tuning in, and hopefully you have a Happy New Year. Stay safe and mindful. Yeah. I don't know if I'll get a copyright strike for that. I think that might be an original for Art Bell, maybe. I'm not sure. The only way to find out is to upload it, right?
Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from June 8, 1994.
Good morning. Well, this has been a lot of fun this morning. Here's a fax from Jim at KIDO in Boise, Idaho. Art. Charlie is full of crap. My father, while having a heart attack in the hospital, had a near-death experience. The nurse even asked him if he felt light floating and as if he saw lights. He said yes. So from me to Charlie, drop dead, pal. Or put another way, I suppose, have an NDE on us. Back to Denver. Thank you for holding. Hello there.
Hi.
Hi. What about the chip in the ear idea?
I don't know that it would. I hadn't heard about it being implanted in the ear. I'd heard about the.
Well, I mean, it just goes in through the ear. You get the idea.
Okay. Well, I mean,
A real long needle inserts it.
Are you referring to the same thing that's supposed to be implanted on people's foreheads and on the back of their hand?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard anything about putting it in the ear.
Oh, yeah. They tie you down on a cot. They bring a needle out. Sucker's about 18 inches. Naturally, they don't put all that in, but and they just inject it with a needle.
Now, that they've already started doing this, or
2000s.
where?
I can't talk about that.
And what exactly is on this chip?
Critical information about you. Tracking.
Security number, address,
That's
birthday,
right. Tracking.
stuff like that.
And more. Tracking information.
And would they be able to track people by satellite with this?
Down to an inch.
And you're telling me that this has already been implanted into some people
Thousands.
in the United States?
You're trying to pin me down again.
Oh, well, let me ask you, where did you get this information?
I made it up.
You made it up.
I made it up. I'm kidding you. I'm taking what everybody keeps telling me and taking it to its logical conclusion, that's all. But you bought it, didn't you?
Well,
Yes, you did. I could tell from the sound of your voice. Incredulous but believing.
maybe a little.
I gotta go. Here's the facts. The unofficial Art Bell 1994 prediction list. June 9th, California, these are all 94. June 9th, California will finally slide into the Pacific. June 16th, Art Bell's cat will turn into Marilyn Monroe and reside on his lap. Now there's the best prediction made this morning so far. June 4th. Oh, I'm sorry, July 4th. The bug that ate my face will eat Roosevelt's face off Mount Rushmore. July 16th. Shoemaker Levy 9 will generate enough n-dimensional energy to open a dimensional portal east of Pahrump, Nevada, allowing many demons to cross into this plane of reality. They will arrive with analog cellular phones, AM radios, and listen to late-night talk shows. Which, in my opinion, makes them not all that bad. July 17th, Korea will nuke Seoul. August 1st, Bill Clinton will announce he is leaving Hillary for Pat Schroeder. August 10th, the stock market drops to 2,000. August 15th, the Center for Disease Control will distribute anti-paranoia drug to no avail. September 1st, extraterrestrial invaders leave the far side of the moon for vacation in Canada. September 3rd, every third person will be revealed to be an alien, similar to the sci-fi movie They Live. September 6th, a rift appears in the fabric of space heading for Earth. September 11th, the Antichrist speaks telepathically to every human being. He will take calls via phone and sells vacation home sites on Mars. He denies ever being in a hot tub with Bill, Hillary, and Pat Schroeder. I hadn't read these. November 1st, the magnetic poles of Earth reverse. November 15th, the Earth and Moon dissolve into nothingness as they are absorbed by the rift that opened September 6th. Finally, note, I did not pull the Wizard of Oz stunt on the phone. Rick, KNUS, Denver. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this our Bill?
It is.
Oh, well, you know what? Let me turn my radio. I've been trying forever to get a hold of you.
Well, I'm glad you made it. Where are you calling from?
Phoenix, Arizona.
KFYI.
How would you like to hear two of the June 9th prophecies?
Oh, sure.
Okay, here's the first one. This is June 9th at January 28th, 94, 1:20 p.m. Friday. I'm not sure. There's 4 or 5 of them that I know of.
Who made these, by the way?
Let me see. One I don't have is by Kim Clement. He's a prophet from South Africa.
All right, it is important to know your prophets.
Okay. And he, talking briefly about him, he says that the greatest, what do you call that? I had that written down. The greatest revival in 300 years is going to happen. Since, I guess, the Great Awakening. And it's going to be greater than the revival 300 years ago.
Well,
But anyway, the first prophecy, here we go. It says, Father, I've been asked to seek of you a direct response to the prophecies we heard yesterday on TBN from John Hinkle, Christ Church in L.A., and John Wibner, Vineyard Ministries. Lord, it was said that 4 confirmed that on June 9th of this year, you would reveal your glory to this world. Lord, do you want to tell me about any of this? And here it goes. Yes, my beloved, I did say that to many. It will be a day such as has not been seen before. Many will turn to me for salvation and fear. Many will wish it to be at the time of my return, as they are ready and waiting. It will be my final attempt to prove to the lost and undone that I am the great I am. Yes, beloved, it will be a day of jubilee for Christians. They will see the glory of my promise. It will be awesome to all on earth. I alone can create this show of such magnitude that none can doubt. Yes, there will be devastation in places far and wide. It will exceed anything these generations have ever seen or expected. Many will be tragically affected. Many will praise to just be alive to witness. The calamity on earth will be sorrow to bear, but praises and cries to heaven will drown the griefs of man. I have waited long for mankind to give up their evil ways, yet they turn away. June 9th, they will again be reminded that I have not turned away from them. and I send an overwhelming notice of my power. Beloved, it is my world. I made it, and I can reclaim it. I have often told you I will not tolerate man's abuse much longer. That's one, and here's the other one.
Well, we're not going to have time for the other one. That one's bad enough.
The other one talks about cataclysms, and boy, I tell you. Oof.
Really?
No, it talks about people getting healed all over the nation, the hospitals opening up. And
Really?
Oh, yes. It wouldn't take that long.
Where did you get this?
My mother attended a church called Eagle's Nest in Phoenix, and I guess there's 6 of them in California. And Kim Clement was there, and she recorded that and typed that up, and then we heard the other one on TBN. I heard the one on TBN a couple months ago, and one of her friends heard that. And
well, I'll tell you, it sure is going around like wildfire. I can't tell you how many calls I've had. I can't tell you how many faxes I've had, and all I say is this: thank you for the call. I'm glad that it's short term. Lately, the predictions we've been getting have been really good, only from the point of view that inevitably they're predicting something today or tomorrow. They're not long-term. We don't have long to wait. This apparently is going to be quite a day, or is predicted to be quite a day. So you just heard it. I have no idea what to tell you about it, except we're getting a lot of it. I'm getting a lot of mail, a lot of faxes, and so now you know the source of some of it and the specifics of some of it. I guess we shouldn't spend a lot of today sleeping, huh? Why sleep away your last few hours? On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello. Well, as usual, I have not pushed the right button. I am so sorry. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, hi. This is Dan from the University District here in KVI country.
Welcome to the program.
I had a question about the moon thing. There's been, I've heard some reports that there's even more fantastic things on the far side of the moon, and I was wondering if you'd heard anything about that. And also...
well, I don't know how you could get more fantastic than skyscrapers on the side we can see, but all right.
Things like atmosphere, lakes, rivers, and structures that are currently in use, not just artifacts.
That doesn't sound... Lakes, air, atmosphere on the moon?
I know, it's pretty hard to believe.
And I don't believe it.
Now, George Adamski was saying that there was bases on the moon in his books that he wrote way back in the 50s.
Oh, I know. It's been said for a long time, but I mean, now we've got somebody who says he's got hard evidence, so I think what he has to say bears some close examination.
Did he mention anything at all about the far side?
You did not hear the program?
I heard part of it.
No, we really didn't get into the far side because the visible side was so incredible.
Right.
So, no, not really.
Yeah. Okay, well,
all right.
As usual, a good show, and
all right,
keep up the good work.
Thank you very much for the call. All right, so what I recommend to you is get a tape of that program. That program with Richard Hoagland yesterday was, in totality, so important that, and there was so much information in it, that what I recommend to you is getting a copy of the program. That may have been a historical program. I think there's a good chance that it was. And I think Richard Hoagland has his neck out a million miles, and I don't think he'd have it out there. He's a bright guy if he didn't feel that he was on very good ground. On the toll-free line, you're on the air.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
Yes, my name is Dominic, and I listen to you now make it a regular nightly affair before retiring, and it's kind of hard to get a hold of you tonight, but it's my first time that I called you.
Where are you, Dominic?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in Las Vegas, KDWN.
KDWN, yes.
Correct, and I find your program very interesting and stimulating at times.
Thank you.
I'd like to comment about a couple of things that you've mentioned tonight. Government misinformation about diseases whatnot.
Well, I'm not officially accusing the government of that. It's just that I think that if it came to it, they'd lie.
Well, you're correct, because I served 3 tours in Vietnam, and I got publications from back home here when I was overseas that stated that we had won certain victories when there was no such locations, and it was all misrepresentation to mislead and the American public, so that the protesters against Vietnam War would have less to stand on. I also wanted to say to you, Mr. Bell, that I think the greatest enemy that this country has is Mr. Clinton and his cronies that are running around in Washington. Being a veteran myself, I would not follow Clinton into battle, let alone I'm very leery of the people wanting to serve in the United States government under this man. How can he morally justify sending anybody into a combat zone when he never was one himself?
Well, he can't, and it's going to be a big, big problem. The answer is he can't, and there are going to be a lot of people like you. And I think, by the way, that you're wrong.
I'm wrong about what?
Yeah, I don't think that you follow any president into war. I think you make a determination about whether you go to war or not, you know, based on our national security or your sense of patriotism or a lot of different, for whatever reason you're going to muster. But I really don't think that this president, one way or the other, has much to do about it with it.
I meant that solely as a theoretical comment, so far as he would not lead me, per se, in war, but he sure as heck can get me there.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very, very much for the call. KWN Las Vegas. By the way, for those of you who get the first 2 hours of the program now, you've got a real treat coming. Because in the first 2 hours of the program, we interviewed one of the men who was one of the 6 soldiers who were in Germany, who went AWOL after playing with or investigating a Ouija board. It was the doggonest story you've ever heard. They were given honorable discharges. And if you want to hear the whole interview laid out, it'll be in the next 2 hours if they are repeated at whatever station you're listening to. On the wildcard line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Hello. Turn your radio off, please. Where are you?
Tacoma, Washington.
Tacoma. KBI. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to give you just a real brief rundown of where this June the 9th thing started.
Where?
It was Pastor John Hinkle in May 13th of 93. About 2 o'clock in the morning, was awakened with a vision from God. And in his vision, he was given scripture Isaiah 25:6, in which it said that the veil of evil would be ripped from the earth. And along with that, gave him a couple of little tidbits. And sometime after that, he was on TBN, where they announced this big thing, and it just kind of took off from there.
Well, taken off it has, because I've had a lot of, I finally came on with it this morning. I've had so many letters, so many faxes, that it finally added up to a story just because of its wide distribution, if nothing else.
Well, a lot of people got involved in it after the fact, and also leading up to it, like Kim Clement, he's an evangelist in South Africa, and you heard a little bit about what he had to say earlier. And,
yes.
He also, in addition to that, he talked about the Great Death, which would occur 20 months after Clinton took office. And if you do the math and everything, from the day he was inaugurated, it worked out to be mid-June. So it was just a lot of these things coming together. And I think come this time tomorrow morning, a lot of people are going to be having a little different attitudes.
All right, sir.
Out there in the left coast.
All right, thank you. Well, we'll have an opportunity to find out in short order, huh? I don't know. The only thing I will say is that, yes, I feel something is coming. Don't know what it is. It's kind of that nagging feeling that you have sort of in the back of your mind. that something that keeps, working on you, that something is coming. And I think this may be enhanced in my case by listening to so many people who believe that it is coming. It's starting to go to work on me. On the toll-free line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Art, calling from Honolulu, KGA.
You just made it in.
We missed the last Dreamland, but we heard in a Hoagland, so I kind of mixed up for it.
Yeah.
But what happened to that lady? She said she knew a New Age defector in the movement, wrote a lot of books involved in the New Age movement, and experienced bizarre activity, possibly demonic type activity.
Yes.
What happened to him?
Well, what happened to him?
Yeah, she said they report that he was murdered or something.
Yeah, I didn't quite get it all either.
Oh, well, I'm kind of hoping maybe he might show up on your show and give another view, because we had another show before about dangers of Ouija boards. And
Oh, yes.
I think it's danger when people open up themselves to unknown forces. You don't know what's out there.
That's right.
You can so kind of give up both sides of the story. And I think it's something has to do with the first commandment. Thou shalt not have strange gods for you. And opening yourself to unknown forces, strange, fascinating things that could be, antithetical to a lot of the Judeo-Christian beliefs.
Well, that's right. You can never tell what to walk in.
Right,
that's right. If you open a door, then something with green fangs and big teeth
Well, not necessarily that.
that munches on Christians in one bite.
Well, have you heard of Malachi Martin?
Malachi Martin? Who's that?
Yeah, he's been on Larry King a few times, but you could be so fortunate to have an exorcist or something like that. Someone has personal experience with things like that. You might give a testimony that there are things that beyond our understanding and not necessarily good, but
There's no question about that. Listen, my friend, I must go.
so I'll be looking forward to the first 2 hours though about that Ouija board show.
It'll be coming up next, and
Okay.
that was a big national story. You'll find that fascinating. So enjoy that now in Hawaii, I guess. I want to thank you all. I hope I see you on June 9th, last hour. We'll have 1 hour to worry through, and then it'll be June 10th. But even then, will we be clear, because it might occur, whatever it is, right up until the 16th. Either way, I know that this may seem out of place this morning, but I'll say it anyway. Everybody out there, have a nice day.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be in your time zone, wherever you may be, and there are so many, stretching from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Islands out west to the Caribbean in the east, South America down there, north all the way to the pole up there, and worldwide on the old internet. This, of course, is Coast to Coast AM. Great to be here. I'm Art Bell. Well, let's see. What are we going to do tonight? Well, in about a half hour, we're going to speak to the nation's only UFO lobbyist, Steve Bassett. And then at the top of the hour, we will include Dr. Stephen Greer, CSETI's Dr. Stephen Greer, and we'll see exactly where disclosure is. So that's directly ahead. Checking the news. The Senate has voted 80-19 to approve adding Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic to the nearly half-century-old North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, leaving the door open now for other former Soviet satellites to join later. Now, this is pretty interesting in a lot of ways. Canada, Denmark, Germany, and Norway also have to approve it. But slowly but surely, everybody is joining NATO. Now, maybe the possible exception, of course, of China. But I started sitting here and thinking about it. If everybody What is the effect when everybody has joined NATO? Literally everybody, eventually Russia. And then maybe would change China. And when everybody has finally joined NATO, what do we have? We have a one world organization. Has anybody out there thought about that? Defending against what? The North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Defending against what? Just a thought. Execs of some of the nation's largest high-tech companies are urging the Department of Justice to lay off Microsoft and let them go ahead and release Windows 98. I would join them in that. Why don't they lay off Microsoft, for goodness sakes? President Clinton refused today to explain the nature of his relationship with Monica Lewinsky. He said, quote, "I have nothing to say." That was it. I have nothing to say. Clinton said, "I think modestly observant people are fully capable of drawing their own conclusions," end quote. And, of course, striking a second time at President Clinton's friend, Whitewater prosecutors charged Webster Hubbell and his wife and two associates tonight with conspiring to avoid taxes on hundreds of thousands of dollars in payments Hubbell received from Clinton supporters. So there you have it. Anybody out there have any thoughts on what happens once everybody belongs to NATO? John in Ohio writes the following, Art. I just heard on my local Fox affiliate news station here in Ohio this morning that they, being genetic engineers or whoever, are going to take samples from the Shroud of Turin, from which they are going to try and clone living cells so they can clone Jesus Christ. Can you believe it? Hearing this on our local Fox station. What is wrong with these people? Do they think they can play God? John. Well, John, has it ever occurred to you that perhaps, John, that is how the second coming is intended to occur, by man's own hand? Wouldn't that be something? In Hong Kong, they have closed 5 beaches Thursday because of a new species of red tide. This is a very toxic phenomenon that has already killed, check this out, 1,500 tons of fish since mid-March. Red tides generally are caused when water temperatures increase and algae breed quickly, soaking up oxygen and releasing fish-killing toxins. That's an interesting little item from Warsaw. Polish Roman Catholics can now plot graphs of their sins. That's right, plot graphs of their sins with a computer program designed to help them confess. Sins are listed under biblical commandments and by their gravity. Now, you know, I'm not sure what, obviously thou shalt not kill would be very grave. But beyond that, I'm not sure how they would line up. Does anybody out there know? I was so curious one time about the 10 Commandments that I actually did an on-the-air survey and asked people how many of the of the 10 Commandments, top 10, you actually have broken. It is an interesting question to ask. Meanwhile, in Beijing, fist-sized hailstones have killed 9 people. That's it. Hold your fist together. Imagine a fist-sized hailstone. Anyway, it bonked 12 people onto the other side. The hailstorm was accompanied by, of course, thunderstorms, gales, and a tornado that demolished houses. But that's something. Fist-sized hailstones. All right. I've got more here, but not time to get to it right now because I want to get a few calls in. We're going to be picking up Steve Bassett here at the bottom of the hour. Oh, there is one item, though. Actually, 2. There is a photograph that you have got to see. If this doesn't crack you up, nothing ever will. I don't know who did it. Somebody who had a whole lot of time on their hands, I guess. Try and identify everybody in the photograph. It's on my website now. You will find it on the latest news and web items, right there at the top. Entitled, Photo of New TV Series, Aliens Island. And I am not going to identify the people in the photograph for you, but whoever did it is one talented geek. There's no question about that. Who had to have spent days, if not weeks, putting all this together. It's simply remarkable. And the other item is, you'll see something there entitled 2 Digits for a Date. And we are seeking qualified, talented people. 2 digits for a date would be the words for a song. And we are giving you the lyrics, again, sent by some person who otherwise didn't want to be identified for whatever reason. It's a cute little year 2000 program, a song that we want you, some singer out there with talent and music, to put together and send to us. So we're giving you the lyrics. The lyrics are on the website. It's called 2 Digits for a Date. We want some creative person out there to go ahead, take the words, make it into song, and send it to us. And your reward, if you are the one who sends in the most creative effort, will be to have it played here on the air. Probably increasingly as we get closer to the year 2000. All right, let us go to the phone, get a few calls in before the bottom of the hour here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going fine.
First time caller. I'm calling from Edmonton, Alberta.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, is this open line right now, I hope?
Sure.
Okay, because the station after stopped carrying you.
Well, it used to be CJCA.
Right.
And they actually, of all things, turned in their license to the government.
Yeah, well, because they had this guy on who was always trashing them, so the government took the license away. But that's how things are run up here, right?
Is it really?
Yeah.
I mean, is it really that bad?
Yeah, it's really, really heavy government regulations up around what you can see on the radio and such. So
I guess I better not say anything bad about the Canadian government, huh?
Watch what you say or they come down hard on you. I think they're going after Howard Stern right now. So I don't know for sure. Unfortunately, I get you up on a Seattle station, but it doesn't always come in. Depends what the weather's like outside.
Yeah, Como in good condition should come roaring up there.
Yeah, so I listen to Como. So my question is to you, I've been listening to you for a little while. I've always wanted to call you because I had this really weird experience, and I want to know if you've ever heard anything like this. Sorry, my dog's going a little crazy. I don't know.
That's all right. Let your dog go crazy. I can handle it. What is your weird experience?
Okay, well, Edmonton is, I guess, kind of the prairies. I don't know if you've ever been in northern Canada. It's kind of the prairies. Lots of big river valleys. We're on a river valley here, and this was a couple of years ago in the wintertime, and I was out tobogganing with some friends, and it was, I don't know, not very cold outside, maybe -10. I'm not sure Fahrenheit. Sorry. Excuse my ignorance, but I don't know Celsius. But we were tobogganing, and all of a sudden, the sky this was about 10 o'clock at night, and the sky just lit up, right? Like brighter than daylight. This was insane, right? So we're in this river valley, and I can see, as far as I can see, it's so bright. And it's like time almost stopped. So for a second there, I thought, geez, what exploded, right? I thought maybe there was an explosion or something, because on the top of the valley, there's oil refinery.
Right.
So I thought maybe somebody was going at the oil refinery, but there was no noise. It was just bright as day. I'm looking around, I can see it. It was like time stopped.
Sounds like the brightness of Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Well,
remember when the guy was in the truck? Remember that?
Yeah, well, see, that's what I'm wondering. It was just the weirdest thing, right? And,
was it that kind of brightness?
It was that bright. It was like a white light, right? But it wasn't like I couldn't see. I could see all around me, and I'm just like, what is going on? And then it stopped. I looked at my friends, and they're like, what the heck just happened, right? We're all dumbfounded. Then a park ranger, this is the weird part, right? A park ranger comes up through the bushes. I don't know what he was doing down there, right? But he comes up, and we said, what the heck was that like?
He asked you?
Pardon me?
He asked you?
No, we asked him.
Oh, I see, okay, yes.
Like,
and what did he say?
He's like, what light? And we're like, what are you talking about? The whole valley was just lit up. And he's like, Sir, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Jumped in the car and drove off.
Uh-huh.
It's just the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. I want to know if you've ever heard anything like this before, because I guess you're kind of the authority on it.
I am not the authority on it. I'm a good listener.
You're kind of the middleman, right?
I'm the middleman, yes. Well, maybe the park, see, this will get me kicked off again. The park rangers in Canada may be in league with them.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of where we're going there, right? With your
Well, yeah,
story?
I was also wondering if you was in on something or what he knew. You know,
Well, you must have some kind of agency in your government that deals with this kind of thing, don't you?
well, I'm sure. There's too much bureaucracy up here, though. I can't keep it all straight. Who's who, though?
What is it that you have? We have these various, like the FBI and CIA.
My regard is, well, we have the RCMP, obviously, the mounted police, but we also have like CSETI, which is kind of like CIA. I don't know. They're always up to something. I don't know.
You know, you've been on here long enough, they could have traced your call.
I know,
And then that dog of yours, that dog is barking at something.
Yeah, I wonder what it is. You're making me suspicious now. I'm watching for headlights coming up my driveway.
You take care, and let me know how it comes out. If you're able. If we don't hear from you, we will assume the worst. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Marco?
Good guess.
Oh, wow. This is the first time I come up on the radio.
I see. Well, turn your radio off. That's
It's
very
off.
important. Yes. Who are you and where are you?
My name is Amelia. I'm from Akron, Ohio.
Akron, okay.
Mm-hmm. And just wanted to see if I can try to get you on, and I did it.
Yeah, but now that you've got me, what are you going to say?
Well, got a little story for you.
Okay.
I don't know if you have time, but okay, I don't know if I ever was abducted, but I know somebody who was, and I was a witness to this.
You saw an abduction? You actually saw an abduction?
Well, this is when I was a little kid,
How little?
about 7.
7. How old are you now?
35.
35.
Mm-hmm.
And you're sure of what you saw?
Well, this is what happened. I don't know if it's right or not, but you get the gist of it. Okay, I was in Mexico when kids are ready to go and some parents go and find a little kid to get to their daughters, and the daughters keep the little kid so they can be like a little chaperone for them.
You mean, wait a minute, now let me get this straight. You were living in Mexico then?
Yeah.
Where in Mexico? What part?
Baja California.
Okay, in Baja.
Mm-hmm.
And so when girls go on dates,
Mm-hmm.
they send the little kids along as chaperones?
Yeah. So
Well, that's cruel.
Well, not really. Okay, because
Sort of cruel.
Well, yeah. But
I mean, if I went to pick up a girl and I had to take, 3 or 4, 5 and 7-year-olds,
Mm-hmm.
what a lousy date.
Tell me about it.
Anyway, your story.
Okay. Well, she came out and picked me up at my house, and we were going to go she was going to go and see her boyfriend.
Uh-huh.
Okay. He was up in a field, taking care of these guys who was making adobe bricks for his new addition to his house.
Making adobe bricks, okay.
Okay. And we went into the field. We came up, and the field was empty. So we were coming back from the field, and this bright light came up. Okay? And that was it. After that, the only thing I remember is the guy who was making the double field and the toilet bricks came up and brought me back home.
And took you home?
Yeah. Okay. My arms, okay, you see you have little hair over your arms? It looks like somebody just came up and burned me all over. It wasn't, like when you come up to...
Oh, no, I understand. You're saying you were burned, like a sunburn?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, my eyebrows.
Again, that sounds just like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Remember when they interviewed the guy in the beginning, he said the sun came up?
Uh-huh.
Sounds like that.
Yeah, but okay.
But this also sounds like a very good excuse for having lost the little ones on a date.
Yeah, the thing is they couldn't find her.
See, here we are.
I mean, she was lost for, okay, we couldn't find, okay, they couldn't get her out of me, we're watching, okay? And the only thing I can tell them, it was light who took her.
Well, the light who took her. Now, what did the parents say about this? They couldn't have been real wild about that explanation.
Oh, no. They were quite upset about it.
I'm sure. All right. Well, listen, I've got to go because we're moving toward the bottom of the hour, but that was a good story. And I've got to think about that a little bit. Is that a tradition in Mexico? You have a teenage daughter, you send all the little ones along with her if she goes out on a date? That'll do it, all right. All right, well, we're going to pause here. Hey, Ma, she was taken by a light. That's all we know. When we come back, Steve Bassett joins us. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Coast to Coast AM.
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from April 30th, 1998.
Many things. Then at the top of the hour, we'll be joined by Dr. Stephen Greer, who heads an organization known as CSETI, and he is a very, very intense individual. So all of that directly ahead. All right, here from our nation's capital, where I guess he does that kind of work, is Stephen Bassett, our nation's only UFO lobbyist. Stephen, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Art. It's been a while. Glad to be back.
It has been a while, hasn't it?
Yes, it did.
As a matter of fact, there's a lot of water, so to speak, under the bridge since we last talked, so there's a lot for me to ask you about, but I know that you want to say something about Sarah McLendon's article, which I read several times on the air, and of course we had on the website. It's up there someplace.
Oh, well, there is much that I want to talk about tonight, and a great deal of that I think really we're not going to be able to get into until I think after Stephen Greer, she said he's come on. But we can allude a little bit to some of these things. But very quickly, Sarah McLendon is continuing to look into the issues, and it's likely that we will see follow-ups of that article. She continues to get calls from all over the country. She has had people who have actually traveled a couple of thousand miles, in a sense, not totally to see her, but not insignificant to see her, just to pay their respects. And so there's a lot going on there, which I want to touch on later.
Why don't we have more Sarah McLendons? I mean, she is such a feisty, independent, if there's a story here, I'll go after it kind of person. And of course, she's still going strong at, what, about 88? Something
87.
Like that? 87? Soon 88. And where are the new Sarah McLendons?
Where are the new Everett Dirksons and Andrew Jacksons? We have become we are in an age of great success and great wealth, and we're having a great time. We've all got cable and we're enjoying ourselves, and it's a little harder for people to put their comfort on the line. There's a lot more to lose, I think, on the part of people, particularly people who have success, power, accomplish things. And so maybe that's part of the reason. Who knows? Maybe it's just bad TV. But Sarah McLendon has the ultimate journalist heaven. Perhaps the greatest story of all time is bubbling right up underneath the surface. And of all the White House correspondents and all the gin joints in the world, she is the only one who will address the subject.
That's right.
She has it all to herself.
She is fearless.
Exactly. This is sort of like walking into a casino and all of the staff have gone home and the place is empty and you're just there all alone. So she's in a very unusual position, but she's earned it because she's just a fiercely independent, wonderfully focused individual who is afraid of absolutely nothing.
Well, it seems as though, A, you have to stay independent to be able to do what she does. B, you have to be, well, that is, beholden to nobody, and have a very inquisitive mind, and, frankly, be the kind of person who doesn't give a damn.
But before we go further, I think we better educate some of your audience. Maybe there's a few million new people out there who don't know what we're talking about here. First of all, Ms. McLendon is the longest-serving White House correspondent.
Absolutely.
Still active, 51 years, 11 presidents. She went to a news conference today that Mr. Clinton gave and asked him a question on China, as a matter of fact. She has covered just about every story there is. She has great focus on women's rights and veterans issues. She was a veteran herself, an officer in the war.
Right.
And but one of her absolute core issues from the day she became a journalist was the issue of open government. And government which simply does not use secrecy as a way to leverage itself over citizens' rights. So it's hardly surprising that when this issue was brought to her attention that she was willing to look into it. Mm-hmm. So that's the first thing your listeners need to know. And the second thing is that she had examined some of the evidence regarding Philip Corso's allegations in his book The Day After Roswell, as well as the allegations and statements that were made by Stephen Greer on your show for the first time, January the 5th of this year, and began doing a story at that time. That story would have come out in early January, except we all know what happened then. And it didn't. In fact, it came out on March the 30th of this year, somewhat, I think, prompted by the Mars developments. Things were starting to get very interesting, and some attention was being diverted from the ongoing Washington passion play. So that article went out, and it was a simple statement that the lid was coming off the government cover-up, and it talked about Corso and Greer and some other issues. It attracted a great deal of attention. It went out to all of the media in the United States, all of them, and virtually all of the media in the United States did not pick it up.
Right.
The Times and the Post and all those.
That's right.
Picked it up. Mm-hmm. But one media picked it up. A gentleman by the name of Art Bell, who runs this late-night show out of a small place in Pahrump, and put it up on his website. And so that article probably got about 100 times more attention than some of those fiercely written articles that appear in the New York Times every day. And as a result, that issue did get spread far and wide. It just didn't have the imprimatur of Sam Donaldson or Cokie Roberts. Mm-hmm. And she has been getting called ever since. She's thrilled about that, I know. Any journalist wants their work to be received and wants to have an impact. But more importantly, she's giving a message to the rest of them. I'm 87 years old. I need a wheelchair to get around. I've got a bad hip that's been replaced. But I work every day, and there isn't a story that I am afraid of. No issue. No government agency. Nothing.
Yeah, it's really quite true. If you look at, for example, Barry Goldwater, there's a guy, whether you agree or disagree with him, he doesn't give a damn. He'll say exactly what he wants to say, look into what he wants to look into, and doesn't give a damn. So it seems like age is a valuable asset.
Well, he was kind of that way when he was a younger man. I have to plead guilty to not being fair or appreciating Barry Goldwater when I was a younger man. I was one of those kids that was out in the streets. You know what I'm talking about? Remember those days?
Yes.
And he was a right-wing conservative. Well, I'll tell you, I would really love to have his right-wing conservativeness back in play.
Here, here.
And have that be the counterpart to the Democratic liberal agenda. I didn't appreciate him then, but I do now. Unfortunately, he's quite aged. But, yeah, she is of that ilk. And it is a quality that America has had in its past for a long time, but I got to tell you, it's just seeping out of it's seeping through the cracks in the saloon floor, like the gold dust in Paint Your Wagon. I don't know if you ever saw that.
Sure.
It's just slowly draining away. Politicians and journalists and actors and entertainers, who seem to all pretty much be interchangeable now, are just doing so well and making millions of dollars that why on earth would you want to really take on a dangerous, difficult, risky, complicated story that's just going to bring you grief and suffering?
Well, because it's fun and because it's... You see, I'm beginning to get that way myself. I'm getting older. I'll soon be 53, and I find the older I get, the more I don't care. I'm willing to go after anything, and I wonder why that is.
Now, you're not being dissuaded by those millions you're starting to pack into the bank, are you, Art?
No.
No? Okay.
No, look, my attitude about money, and it's not millions, my attitude about money is that as long as you have enough to be comfortable, I'm happy. Beyond that, it's all just, it's just money stacked somewhere, right? I don't care. I enjoy what I do, and I'm noting that as I get older, I'm more willing to go after things that are very likely to get me in trouble, and I don't care.
Mm. And I think that is exactly why you appreciate what she has done and appreciate her so much. And you are certainly somebody that is about the least likely to be changed by whatever success comes your way. This is what we want. You want to be able to have a nation where people can be very successful and remain still independent and remain true to values and not be corrupted. It's possible. It doesn't have to be the other way around.
To some degree, I'm going to give this to you really straight, Steve. I already gave you my attitude about money, but the other side of the coin is, if you have enough of it, then you don't give a damn. I mean, it's not like somebody can squeeze you financially and point you in the direction they want. Screw them. You've already got enough money. So to hell with them. You do what you want to do.
It's true. There's a certain truth to that. But remember, you're a man who is quite comfortable and quite contented living in Pahrump out there in a pretty modest situation.
Yeah, I'm not driven by money, Steve.
Americans have a wonderful capacity to double, triple, and quadruple their income and still remain right on the edge. In other words, you're making $1 million a year, but now you've got an $800,000 townhouse.
That's right.
And even though you're respected, famous, and quite wealthy, the fact is that one wrong turn and suddenly you've got serious trouble. And so whatever. I mean, we're kind of going afield here.
Not really. In other words, I don't live that kind of lifestyle, so I don't risk that kind of problem. In other words, one wrong turn and I'm in deep doo-doo. It's not like that. It is like there's enough money so that it's not even a consideration, and it frees me. I can go after anything I want.
Mm-hmm. I am exactly the same way. I totally agree with you. We need many, many more people that are taking this approach to life. Now, systemically, if we're speaking about politics, which is more where I deal, you see it classically in the campaign finance issue. When you get to a point where even Congress people running for office are having to spend $1 million, $1.5 million in some podunk district out in the boonies, and senators from large states are having to spend $20 million, and presidents $150 million. When you have your politicians having to spend that kind of money, which means they got to go get a lot of it from a lot of people and say a lot of things and pat a lot of backs and make a lot of promises. When you have that kind of politics with that money dependent, then when you go to the politician and say, look, I want you to speak up on one of the most difficult issues in history and risk everything. Can I count on you for that? Obviously, the likelihood of them saying, sure, no problem. It goes lower and lower because they know that if they alienate by really getting aggressive in their politics a significant number of their money backers, well, they can't run anymore. That's why so many fairly good people like Howard Baker and others simply walked away from the House and Senate in the last 10 years.
And I'm walking away from politics, Stephen, in a lot of ways. I am and I'm not. The two-party system is a failure in terms of accomplishing something for the American people today. And I mean both the Democrats and the Republicans. I'm getting ready to leave the Republican Party. I'm a registered Republican, and I'm about to become a libertarian, I think. There's got to be another way, because I have virtually, I hate to say given up, but I've almost given up on the present system, and I'm very disenchanted.
Well, I've been listening to you all week. This has been your intellectual week. You really just went right up the ladder here in terms of your guests and the discussions. I've been listening all week. It's quite interesting. You touched on some very complex and difficult subjects. Let me say that what I'm going to be talking about tonight is going to touch on that too. And before we get totally to the bottom of the hour, let me take a little segue here. A lot of the focus of what I'll be talking about centers around the fact that the Paradigm Research Group official website was published to the internet tonight at midnight. It's a long time in the making. And many of the things that we're going to talk about tonight are going to have links associated with them. And those links are available to people who go to that site, and of course they go to that site, they come into your site.
Yeah, go to my site, go down to the name Stephen Bassett, and you'll see 2 links there.
And then when they go over to my site, they will see a links for the Bell, kind of the Bell show, and they'll go to the links that I'm referring to during the show, and then they can kind of follow what's going on. So
Sure.
I want to get that out of the way. And that includes, and hopefully it'll be up fairly soon, the March 30 story written by Sarah McLendon that went out nationally. They will be able to link to that over there. They may be able to do that on your site if Keith is able to get something up. In any event, that story will be available to them. But if I didn't toot my horn a little bit, this is an idea that had been in the works for almost 2 years. It was originally conceived by me while I was working up in Cambridge with the Program for Extraordinary Experience. And it didn't happen sooner because my webmastering skills, unfortunately, are somewhat limited. But I got very lucky. I got the support of some people who really know what they're doing, and through the supremely over-the-top efforts of my webmaster, Jim Boca, who founded Pulsar, that works out of Gaithersburg here in Maryland. He is a site creator and manager, and a very good one. He's worked himself to a frazzle to help me get this site up in a reasonable length of time. And I've also gotten a lot of support from a host server out of the heartland of the country in Springfield, Missouri, by the name of Rick Thompson, and OzarkNet. So between OzarkNet and Pulsar, by the way, which have links over at my site, I was able to get this site out. It is called the Paradigm Clock, and it is based upon a concept that was originated in 1947 by the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. In that year,
that was the atomic clock.
It was called the Clock of Doom. Eventually it was changed to the Doomsday Clock, and it became one of the great semiotic metaphors of our time.
Yeah, I think it didn't it get up to about 10 minutes before midnight?
Oh, no, it started out at 7 minutes to midnight, and the closest it ever got was 2 minutes, I believe.
Really?
And now, of course, since the Berlin Wall fell, it is a neutral position of 15 minutes. Now, for those people that don't know what the Doomsday Clock was, it's quite simple. The scientists that were working on the atomics back then had a lot of concerns about where this was taking them. Not hard to understand that. And they had actually made political efforts, talking about the politics of UFOs, talking about the politics of atomic energy. There were many scientists that had made efforts during the Manhattan Project to bring the political issue into play. They knew that this couldn't just be science, that if they didn't think politically about this, that there was going to be some real trouble. Mm-hmm. And they made approaches to Roosevelt regarding not keeping the Russians out of the loop on this, because they were allies. They made approaches about not using the bomb at all, and a lot of other things, which were purely political and ethical and social issues.
But the clock basically was a political illustration of how close they thought we were to destroying ourselves.
Nuclear war.
Nuclear war, yeah.
Midnight on the Doomsday Clock meant we had just launched a nuclear war.
Right.
And over the years, it was changed about 9 times, depending upon what was going on in the world, and it would be either moved closer to midnight or further away.
And so now you have constructed its counterpart, the Paradigm Clock.
Exactly. And the Paradigm Clock, obviously, does go back to 1947, but what I have done is I have created a retroactive timeline so that it sort of began hypothetically in 1947, which, interestingly enough, is exactly when it should begin. There's a wonderful parallel to this. They are not accidental. And midnight on the Paradigm Clock is very simple. We have crossed the paradigm line at that moment, and when it turns midnight, that is when we as a people are formally, informed one way or another by the authorities that we put our trust in.
Disclosure.
That the alien presence is here.
Yeah, it is the moment of disclosure,
The
right?
real disclosure. I'm not, like archaeology on the Mars is a major disclosure, but that's not midnight on the clock.
Time with us this evening. We'll tell you about CSETI in a moment. Back east we go now to Dr. Stephen Greer, CSETI's Dr. Stephen Greer. Dr. Greer, welcome to the program.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Stephen Bassett is with us as well and may have comments from time to time. Doctor, I guess the best thing we could do in the beginning, since I have a lot of new listeners, is for you to explain to people sort of what is CSETI 101? What is CSETI?
Well, CSETI stands for the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and we call it CSETI because it's easier, of course, and it's a 501c3 nonprofit that was founded in 1990, about 8 years ago, by myself. And what we have are two essential central parts of our program. The original one was a program to train people to go out to areas where UFOs have been seen and to try to observe them in real time and to, if possible, signal to them or in some way try to communicate with these objects. And we have trained teams throughout the world, and there are now dozens of such teams that are up and functioning. In that regard, we're having actually training expeditions in Colorado in June, from the 12th to the 18th or 19th, I think it is, and then in England this summer and in Norway in July. And essentially what that program involves, which is called the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind Initiative, is an attempt to establish some type of communication with these life forms whom we know are extraterrestrial in origin, and try to do this in a real-time setting rather than always trying to research things in a retrospective model,
Sure.
Which means looking back and going back in history. And this is really quite exciting. We've had some major encounters in Mexico, Belgium, England, throughout the United States and elsewhere. And it's an experiment which we are continuing to expand. The other part of the project is called Project Starlight, and this was initially a code name used internally for a project where we were identifying top-secret military and aerospace witnesses, as well as other evidence related to UFOs, and then briefing senior White House, Clinton administration officials, UN officials, and members of Congress in an attempt to set the stage for a global disclosure of very, very high-level and first-hand whistleblowers and witnesses to UFO projects, events, and programs.
Doctor, may I ask you, how sure are you that you are not trying to force disclosure of something that does not exist?
Well, we're very sure of it. But frankly, the evidence and the witnesses are so overwhelming and so compelling. Now, it doesn't mean that it's all a clear picture. There's a lot that we don't know. However, certainly, for example, a man that I'm working with now who's quite elderly, who's a former captain of a ship in the South Atlantic in 1963, actually retrieved extraterrestrial life forms from the water after an object had decompensated in the South Atlantic during the Titan missile test of that era. And I can talk more about that later. But you know, these sort of people are extremely credible and have definitive information. In addition to that, I have personally been in areas where we have successfully been able to vector and signal to these objects and have them come within a few hundred feet of our team's location. And there's no question in my mind that these objects are real and that many of them are of extraterrestrial origin. Now, I will add that many of the things that are seen in the American Southwest near large military installations are prototypes of what we call ARVs, or alien reproduction vehicles, which are basically things that look like UFOs, but are actually of human manufacture, but they're based on extraterrestrial technologies, which have been studied since the 30s.
I've heard a number of recent reports about aircraft called teardrops and that sort of thing that are seen flying out in this area, and increasing numbers, tremendous numbers of reports of triangular objects, reports of objects traversing our atmosphere at 24,000 miles an hour.
Right.
And better, these so-called fast walkers. But, you know, a skeptic, doctor, would say, for all of this, why do we have not one single clear, unambiguous photograph?
Well, we do. There are a number of them. In fact, the photographic evidence that we put together for the briefing we conducted for members of Congress last April, a year ago, have quite a number of clear daylight photographs and videotapes and old movie footage that are quite clear of objects that you can see the structure of them. And this, of course, has been something that many of the people get on. I had a debate with an astronomer once on a TV station in Denver, Colorado, and he was saying, well, why are there none? Of course, I had some with me, and I held them up. I said, well, here they are. And these have been studied by the scientists that I'm working with at NASA, people at very good computer firms and agencies, and there's no question that they're legitimate. So, my point is that if you haven't looked at the evidence, you might think that there is none. And you might be inclined to think that, there are anecdotal sighting reports, but that's far from the case. There are thousands of landing trace cases. There are, Dr. Haynes at NASA and I have looked at he has now, I believe, 3,500 pilot reports, and many of them with radar encounters.
Oh, yes.
There are very good photographs and videotapes of these objects which have been analyzed and cannot be explained away. Even the Air Force could not explain away the daylight disc taken at McLendon, Oregon in 1951.
In addition, I played for this audience about a 30-minute segment of the sightings back in the Holland, Michigan area.
Right.
And the communication with the weather radar fellow and all the rest of it. I played that for the audience. I mean, these things are rather unambiguous, but somehow, even in total, even when you have hearings, it doesn't bring all of this to a crescendo with somebody saying, okay, you got us, here's the truth.
Well, see, there haven't been hearings since 1968, and this is one of the things that we've been calling for. We held briefings as a civilian organization for members of Congress, and there were members of Congress, chairmen of committees, et cetera, who were there. However, what we recommended at the closure of that briefing process, at which they heard more than a dozen top-secret witnesses recount what they had seen, was that they should hold official open hearings. Now, that has not happened, and because it has not happened, my own sense, and in fact the advice I am getting from actually members of Congress that we've spoken to personally, is that they feel that a privatized civilian disclosure that would bypass the government is going to be required. And of course it's a little self-serving because I think these people in Congress are terrified of handling this issue. They certainly saw how Congressman Stephen Schiff was ridiculed. I have had members of Congress and their aides tell me that that is not something that anyone would want to go through. Of course, now Congressman Schiff is dead, as is my right-hand assistant, Sherry Adamack, who died in January. But many of the people in Congress are keenly interested, but there is not a lot of courage right now to take it on. It may well be that we will have to do this as a civilian coalition in a very, very definitive way, a sort of media blitzkrieg that would pull together all of these top-secret witnesses in a series of primetime documentaries. And this is, in fact, what we are proposing to do, because we cannot allow the bureaucrats in Washington to obfuscate and delay this process forever. We have very diligently attempted to provide very good evidence and briefings for these people, for White House people, for the CIA director that I briefed, for the UN Secretary General, and others. And at some point you have to mark time and say, look, folks, you either need to provide leadership on this issue or it will be provided for you. And I should say that from the very beginning, from my first meeting with CIA Director Woolsey back in 1993, we had stated very clearly that if the government did not find the resolve and the courage to take this issue on, that we would have to find a way to do it and simply bypass the government. But that, of course, opens another whole Pandora's box.
Well, I recall a very dramatic moment, Doctor, when you said that you had presented the former CIA director with all the evidence, and he literally had his head in his hands going, oh my God.
Yes, and he said, my God, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
And of course, the reason he was saying that, in large part, was because he not only knew the subject was real, but he could not get any straight answers when he made inquiries through channels, even though he was the director of the CIA and the NSA and the NRO and all those agencies that the Director of Central Intelligence has purview over. And interestingly, of course, this is what Webb Hubbell said. It is what other people in the administration have told us, the science advisor to the president and other people. So, and in fact, I have to tell you that, I can't say with whom this meeting was with, but we had a meeting with a very senior Joint Chiefs of Staff fellow recently, and you know, the comment was, this subject has never crossed my radar screen, and he was saying this while also acknowledging that the subject very likely existed. So the way that this thing has been managed, the covert, ultra-secret black project that this thing has been wrapped in, is such that the American public has to realize that our leaders and even our senior intelligence and military leaders frequently will be lied to about this if they are not in those projects. And it doesn't matter if they have authorization or even oversight over an entire branch of our government. They may still be deceived. And so this is part of what Eisenhower, I believe, was warning us about in '61 when he said, look, you're going to have to be very careful of the potential for abuse in an ever-growing, super-secret military-industrial complex. And this was not to vilify the military, because he was a five-star general, a World War II hero, but he was warning us in 1961 when he left office that this was a very serious problem. And by the way, we know that Eisenhower was concerned about the UFO issue when he made that statement.
How do we know that?
We know that because we have two witnesses who had been with and worked with the president, Eisenhower, who have told us point blank that he knew of the subject, but also, and the one witness in particular, that he was very angry that he was being deceived about the extent to which some of the technological breakthroughs were occurring, and a lot of the programs that were surrounding this issue had taken on so much secrecy that he was being left out of the picture, and he knew it, and he was very upset about it. By the way, this is why he appointed something called the Doolittle Commission, the findings of which have never been released to the public, but Jimmy Doolittle, who was, of course, an ace pilot in World War II, was put in charge of this in 1955. I happen to know Jimmy Doolittle's nephew, who confirmed to me that Jimmy Doolittle, on a deathbed confession, stated that he had investigated the UFO issue and even the Foo Fighters that were reported in World War II, and had concluded that they were extraterrestrial. But we also know that Eisenhower trusted him, as did Roosevelt, and he was to look into this whole question of how do you contain this Medusa, this thing that sort of gets out of control, where the leadership and the Congress and the presidency, never mind the American people, can be left out of something very, very important. So I think that is an issue. I mean, of course, this subject crosses so many disciplines, because it certainly is a big constitutional issue and an issue for democracy when you begin to entertain that you could have senior officials in the president's entourage and inner circle being deceived about something that's important.
Our current president, President Clinton, is consumed by scandal presently.
Yeah.
Doesn't comment on it, but is consumed. How does that affect any chances of any sort of a paradigm shift anytime soon?
Well, I think that it doesn't bode well, but I don't know that it makes that much difference either, because, quite frankly, one of the things that the CIA director said was that, look, we cannot disclose, no matter how much we might want to, information which we don't have. And this was sort of my coming of age in this whole business, where you're sitting with someone of that rank and stature, saying, and by the way, people have said, oh, well, you've just been deceived by this man. It was not. I mean, Jim Woolsey is a very, I think, honorable man, a man of great integrity. I have no reason to think at all that he was lying. In fact, I'm certain he was not, because I've gotten the same picture from people who desperately want this subject disclosed, but who have been in senior position in life, such as Lord Hill Norton in Great Britain, who told me the exact same story, five-star admiral, head of the Ministry of Defense, and he told me the same story, that he later found out the subject was legitimate and real, but the whole time that he was head of the Ministry of Defense, the subject was always kept from him. He never heard anything about it.
So CIA Director Woolsey is, one, convinced the subject is real, correct?
Right.
And two, is telling you he cannot disclose information he does not have, which is just like telling you, look, there's another government, there's another controlling agency or group, and I can't break through it. Now, that says that our whole Constitution is not what we believe it to be.
Well, our Constitution is, but there have been processes that have been put into play that have subverted it, and I think that's why there needs to be a renewal of the entire promise of America. I think we need to have a renewal of the integrity of the democratic process and a return to openness and a truly open society. Granted, there will always be some areas of confidentiality and secrecy, but the kind of secrecy that exists today where an entire subculture, or if you wish to call it a parallel process, exists, which can bypass senior officials. This is very frightening. By the way, I also sat in the Senate Appropriations Chamber with the senior counsel to the Senate Appropriations Committee in person, sitting there with me, who had a top secret clearance and subpoena power, who told me, Dr. Greer, good luck. This is a varsity team of all covert projects.
Yeah.
He stated to me that he knew that there were projects related to the UFO matter, but he could not penetrate them with a top secret clearance at the request of the chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee and with a very good knowledge of how to maneuver in covert areas. And by the way, he also has subpoena power. But this didn't matter. He still said that what you're dealing with is something that is wrapped up so tightly that he could not penetrate it. Although he knew that those projects were there, he could not penetrate the secrecy surrounding them.
That's astounding. All right, Dr. Greer. No problem. We are at the bottom of the hour, and I also have a comment to make about all of that. And I'll let everybody think about it during the break, and that is that I certainly applaud the efforts of Dr. Greer and others to bring very well-informed witnesses, secret witnesses, in front of representatives of our government. But if everything he said is true about who controls all of this, then I wonder if he still feels that effort has merit and could even possibly succeed. Here's where we'll break. We'll be right back. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from April 30th, 1998. Listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from April 30th, 1998.
Dr. Stephen Greer, CSETI's Dr. Stephen Greer is my guest. Along for the ride at the moment, Stephen Bassett, the nation's only UFO, I guess, representative. Lobbyist probably is a better word, in Washington. Back now to Dr. Stephen Greer, taking time out from a very, very busy medical moment in his medical career to spend time with us. And I know, Steve, you have a question, but I want to ask one, and it is as follows. Doctor, everybody applauds what you did in terms of getting the witnesses in front of representatives. But if everything else you said is true, isn't it, though a valiant effort, doomed to failure?
Well, I don't don't think so, because we always have viewed it as a process, not as something that was going to immediately result in the result everyone would like to see. For example, there has been tremendous learning curve for some of these members of Congress that we've been meeting with, and for people in the administration, and we think that's very, very important that they have an alternate advisory entity besides the just denials coming out of these black programs, the covert programs. So I think that's very important in a democracy to provide that kind of education and dialogue. But in addition to that, we have to remember that if enough people contact certain key committee chairmen and say, look, we really need to see you doing some hearings on this, then the subject would be disclosed. Because even if they are lied to when they make an inquiry, for example, Congressman Schiff, certainly was deceived, and so was the GAO and others when they made inquiries into the 1947 New Mexico Roswell crash. However, a hearing which does not depend passively on the cooperation of covert programs, but has ready a stage bill through a congressional hearing process to have dozens and dozens of top secret witnesses stand up and say, I was at Roswell and here's what I saw and did, or I was at Atlantic Command in an underground facility and this is what I saw and this is what we handled, or I was at Sandia National Laboratories and these are the materials of extraterrestrial origin that I personally handled. We have those kind of witnesses. So if the Congress would hold open hearings, it will not then be dependent on, we've done the work, we've done our homework. So this means that if, look, in 1969, yada, 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 then it is incumbent on us to go to the other parallel track that we've always said existed, and that is the track of a civilian-led disclosure process, which is exactly, if you look at what we've recently put up on our website, which, by the way, is www.cseti.org, because we're a nonprofit, you will see that what we're beginning to outline is a strategic approach that can bypass the U.S. government. In other words, would not be dependent on them. Of course, then you're talking about something that's a very large global effort that is going to be a huge undertaking, unlike anything in the history of the UFO field. But I think that the one will feed the other. I have had people in the Pentagon at meetings within the last year, in the Joint Chiefs offices, who, as well as in congressional offices, who have said, look, Dr. Greer, we don't doubt this is real, but we can't get to the bottom of it, and we don't see that there's the political courage to hold the hearings that the American people deserve to have. So why don't you and your group of people find a way to just forget about the government, and if the people lead, the leaders will then have to follow. So that is where we think this may all be heading, because we have given them a very good chance and certainly good information. And there have been thousands of people who have written and called congressional chairman, committee chairman, and what have you, suggesting these open hearings, and they haven't committed to doing them. And we said a year ago that if they would not do that, then what we would have to do is begin to put a tremendous amount of pressure on the process by privatizing the whole disclosure momentum. Now, the question is, can that be done? Well, quite frankly, yes. The assets are there to do it right now in terms of evidence and witnesses. The financial assets are not there to do it, because you're not going to do it by renting a ballroom at the Holiday Inn and inviting a few minor media.
Well, if you had all the,
very extensive project.
Right. If you had all the money you wanted, Doctor, how would you do it?
All right, here's how it would be done. And by the way, this is not just a pipe dream concocted by me or a couple. We have had discussions with RAND Corporation. We've had major think tanks and PR firms meet with us to discuss how this needs to be done. What we know would have to be done to make a difference. And I have to emphasize, there's no point in these top secret witnesses taking the risk of coming forward unless it's going to be efficacious.
I agree.
So what we know would have to take place is the following: a series of prime-time expose documentaries done in a very serious light, keeping the far-out stuff out of it for now, and dealing with the hard evidence, the metal samples, the top-secret witnesses, the whistleblowers, the colonels, the lieutenant colonels, the majors, et cetera, and so on, who want to come forward from all over the world the Soviet Union and the United Kingdom where we have these witnesses. That should be preceded the day that the first one begins to air with a worldwide news conference that would have to be orchestrated with a very good PR firm. And you would have a couple dozen of these witnesses there and some major VIPs that are household names in America and in other countries standing up and saying, here is the truth, and this is what we think is true about this matter. You have that, you have these documentaries that would air consecutively, and then you have that followed up with a world scientific summit where the evidence and all the materials are looked at by a large number of mainstream credentialed academic scientists for further evaluation. And that process would need to be going on relentlessly.
Would all of that have to be going on at once, or could you approach it with for example, I've got a wide listening audience in the network and the Hollywood community.
Right.
If you have the meat, they've got the interest, because this kind of thing would produce ratings.
Sure.
So if you say, look, I've got the witnesses who would come forward, if it's something at the network level, NBC, CBS, ABC, whatever, if they came to you, could you produce?
Yes, we have the production company identified. We have the
No, I mean, could you produce the witnesses?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, we several dozen of them. Now, there are over 150 now that we've identified. Not all of them are going to come forward in a privatized process where they will be testifying on camera outside of Congress, but there are dozens who will. Now, listen to what I'm saying here very carefully. We're not talking one or two Philip Corsos. There are dozens who will, and these are first-hand witnesses to unambiguous events. So what I've said to people, I've really thrown down the gauntlet and said, all right, we're marking time now. And I've said this to people who say, oh, well, you know, I said, look, put up or shut up. At this point, we feel that the time has come for this information to be brought out, and the longer it drags on, the more dangerous it is for all of us.
Yes.
So what we're suggesting is that this should be done as soon as possible. The rate-limiting thing here is basically the ability to create these products. And by products, I mean a multimedia blitzkrieg, and it would also include, by the way, compendium books, so that the witness testimony would be spun off into manuscripts or monographs that would go along with the documentaries. And this certainly can be done worldwide. So that is what we're in the process of attempting to locate the support to do that. It will not be inexpensive. And of course, people say, well, you know, why can't you just, you know, get $50,000 together and go around and film a few people? And people are very, very naive about what it takes to do this kind of production. And by the way, there's no point in doing it if it's not effective. And let me give you an example. We have several real heroes on the stage right now. Philip Corso is one.
Right.
Gordon Cooper is another. All right. Pavel Popovich in the Soviet Union has stated things publicly there. The problem is you have this trickle effect, and it's a little bit like news being leaked about financial development on Wall Street, and it gets pre-factored into the market and then gets discounted, as they say. That is never going to work. If you have one, I don't care who it is, a Colonel Corso or an astronaut coming forward, it will have very, very little effect. Strategic placement and having multiple corroborating witnesses and other evidence all put together strategically with a multimedia global plan is the only thing that's going to move this thing. We know from past, if you look back retrospectively for the last 20, 30, 40 years, there have been some very fine people who have come forward and said, look, I've looked into this and this is real, and I'm a scientist at this institute, or I'm an astronaut, or I'm a military. But those things dripping here or there, what have you, in an uncoordinated way, is never going to move this thing out of the backwaters where it is now onto the radar screens of the national awareness and, more importantly, of policymakers.
Right.
And I think that this is what members of Congress have said to us also, by the way, that you're going to need to do something like that to create enough of a momentum for them to then justify holding a hearing.
Sure.
So, you know, you sort of get into a catch-22. So at this point, we've concluded that we should be moving forward very aggressively with a privatized disclosure, but it needs to be done first class, very well, very seriously, and keeping sort of the lunatic, fringe, speculative stuff out of it.
Sure.
Our criteria, by the way, if you look at, and it's up on our website for anyone to look at, is very clear. No anecdotal material will be allowed during any of these proceedings.
Yeah, I saw a light, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I have a question for you that you are certainly welcome to refuse to answer or to sidestep, but I have information that there was, when you were presenting witnesses to our representatives, one witness who was spirited away from the congressional briefings, and I wonder if you would be willing to talk about that, tell us what he knew, what he would have said had he testified, and why he was spirited away.
I will. Sit down.
I'm down.
Okay. This man, what happened is that the morning of we had these briefings for members of Congress on the night of the 9th. The morning of the 9th, we gathered all these witnesses together really for the first time to share in a circle in a closed session, which we recorded, but was closed. There weren't any members of the government there, so that they could open up and share what they knew.
Okay.
Well, we went around the circle. Well, just about the time we were going to get to this gentleman, we had a break because it was about that time of the morning. He stood up and he shook my hand, and it was dripping wet with sweat. His was, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, Dr. Greer, I have been called by my, quote, handlers who want me to talk to them about what I'm about to do. And he was a bit cryptic, and he disappeared and went and made a phone call. He never came back. He was spirited away into the area outside the District of Columbia in Virginia, and that's all I'll say. And he remained there till after midnight. He was returned to the Westin Hotel in Georgetown sometime after midnight, whereupon he left a note under the door of the now late Sherry Adamak, my main assistant, explaining what had happened. And what had happened was this, is that they were basically begging him not to stand up in front of these members of Congress and tell them what he personally knew. And it was the following. He knew, he had sat in on planning meetings where plans had been discussed to utilize assets that for all the world would look like extraterrestrial devices, what have been called alien reproduction vehicles, in efforts that can only be called deceptive, and which are in the category of setting up a sort of a cosmic Gulf of Tonkin, if you get my drift, where essentially human-made devices based on extraterrestrial technologies are used to take out other human assets made to look like an alien invasion scenario. And he sat in on meetings where these kinds of programs were actually discussed. And at the table were folks from various agencies, and this guy was going to share what he knew about this. It's interesting because when this witness first contacted me, he said, I don't really know anything about the extraterrestrial end of this. I said, what do you mean? And then he explained what
No, I'm following you. Let me see if I've got this straight. What you're really saying is that back-engineered vehicles, things that we have probably out here at Area 51 or wherever they're kept these days, were going to be used to stage a mock invasion, destroying F-16s or tanks or whatever, satellites, whatever, and there was going to be a mock invasion. Is that correct?
That they could be used for that, and that's just a backup scenario, and it's a control drama that has been played out that is, I think, a very dangerous one. That is, look, if you're on life support as a military-industrial sector, and peace is breaking out, the Soviet Union is no more. The quote evil empire has dissolved, and are now ostensibly somewhat allies of ours. There's a point where you could be tempted to utilize these kinds of whiz-bang technologies to deceive not only the populace but our leadership, and therefore justify multi-$100 billion defense spending way into the next century, and particularly as it relates to the creation of of Star Wars technologies and a space force. I think that these kind of deceptive plans are real. I know it sounds very much over the top, but this witness was no joke. I mean, he was very, very serious, legitimate, intelligence officer who had been at these meetings. And I have other witnesses who have told similar parts of this, not quite the details he had. And I'm quite sure that the folks he had worked with did not want him standing up in front of members of Congress and people who are on the staff at the White House telling that kind of story. It put the fear of God in everyone. As it was, people were in a semi-panic.
Well, you said they begged him. They begged him not to disclose this. Do you think they begged him with prejudice?
I suspect there was an element of that, but he and I discussed that before he came, because we frankly discussed the explosive nature of what he knew.
So he was prepared. He was prepared for pressure.
He was prepared for pressure, but what surprised him is that people that he had worked with years ago surfaced, and these were people who he says do not surface very often, if you get my drift.
I do.
And they were in his inner circle who really, basically had really helped him out at various times in his life. And there is a certain camaraderie within these units, because these guys go through a lot. One can have enough compassion for all concerned. And I think that, they appealed to his loyalty and friendship with them to at least delay. And I'll tell you the most extraordinary thing that he wrote, and we have this note that he wrote, was that they told him that they needed a little more time to reorganize things, that everything was in free fall, and that because of all these people we were briefing and all this stuff that was going on, that they were wanting to try to have a little more time to better organize and reorganize their operations and get some of this stuff fixed. So they basically appealed to him to delay coming forward with this information publicly, but not only publicly in this setting. It was a closed briefing with members of Congress. Even in that setting, they did not want it brought forward. So I think it's very interesting that there are changes going on, I think, behind the scenes. I think that there is momentum in the direction of disclosure. What I worry about, and what keeps me up late at night sometimes worrying about, is that disclosure could have a spin put on it that would be decidedly xenophobic and militaristic, because that would be very self-serving to the very military and industrial sectors that are now on life support with all the budget cuts. So I think that we have to be very careful not to jingoistically stampede into sort of, gee, the sky is falling and there's alien invasion, much as Hollywood and the media and I think the military would like for us to have that kind of very predictable human reaction. I think we have to be very careful to guard against that. And I think that was the big message that this guy was going to bring to this meeting, was a warning against that kind of reactivity.
Doctor, anybody who would get in the way of something that would keep the military-industrial complex going would be, in my opinion, physical danger.
Can I put a punctuation on this, Art?
Punctuate quickly. We're here. I know you didn't get to ask your question, Stephen. I'll tell you what. We're at the...
It's a long punctuation, so let's wait till after the break.
All right, done. The break is coming now. My guest is CSETI's Dr. Stephen Greer. Now that was quite some story. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from April 30th, 1998. Art Bell somewhere in time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from April 30th, 1998.
Dr. Stephen Greer sure did just drop a bomb on us regarding somebody who almost gave testimony in closed hearings that he conducted. What a remarkable story. Basically, it was that this person was prepared to tell the knowledge he had acquired or knew regarding a plan by a certain group to conduct a mock invasion. I repeat, a mock alien invasion. The reason for it? A renewal of the teetering military-industrial complex funding. That if true, certainly this would be a very, very, very dangerous ground to be treading upon, even if it was only a plan that was never implemented. Anyway, we'll get back to him in a moment. Back now to Dr. Stephen Greer and Stephen Bassett. And Stephen, your turn. I'm sorry to delay it so long.
Okay.
You wanted to add something.
I want to punctuate two things that Dr. Greer stated in the last hour. The first one, let's talk about the militarization of space situation he referred to. Anybody thinks that this is not real is not paying attention. A lot has happened since that January 5 show that took place with Dr. Greer. On the 29th of January, 9 days after the scandal broke on the White House, President Clinton signed a unified command plan that designated the U.S. Space Command, yes folks, we had a U.S. Space Command for all you Starship Trooper fans out there, as the single force point for a far-flung military space operations and gave traditional responsibility shared by regional commanders. Now, on the 11th of March, the head of the U.S. Space Command, General Hal M. Estes III, testified before Congress. Now, the full text of his testimony is available at a website, which is on one of the links that I have on my portal page, which you can get through the Art Bell site. And you can go read the whole thing. But let me just read you just a few comments from his testimony, and you all can make up your own mind. Comment: the freedom to operate in space should not be taken for granted. Okay. Fully integrating, one of the things they need to do is fully integrate space forces with land, sea, and air forces. They need to assure U.S. and allied access to and freedom to operate in space and denying the same to an adversary when required. What adversary are they referring to? Applying precision force from and through space, leveraging civil, commercial, and international space systems to cost-effectively augment military systems, global positioning system and navigation warfare, assuring military access to GPS during conflicts, selectively denying it to its adversaries and minimizing impact on other users, and on and on and on. They are actively militarizing space. Why? They don't tell us. This testimony was not covered by, this was covered by the Air Force News. Did you see anything on Channel 9, on ABC, NBC? No. Nada. They are in the process of militarizing space, and they're not telling us why. And let me tell you, the cost of militarizing space is going to make the cost of building ICBMs in Missouri or Kansas look like a lemonade stand, right, operating down the street. So people had better get on this, and I highly recommend they go read the testimony of Hal M. Estes to the Congress on March 11th. Now, the other thing I want to punctuate, and I'll turn this back over to Stephen, is that he was talking about the private process and doing it at a level that will guarantee that it will cross the threshold. He's talking probably about $1 million. The remarkable thing is that there are an extraordinary number of people in this country, quite extraordinary, which is to our credit, who make $1 million a month. The numbers are not in the dozens. I think you're talking hundreds of people who make $1 million a month in income. We are basically right now, if we were to follow the approach that he's referring to, $1 million away from putting this business behind us. $1 million away from disclosure using the private approach. That's not the only approach, but that one is potentially viable.
Dr. Greer, do you agree with that?
It would be a bit more than it'd be more like $2 million, but it's in that ballpark. You could do certainly the primetime 2-hour documentary expose and a significant global world press conference and a World Scientific Summit for that amount. It is not a lot of money. It is in the UFO domain where, a $10,000 grant is thought to make people fall over and faint, but it's something that is very doable. And of course, if you're doing it through a commercial production process for network television broadcast, it should easily be done. I think this is very doable. It's a matter of connecting up the right people to do it, and who have enough interest in the subject to make that effort. And I would encourage anyone listening to do that and to give us a call and to dialogue with us on how to get.
If every one of your listeners contributed $1, you'd have $10 million, and you'd have a disclosure thing, and it would be done.
It's absolutely doable. This is what's very actually frustrating is that there's a Maserati there or a Lamborghini that's been built that needs some fuel in the tank, and I think that the sad part of it is that meanwhile a lot of these top secret witnesses, they're not getting any younger. Some are dying off. We feel that it needs to be moved forward as quickly as possible. I get a lot of extraordinarily naive suggestions from people who say, well, just hold a press conference and that'll be the end of it. Well, it won't be the end of it if it's not covered. So to strategically put everything in place so it'll be effective is not a simple matter. It is a huge global campaign. For example, to accomplish it so that it actually is heard and not just covered by a few minor local stations is something which would be tantamount to a global multimedia campaign on a subject which currently is not on anyone's radar screen as being, quote, real. And by real, I mean important, newsworthy, policy-making, legislatively important, foreign policy important, etc.
Well, you have alluded to some extremely hot stories, and as I said earlier, I have access, to the major networks. I hear from them on a daily basis. And are you telling me, Doctor, that you have got the meat? You may not have $2 million right now, but if NBC, for example, came to Dr. Stephen Greer and said, okay, lay it out. If you've really got the kind of documentary you're talking about, the kind of witnesses and proof you're talking about, the visual evidence, we'll do the program with you advising us all the way.
Absolutely.
You ready to do that?
Yes, we're ready to do it now.
How would somebody contact you for that, Doctor?
Well, contact me through our website, which is www.cseti.org, or give us a call. Also witnesses. There's probably several hundred military witnesses listening to this interview.
Sure.
And seriously, and I can tell you that there's safety in numbers and there's credibility in numbers, but more importantly than all of that is that there's effectiveness in numbers, so that you don't have people taking huge risks by themselves. You have them doing it with dozens of other people. It's like this older gentleman I was speaking to who was the captain of this ship back in 1963. And this is a fascinating story. I can't get into all the details. I'm sure we don't have time. But essentially, he was there when one of these objects went down in the South Atlantic, and he personally retrieved an ejection pod that had dead extraterrestrial life forms in them. They were 40 inches tall. He can describe them down to how many fingers and what their faces and everything else.
Where was this?
This was in the South Atlantic, in a very remote area of the South Atlantic, during the Titan II missile test back in 1963 when we were testing ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missiles.
And what kind of ship was it?
It was a contract vessel to retrieve the Titan II missiles that were fired downstream.
And he retrieved something entirely unexpected.
Yeah. And there's a lot of details with it, a lot of very important information with this, and it's, of course, many years more recent than Roswell. But my point is that these people really want to come forward, but they want to come forward in a way that's effective. What we don't want to do is have it be another cheesy UFO genre documentary that airs on a minor tabloid sort of setting. I'm with you. Where these, and I don't mean to sound, difficult.
I understand.
But one has to have certain, we've had I'm not going to name who, but we've had 4 deaths in my team dealing with this.
I know.
Okay, and you know it. And I'm simply not prepared to go forward on something to just entertain the UFO buff. It has got to be something that'll be effective, or we may as well go trout fishing at my farm out here in North Carolina, because there's no point, in my opinion, doing it unless it's done well and effectively. And we know how to do that. We've got the brain trust on board to do it, and we've got the military assets and witnesses. So if there are people out there who can help be part of this process, they should contact us. If there are witnesses out there, they should contact us as well. Ultimately, I really think this needs to be something where the people now assume the mantle of leadership. As far as I am concerned, the Congress and the White House and the United Nations and other governmental entities in Europe have been briefed on this subject, have been asked to do the right thing, and they are just absolutely paralyzed like deer in the headlights of a car. Mm-hmm. They don't know what to do. They're afraid to touch this thing, and I think it's going to take a group of courageous people in the public sector, I should say in the private sector, civilian sector, to do this. And I'm quite convinced that the assets are in place, both the intelligence and military witnesses and other assets are in place to do that. And what we need now is the mechanism. So that's where we are, and I think it's something that is actually a very promising development. And all indications are, one of the most astonishing things, I have to tell you, I was sitting with astronaut Ed Mitchell and an Eisenhower-era top-secret witness, and my military advisor, and myself, and Sherry Adamak in the Pentagon, in the Joint Chiefs meeting area, in a very relevant office, a year ago. And this guy, after hearing all this, said, I have no reason to doubt this is true, and this is an admiral speaking, but I have never been allowed to have information on this subject. And if you have these kind of witnesses, bypass the U.S. government and just bring it out. And here, this is a guy, and he knew that we were talking about people with top secret, security oaths and everything else. And he said, do it. He says, and you could have knocked me over. And I looked at these other, my team that was there, and I went, well, it's coming here out of the Pentagon saying, go ahead and do it. So I sort of feel like, after 4.5 years and a couple $1 million of my own time and money and effort and all the effort we put into this, I sort of feel like the government of the United States has been fully apprised. We have told them what we have. We have had witnesses at great expense brought in from all over the country to meet with our officials. And I think at this point, it's really now up to us. We've got to do it. And I don't think that we should delay this much longer at all. Mm-hmm.
Sherry Adamak was a very important part of what you were doing. Do you need help, Doctor?
Oh, yeah, we need tremendous help. But I have to tell you, Sherry was my closest friend, my deepest confidant. She's the only person who knew everything I know. Every witness. She had absolute, and the fact that she's gone is, devastating in a lot of ways. But, you just have to go on.
Of course. How, Doctor, is your health?
Well, I have metastatic malignant melanoma, which is a very, very deadly type of cancer. It's much more aggressive than the skin cancer that Congressman Schiff had, and yes. He died a couple weeks ago. But right now, thank God, and I guess thanks all the people who prayed for our health and what have you, I don't have any sign of the illness at all. So I'm doing very well. And you sort of get into this survivor's guilt a little bit with that, because, when you have a close friend that actually had cancer at the same time and died so quickly, it's very difficult.
But now you're the only person who knows what you know, and is that safe?
Well, there are documents, and I don't want to go into it. There are things that are in safekeeping, multiple backup systems. So.
At any rate, you could certainly use help.
We need the help. We certainly need the help, and we need help in a lot of ways. One of the things a big way that I think people can help is, even if they're not a top secret witness or they don't know someone at NBC or what have you, mm-hmm. is that they can take an interest in this subject and do some little thing to network the right people into this effort. You'd be surprised how the grassroots process has really been effective. In June, I'm going to be personally training a group of people in Colorado. And those people, you'd be surprised, often go out and become the people who make the contacts at NASA, find the witnesses, do the research. And this retreat we're doing in Colorado and in England, we train people to literally go out and attempt to communicate with these extraterrestrial spacecraft in a way that, quite frankly, bypasses the whole military paradigm and begins to build a bridge to these objects and life forms that is based on a sense of common purpose, that, hey, you know, they're conscious and intelligent life forms, we're conscious and somewhat intelligent, and to greater or lesser degree, and that we need to find some common ground and begin to evolve, I believe, into a cosmic civilization. I think that's the destiny of the human race, is to become literally one of many civilizations out there, and to exist not only peacefully, but to flourish and to explore this fabulous creation together.
Well, as you all know, there's a big downside to the media with regard to ufology, but there is also an upside, and it is that all the major networks are ratings driven.
Well,
and so if you actually have the goods, I've got the contacts.
Well, then, yeah, we should do something about that, Art, because there are so many people ready to come forward. So, but I say this, so long as there are quality control, we do not want it to be another cheesy, sort of tabloid-style show.
Been a lot of
I think the networks, you know, one of the people that I've spoken to recently in L.A. said, you know, the networks, they've sort of been there, done that, bought the T-shirt, and now they're dusting the house with it. Because, you know, there have been so many sort of tabloid-esque treatments of this subject that I think that there is an actual growing interest in a serious, hard-hitting, investigative report, expose of the subject using extremely good, first-hand, credible witnesses that have been vetted, investigated, et cetera, and so on. That's what we're proposing, and I think that there's a major media outlet somewhere around that would want to pursue that we should really begin discussing that.
Interestingly enough, if the networks, there's been several that have been doing this, I doubt would have to put the same level of investigative power into this issue that they had put into the cigarette question.
Oh, no, we've already done the investigation. I mean, that's the whole point. We've already done the investigative arm.
Yeah, so it wouldn't even take that much effort, I think. And they, as you know, primarily they succeeded in really changing the whole relationship between American people and the tobacco industry, which isn't an illegal enterprise and it's right to go forward, but nevertheless there were some serious problems there. And guess what? They mostly revolved around secrecy.
Well, you're right. That's true, and I think the privatization of secrecy is a very important issue. I mean, what happens when you have vast industrial private companies, aerospace and other companies, that hold these vast secrets, including the technology?
Doctor, when we began, you said that you could give us about an hour and a half. It is about an hour and a half now, so we either have to close out your portion now or do another half hour. That's up to you.
Well, we can do another half hour, and then I'll have to close it out.
All right, another half hour it shall be. Gentlemen, stand by. By the way, everything you're hearing tonight, you can read more about it. If you want to know more about CSETI, then go to my website right now. It is www.artbell.com. When you get there, simply...
Presents Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired April 30th, 1998.
Yes, and we have CSETI's Dr. Stephen Greer here. He's a very serious man. He's a physician who spends most of his time doing what physicians do and carves out the rest of it, trying to get somewhere, really get somewhere with this whole UFO question. Also, Stephen Bassett, who is a lobbyist
on the same question in Washington, and we'll get back to them in a moment. All right, back now to my guest. Dr. Greer, I'm going to just lay this out for you. I do have network contacts. Now, I think that if you look at it from their point of view, here's what they're concerned with. They're concerned that they're going to come to somebody like yourself, and they're going to examine your material, and they're going to find what so many times is found, a bunch of fuzzy photographs, people who say they saw lights, or even they saw a craft, or they were abducted, or God knows, implants, all the rest of it, but nothing that appears to be conclusive. And if you had the goods, I'm absolutely certain they would come and take a look. So what would you offer? I mean, what would you, if you were talking to a network exec right now, NBC, ABC, CBS, one of the big ones, what would you say to them that you could produce?
Well, I would say that there is a huge pool of more witnesses than you could fit into a reasonable documentary that are ready to be interviewed, who have been up close and personal with these things in their capacity as military, intelligence, aerospace workers, and what have you. And that these are legitimate people who would be tantamount to being dozens of sort of like the deep throats that Woodard and Bernstein had for Watergate. And they are exactly the kind of people that were at the briefings in Washington, but even more so. Now, their cooperation is contingent on the subject being treated honestly and fairly. And that, of course, is something that the major media rarely does. But if they would do it in a fair and honest and fair reported sort of fashion, I am certain that there would be more people coming forward with definitive information that they would have time to put on their airwaves. In addition to that, there are significant collections of images as well as metal samples and government documents, some of which are not legally declassified, but which we have, which are smoking guns. So I think that there is ample material. Now, the question is whether or not they would be willing to take it on. And I think that they would be once they saw how it could be positioned and put together. And I think that's a dialogue we need to begin having.
I agree.
I think that is what the fourth estate is all about. And I think that is something that maybe it could not have been done 10 years ago, but I think it could be done today. And I know that we have identified adequate resources to do that. I think someone sitting in front of the camera describing his personal handling of these extraterrestrial life forms would be very compelling. And I think that, someone from Sandia National Laboratories who worked on material of extraterrestrial origin would be very compelling. These are people we have, and I think that those people, however, need a fair hearing. If the Congress won't give them a fair hearing, what they really need to have is an honest, a serious investigative report, look at it, at what they know, in a way that would be honest and fair. And I think that is something which has not been done to date because there's a deeply held prejudice within the media that, gee, this can't be true. I had a meeting with a 60 Minutes producer in Washington who looked at me. He was sitting across the table from an Eisenhower-era witness who literally saw the remains from Roswell and the physical characteristics of the material and everything else, and had been involved in other aspects of the UFO question. And he looked at me and he looked at him. He says, well, I just can't accept that this could be true because if it were true, I would know about it. It was this unbelievable hubris and arrogance that many people in the media have. And I think that that's one of the problems. That if you can get beyond that, if you can get beyond the sort of incredulity that goes with the kind of idea, gee, a story this big, certainly I would know about because I'm so important. That's the kind of thing you get from media people a lot. I think that if you could get beyond that, you would find that there's a really compelling story, but it would need to be reported honestly, and I think in a very forthright fashion.
All right, Doctor, how carefully have you vetted these witnesses? And the reason I ask that is because one thing that would scare the hell out of the network
would be to put together the kind of program you're talking about with the witnesses you have, and then have one of them turned upside down. It would be, in the end, more destructive than constructive.
Oh, I agree with you, absolutely, and that's why, I mean, while we have had limited funds to do the full vetting, any documentary that would be done on this would have a line item budget for a CID, a criminal investigative division type investigator, to go into the background of each and every one. For example, there's one witness that we were about to utilize, but we found out that he had a felony record. Now, he was a legitimate witness, but he had been convicted on an unrelated thing. I'm not talking about Bob Lazar, I'm talking about another one. And that disqualified him. So we've tried to do that as best we can, but ultimately, if you're going into a commercial production, usually you're going to spend $750,000 to $800,000 per hour for a broadcast quality, high-end documentary.
You bet.
Well, if you have $1.5 million, you can certainly spend $80,000 or $90,000 to put on people to vet every single one very, very thoroughly. Now, we've vetted them as well as we can with our limited resources, but I think that certainly that is part of what our proposal contains, is a very rigorous vetting of each and every one of these witnesses.
All right, good. Stephen, anything?
Well, this dilemma simply goes on and on. If you produce an absolutely credible person or impeccable photograph, it must be fake. And if it's fuzzy, then it's not meaningful. And in some cases, something can be so awkward that you just pretend it's not there. And that's, of course, the Philip Corso problem. Mm-hmm. He's so credible, his background is so impeccable and already proven that they can do nothing but just ignore it. And I assure you, they are trying so hard to ignore Philip Corso, it's not even funny. And eventually, they're going to have to deal with him. So, the thing is that, I know the questions you're asking are totally appropriate, Art, but the fact is that the evidence is overwhelming. It's a done deal. It's proven. The issue is not proving anything anymore. The issue is simply getting the institutions that we look to do their jobs, conduct their business appropriately. And it's really not so much a matter of proof. It's a matter of somehow opening their minds up and getting them where they're going. It's like a church in Galileo. The issue wasn't proving something. The issue was having an institution change its approach to things. And it's not a matter of proof. It's a matter of commitment. They're going to do it or they won't. And if they don't want to, they will find whatever excuse they need. This game has been going on a long time. And I think one way you stop playing it is you go in very strong and you're very firm, and you don't let the silly arguments dissuade you very much.
I want to reiterate that. You're very right, Steve, because you can't, there are all kinds of naysayers and negativists out there who throw a million landmines in your path, and I've had probably 10 billion landmines thrown in our path in the last 4.5, 5 years of doing this with the government. But I think that the evidence will stand on its own. It's very compelling, and these witnesses are very compelling. But let me emphasize something that's strategically significant. One, Philip Corso, no matter how impeccable and how real, because it's one person, people can always go, well, it's just one person saying this. And then a year later, you trickle out one other person, or a year before, you have an astronaut that came out. That is not ever going to be effective. I want to reemphasize here the value, and this is why I'm putting out a call. Witnesses out there hearing this, or people who know military witnesses, should contact us, because when you have dozens of these kind of witnesses, it becomes so compelling. If you could have seen the faces, Art, at this congressional briefing that we held, when one military person after the other, incredibly just down-to-earth, regular guy, very credible, stood up and told matter-of-factly stories that dealt with everything from ETs being shot on the tarmac at Fort Dix and McGuire Air Force Base to people in command centers where they were chasing these things, trying to shoot them down off the Atlantic seaboard. And you could see, I was watching the faces of the members of Congress that I knew were in the room, and there was this look of astonishment. There was no question that they knew that this was legitimate. So I think the evidence and the witnesses will stand on their own if we're given a chance to have a venue where it can be dealt with in a serious and respectable way.
Well, it's also this wonderful act of common sense that one has to go through. We all know what a hoax is. You pull a stunt, you throw it out there, you have some fun, you have a reason, an agenda. There are far more people, and I'm including airline pilots and military people, who have spoken of these things privately than have ever spoke publicly.
Oh, yes.
So what on earth is the motivation for retired military officers and Air Force people, and even astronauts, who are generally not considered to be flighty individuals or flaky, to make these comments privately, keep them private? Is it simply so they can be interesting over dinner? See, common sense is thrown out the window the moment you are confronting somebody's worldview, as opposed to simply a decision based on logic.
Well, there is, though, Stephen, some of that. And there are people who want to be interesting over dinner or want a few minutes of fame.
True.
And that's why I was talking about this very careful vetting that would have to be done.
Oh, absolutely. And Art, I think that that's a key. You see, the difference between a congressional hearing, where people are being sworn under oath to tell the truth, and a privatized process, is that if the Congress holds a hearing, they're going to vet people before they put them on the stand, and they're going to have them under oath, and if they lie to Congress, they're at risk for going to jail. If you do something privately, you don't have that built in. You're going to have to build it into your budget very, very, very well. And we've done a first-level vetting, but there needs to be second and third-level triage, as we say in the emergency department, where you do that very, very, very thoroughly. But that's not a problem. I mean, most of these people can be checked, their stories can be checked out by a competent person who is a criminal investigator very easily. And certainly anyone that you put in front of the camera, you would do that vetting on, and we would certainly do that vetting on even more than we have now. We've done a certain level of it before anything would go out public. But I think that the other point is that a part of the problem with this is that we have to understand that what we're talking about here is a level 101 college course. This is sort of the fundamentals of this stuff. It's stuff that should have been known 50 years ago had we not had the military seize this thing and spin it every which way but Sunday. And I think one of the reasons that I view it as that is that there are bigger issues that need to be discussed. What does this phenomenon tell us about the nature of reality? What happens when you go through the crossing point of life? What happens when you have computers that are actuated by a thought being sent to them? Now, this is not science fiction. This is stuff our research teams have seen. So, I mean, in a way, the debate that people are having, is it real or is it, that is like kindergarten level. And what I would like to see us do is to get that out of the way and start having this other discussion, which really holds tremendous promise for the future of the human race and our understanding of not only the universe, but of ourselves.
Well, the private sector effort, I think you're on the right track, Doctor, but I have one additional question, and that is, once you try to do all this in the private sector, you have one big problem, and that is you don't have the offer of immunity that you would have if it was public.
Of course, and this has always been the hang-up, and that's why we have, one of the things I promised these witnesses was that we would do everything within our power to get that subpoena from the Congress and immunity and release from their national security obligations. And my God, we have moved heaven and earth, and the sacrifice and human effort and life and dollars is beyond what I can go into here. And we've tried to do that. I'm at the point now where I think that we're going to have a level 1 disclosure. All right, there may be a level 2 and 3.
Sure.
But we need to do a level 1 disclosure with those witnesses who are fed up enough to not play that game anymore, to just simply step forward. And when I had an admiral sitting in the Joint Chiefs of Staff's offices tell me, do it, I thought, all right, there it is. There are green lights coming on from those guys, from Pentagon people, and also, by the way, from people in the White House and people in the Congress. Members of Congress have said, why don't you just bypass the Congress and the government and do this?
Sure.
So, I don't think there are going to be any negative repercussions to people who come forward. And I think that really every conversation I've had has indicated that they would like to see this just go ahead and be done by a civilian-led operation. And really, perhaps that's how our democracy really should work, and it's time for that to be put into play.
So really, you could only do it if they made an internal decision to allow you to do it.
I think that internal decision has actually been made.
Been made already, huh?
And I think we just have to line up the resources to do it properly. And I think that the time has really come where that can be done. I'm cautiously optimistic that can be achieved here in the coming months.
Let's be careful, though. It's possible for one part of the government to make an internal decision to greenlight something. It's possible for another part of the government to be committed to see that that doesn't take place.
Oh, sure. I'm certain there's opposition to it, but at the same time, there's growing support for it, and I think that we have to go with that. And by the way, you know, it's sort of a Zen moment. When you look at all this and you say, look, ultimately, I cannot control what MJ-12 or covert entities do. I cannot control what the president does or the Congress. What we can do is sit together as civilians and as citizens of this country and citizens of this planet and put our best foot forward and put the truth out there, and then let the chips fall where they may. Do the best job we can in a non-alarmist, very sort of scientific and hopeful fashion, and the rest of it's just going to have to take care of itself. I mean, having gone through the last few months where I've had close friends die and all these other things happen, you just at some point say, life is short and you have to just do the best you can.
And I'd like to add something here that, as you know, I still have very strong feelings about the need for government to be involved in this. There is a message that is part and parcel of what Dr. Greer is saying. The message goes like this. The potential for privatization process is there. There's plenty of money in this country. There's plenty of casual money in this country. Pay for it 100 times over. If it does go that way, the politicians of this country and the agency people have to understand that if that's the way it goes, there's only one way that people are going to perceive it, as being useless or ignorant or gutless or incompetent.
Well,
they're out of the picture.
That would not be a change.
Well, they say it'll get even worse. History will not treat them kindly, and their esteem isn't going to get raised, and their image in the mind of the citizens. There is a heavy price to be paid by the government as a matter of convenience and as a matter of simply not wanting to take any chances and get out of your comfort zone.
But yeah, what is how quickly they respond? I mean, if this comes out in a privatized fashion, and then there's a quick response from Congress to have an investigation and get to the bottom of it, I think that will be redeeming.
Yes.
But, you know, one of the things that part of the conversation I had over almost 3 hours with the CIA director was, you know, if this is done outside of government support and cooperation, it will prove to be, in the short run at least, extremely embarrassing to the U.S. government, because they're going to either look like they were complicit in the secrecy, or that they were totally out of the loop, and therefore the emperor had no clothes, as it were. So I think that, you know, we made that point, and he took it to heart quite seriously. But ultimately, you know, there comes a point after, as I said, 4.5 years of intensive and diligent briefings for these sorts of people that I have had personally. It's been a historic journey. I know it's not happened before in the history of the UFO field, where this many meetings have happened so intensely. I think that the time has come for us really to step forward with what we have, with as many good witnesses as we can get together, who to me are the real heroes, who are willing to step out there and tell the truth and let the chips fall where they may.
All right. Dr. Greer, I agree with you, and I will have some continuing discussions with Stephen Bassett here shortly, but I want to thank you for coming on the program. I think you're absolutely correct. I think that the only way to go now is the private sector, and that will force a public sector investigation. And toward that end, I will initiate some contacts and see what I can do for you. How's that? So, Doctor, again, thank you for being here. I know you've got to get up and go be a doctor tomorrow, or this morning, really. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, and I've enjoyed talking with you.
Take care, my friend. All right. Those of you in the industry, and you know who you are, if you would like to contact Dr. Greer and would like to do in the sweeps what nobody else could possibly do, if not these sweeps, the next one's coming up, you can contact Dr. Greer at www.cseti.org. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from April 30th, 1998.
Here once again is Stephen Bassett. Stephen, welcome back. Are you there?
I am there.
Oh, you are here. Okay. I would like to devote the best part of this hour to, and I'm sure we'll continue down many of the same roads, but I think we've gone down far enough that we could turn to the audience. What do you say?
I think it's fair. I believe me, there's much more that can be said about this article, but perhaps it's saved for a better time.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Stephen Bassett and Art Bell. Hi.
Yes, my name is Rick, and I'm from Cookeville, Tennessee.
Hi, Rick. Fine.
Yes, Stephen, one of the last times you were on the program, I believe it was the same time Richard Hoagland was on, because he talks about all these hundreds of witnesses he has, and if you look at his website, most of the pictures of the witnesses are, it says this man or unidentified, and there's really no more than maybe about 7 or 8 people listed on his website. They're even identified.
Well, he doesn't list them all on the website, and that's understandable.
The majority of witnesses, probably 80%, for a whole host of reasons, which are theirs and theirs alone, have no desire to be public on this at this time. They have approached people in the UFO field because obviously we listen to them, but they have no desire to go public. And that's the way it is. I mean, that's just the way it is. And I'll tell you, I've heard enough stories and seen enough that I cannot question their desire for that. I can't say, oh, you have nothing to worry about, just go on forward, just kind of cruise on out here. I'm not the one that's going to face consequences.
I understand that completely.
But they exist. These witnesses exist, believe me. I run into people all the time. I'll be out doing something, and I'll run into somebody working a camera crew, and we'll get to chatting, and now next thing I know, he's talking about a radar sighting he had when he was working for the Air Force. There's so many witnesses out there with evidence, it's not even funny. They're all isolated, right? They're kind of individualized, and they don't have a venue, and why should they mess up their life when probably it won't do any good?
Just one more question. In the people you've talked to, are there any UFO ET related events that you've been told about that have happened in recent times, let alone all the stuff that's happened in, Roswell and all that, like, that happened in the last few years?
Contemporary evidence, in other words.
Oh, when you say UFO ET, you mean just any kind of evidence toward that hypothesis?
Yeah, something like Roswell, but closer to now than 1947.
Well, we got a 7-year Mexico flap going on with so much video footage they could probably turn it into a 43-hour documentary. We've got plenty of new photos. We've got the Phoenix event, which, despite Richard Monster's certainty, is far from explained. We have, what have we got? Fireballs in the sky. Well, look, if you follow UFO Center and updates and many of the other simple sightings tracking, the sightings are pouring in by the thousands a week.
Sure.
They're all over the place.
Sure.
And you roll out 98% of them. All that means is you've got maybe, 900,000 every couple of months of probably very significant anomaly sightings. In fact, what's happening, Rick, is that there are so many sightings now that they're simply being devalued.
Well, look, even I agree with that. I have, with the exception of ongoing current sightings, I generally don't take sightings on the radio anymore. It's pointless. Millions of Americans have seen something they cannot explain, and they're willing to tell the story, and it doesn't get us anywhere. If, on the other hand, we have something massive over an American city, an ongoing situation, I'm on it like a flies on stink. But to sit here and tell anecdotal stories is not going to move all of this forward.
And we're way beyond that. We're way beyond
that. Yeah, I agree. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Stephen Bassett and Art Bell. Hi.
Yes, good morning, Art. Good morning, Stephen. This is John in Scottsdale. I had the opportunity, actually the privilege, a few weeks ago of hosting a presentation given here in Phoenix in which Mr. Delatoso, along with Francis Emma Barwood, were featured speakers. We had Peter Davenport and we had Colin Andrews, And we also had Travis Walton and Mike Rogers, all impeccable people, very nice people. Certainly your characterizations of them are very good. The question I'd like to ask you is because people, when I come up to people and present them with some bit of evidence, like say Hoagland's pictures or something, they say, why isn't this on CNN? Meaning, of course, that until and unless people see this on the major news media, we saw the cat box photo. Well, where are the other shoes that are going to drop? Where are the other pictures?
You've opened up an interesting question, let me tell you. I have some constraints, but let me say this. For those who haven't been paying attention for the last couple of weeks, we've got some photographs from Mars that are brand new.
Oh, I've seen them.
Let me make it quite clear. These photographs are filled with anomalies.
Oh, yeah.
Let me be very clear about this. These photographs are filled with anomalies. Some of these anomalies are extraordinary.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, I am personally in touch with 3 or 4 major media news operations. Okay. Meanwhile, Richard Hoagland is out there. He's already popped a piece into UPN. He's popped a piece into MSNBC. He's talked to Fox. So he's working those media, and he's gotten a great deal of exposure, and they've covered it. I have not seen those, unfortunately. I hear they're covered okay, and they're giving a reasonable presentation. I'm dealing a little higher up the food chain.
Yeah.
I'm also in relatively close contact with a number of the scientists, the independent scientists that are following. I can only tell you that this story hasn't even started to get going. This is one of the reasons why this is another reason why Paradigm Clock is set at 3 minutes to midnight. It was originally set retroactively at 7 minutes. It got as far away as about 10 minutes, but it's at 3 minutes to midnight, and it's getting close. And this is part of the reason. You know, you talk about witnesses all day long, but then over here you've got something else, and over here you have this. Well, over here is the Mars photos. They ain't going away. They're still up on the mail-in site. Anybody that takes them down and looks at them closely enough in Core L6, 8, 10, whatever, is going to see the same things that we're seeing. Now, even though we have shown some of these anomalies to fairly high-end people in the media, their fundamental reaction is, you know, if you would just bring me something fuzzy, something inconclusive, something, you know, that clearly I could debunk because the person once was picked up for jaywalking when they were in high school or whatever, then I could just blow this off and we could get this over with. But you bring me this and it's so obvious, now I've got to make a decision. I can't do that. You see, I mean, we have sponsors, we have corporate owners, we've got careers, we've got mortgages. You know, I can't do this. They're frozen solid. Well, let me tell you, it's going to thaw out eventually. This story will come out, and this story actually could take us where we have to go. We may not ever have to have hearings.
It would seem to me that this Berlin Wall is so weak, with the overwhelming evidence to present a prima facie case for, you know, the existence of all this, that all it takes is just a puff of wind, you know, to knock it over.
This firewall between mainstream institutional worldview and the evidence that the good citizens in the UFO community and in the French communities have found will probably come down as fast as the Berlin Wall finally could come down. In other words, once it goes, it goes. Right? They're not going to take it apart brick by brick over a period of 5 years. It was down in a couple of days, and everybody was shocked by that. Man, the pressure is building and building and building. So the Mars issue is not dead. Trust me, it's going to be around.
Good.
There's a lot of major media being talked to. Somebody is going to reach out and grab a Pulitzer Prize here at some point, even though they're probably going to hate the publicity and all having to go to those meetings and pick up the awards and stuff. But somebody's going to do that, and we're going to move forward here at pretty rapid speed.
Well, for the average man on the street, until and unless they do see it on, you know, CNN or
you're absolutely right,
Ed or Peter, or somebody's telling them this, they're not going to accept it.
And the day they do, the paradigm clock will strike midnight.
What a domino effect that will be.
Indeed.
Well, then we can start having some real fun. That's when the really interesting and important stuff is.
Yep. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Stephen Bassett Hart Bell. Hi.
Hi, I'm Delana. I'm calling from Boston, so I actually am not really getting you on the radio right now.
Hi, Delana.
Hi. All right, my blood has been boiling for months since that debate between Jim Vilatoso and Cal Korff, and I'm afraid I've got to defend Cal Korff. He came across to me as cogent, thoughtful, and he was not a liar. Jim Vilatoso to me came across as a charmer, somewhat of a con, and he lied. He didn't sound like he was having a bad day. He sounded like he was caught, chicken with his head cut off. And I didn't think that Cal Korff was trying to debunk the ufology. He was trying to say he wanted truth. He didn't want people like Jim Dilettoso to cloud the waters so that everybody who wants to explain what they see in the sky is considered a nutcase. And
well, you know, the fact is that McCarthy just wanted to rid the government and the entertainment industry of communists.
I'm sure he
If you
did.
get rid of them all, then the rest of the good citizens could carry out their lives. And
I don't think that has much to do. That doesn't have much to do with the price of cheese. I mean, he came. I'm an intelligent person. He came across as somebody who knew what he was talking about, and Jim Dilettoso was not credible. I think Richard Hoagland is credible. I think you are credible. Jim Dilettoso was not credible.
I can't argue with you. I think what you're trying to say is, look, I had a piece of CalCorp. I heard him on a debate. He came across okay.
Well, I also want to take issue with you calling him whiny and high-pitched. I don't think that's the way to argue with somebody, to just make fun of the way they
Well,
sound.
there were on both sides a lot of ad hominem attacks.
And as I recall, you had to bleep out a few things that Jim said. You didn't have to bleep out anything CalCorp said.
That is accurate.
I have spent a lot of time listening to Mr. Korf, and I've read many of his posts, hundreds of
I mean, I understand you don't like the man. Neither one of you come across as liking him.
No, this lady is absolutely. Look, I don't like CalCorp.
That's fine.
And I've had my own run-in with him, but my assessment of the debate, man, is the same as yours. CalCorp.
Don't call me ma'am, I'm only 24.
Okay, young lady, mine is the same as yours. I thought CalCorp ate Dilettoso alive.
Yeah, he did, and he won the debate, but the fact is there's nobody in the field.
You didn't come across as malicious.
Ma'am, I have read plenty of this man's posts. There is nobody in this field, no debunker in this field, who goes after people personally more than Mr. Korf.
Well,
And if you go to my website...
He lied. He lied.
All right, so does that mean he can do anything, say anything, do anything? Does that mean he can attack other people associated
No,
with him?
that means that Jim Dilettoso lied about something.
So what does that, does that give Mr. Korf a license to do anything?
That gives Mr. Korf the license to let everybody know that he did lie. This is
Does
a
it give
man
him the
who said he
license
had...
to say that, does it give him the license to say that Jim Dilettoso is defrauding his investors?
I don't, obviously, I don't know the facts of what happened, but I do know
a number of times.
that I do know that Jim Dilettoso lied and that CalCorp did.
Yes, he won the debate.
I will tell you this. This young lady,
bugging me for months.
this young lady may not be aware of the vicious nature of the Korf posts on the internet.
I checked out his site right after the debate when he said so many days since Jim Dilettoso has refused to admit he doesn't have a degree from such and such.
Ma'am, Jim Dilettoso admitted that 4 years ago.
Then how come it took him so long to admit it on the air if he had done it already?
The reason he went on the air is because CalCorp wouldn't accept his admission. He knows that he could get media points. CalCorp's one of the biggest media hounds in the business. He knows he can get media points by beating up on Jim.
Excuse me, Stephen. Jim could have preempted all of this. He could have preempted it by simply coming on the air before, of course, said one word and saying, I did the following for the following reasons.
Yeah, sure.
He could have done that, but he didn't. Instead,
Jim did not handle it well. He made mistakes, but that's the fact that how Mr. Korf handles himself, and that's the way it is.
When CalCorp brought up the fact that he had lied, Jim Dilettoso did not even immediately then come out and say, yes, I lied. He hemmed and hawed. He waited, I think, a break went by. You advertised the Snappy. Finally.
Yep.
Okay, so we've established that Jim lied about his credentials back in the early days of the UFO investigation.
Well, there was more than that established. You'll recall Jim also was pushed into a corner and finally admitted that he also falsified documents.
Yes, and then CalCorp came up with the documents.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm an intelligent woman, and I can recognize a con artist. In fact, I've been taken in by a con artist. Jim Dilettoso came across as a charmer and a con.
Have you ever
not
met
as somebody I could trust.
Jim Dilettoso is actually a very nice guy.
I believe he's nice, and I'm sure he's a great showman. But he didn't come across as somebody I could trust, and I believe in UFOs.
Okay, but that doesn't negate my remarks. It simply confirms that you had that view of the debate. I think you're actually correct in that view, but it doesn't negate my remarks because they're based on a total picture, not just
one
debate.
And plus, I don't think he had such a terribly high-pitched voice.
All right. Well, that's
I'm letting me get it off my chest. I've been waiting for months.
all right. Well, it's off, and I've got to go because it's the bottom of the hour. All right. Thank you. And indeed, we will be right back. Stephen Bassett is my guest. I'm Art Bell. And this, indeed, is a truly open forum. It's called Coast to Coast AM. Glad you're here. Stay right there. We'll be back and do a final segment.
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from April 30th, 1998.
It's Coast to Coast AM. All right, back now to Stephen Bassett in our nation's capital. Stephen, you ready for more?
Fire away.
All right, here it comes. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stephen Bassett and Art Bell. Where are you, please?
Good morning, Art. I'm in Fort Smith, Arkansas. This is Marcia.
Hi, Marcia.
Listening to you on KWHN 1320 AM. Got to get a plug in for them.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Listening to Steve Greer and to Stephen tonight talking about the documentary they're wanting to produce.
Yes.
Brought something to mind that I discussed with my husband just a few days ago. You can't look at the cable guide, you can't look at the TV guide, you can't turn the TV on without finding at least one day a week UFO documentaries.
Oh, I know.
And sometimes it's 3 or 4 hours of the same old programs being replayed and rehashed.
I agree. The same grainy, blurry photographs.
Yeah, and the same people.
Or even worse yet, Abduction at Lake County or something like that.
I haven't seen that one, thank God.
Well, hold your breath.
Anyway, my question is, could this constant rehash for several months of the same old documentaries be an effort, a carefully orchestrated effort to desensitize the public to a real, bona fide UFO documentary proving that they're here? You know, so the real thing will be blown off as another hackneyed, jumbled up mess.
You have stumbled on another angle that I hadn't thought about. There's always another one. This is such a wonderful house of glass. It's a great question. I'll be honest with you, I have made a considerable effort to try to get a meeting with John Hendricks, the chairman of the board of Discovery Communications. This is a major network. A lot of people don't realize how well they're doing, how much money they're making, but they're doing very well. They've got 2 or 3 or 4 channels in test on satellite. They just started another one called Animal Planet. So the cable is going to have, Discovery Communications is going to be one of the major cable.
Yeah, they're the good, Stephen, but they're not in the class of an ABC.
Oh no. But I've been trying to get a meeting because I wanted to try to find out what was going on in their thinking in terms of why they were running all these, because they are having an impact.
Oh, sure.
They are raising the public awareness to these issues in a way that's never quite been seen before. It is becoming a little numbing. I think the reason they're replaying them over and over again is because they're getting the ratings, and those things don't cost them anything.
That's right.
Pure moneymakers.
That's right.
So it's an interesting question. I think, if anything, I think it's more likely that these kinds of documentaries, some of which aren't all that bad. I mean, there's some of them that are good, and they all have at least something in them, which is, I think, reasonably good. They are desensitizing the general culture to disclosure. I believe that, again, I've made very clear, I believe disclosure is imminent. I think it's by March of next year. The time clock is going to be changing, though. The time clock will change back and forth a little bit, but look forward to get closer to midnight. And this is part of the process. It's desensitizing disclosure. I'm not a conspiracist. I believe that what conspiracies are going on here are kind of tightly held. They're Kabbalistic, and they're inside the government. The media is not involved. There is a firewall. There is a worldview firewall, but it's one that's simply natural to the human being and to an editor or to someone in a high position. But the fact that they're running those is a documentary is a good sign, and I feel encouraged by it. I'd like to see more and new material, and there is new material out there. I know people that have done documentaries recently, and there's others that want to get into the game. So the problem is we need more documentaries so that you're not going to get so bored with the repetition.
But a serious documentary. For example, let me just throw one out. For example, a primetime live devoted to an hour's worth presentation of the kind of quality witnesses and material that Stephen Greer says he has, then you're talking about something entirely different.
It is different because, you see, that's an internally produced operation that has to then carry the prestige of the organization, and the risk, the attenuated risk goes with them. It's much different than a farmed-out documentary, which the channel can basically say, look, we don't bounce one way or the other for it. So yeah, but I believe that's coming. Even though I'm frustrated, I believe it is coming, and I don't think it's too far away. They want to make money, and there's plenty of money to be made in airing these the subject matter.
West of the Rockies, you're on there with Stephen Bassett, North Belheim.
Yes, am I on?
You're on.
Okay. Pat in Portland, and I have an idea as to how Stephen Greer and Mr. Bassett might be able to get some of this evidence out.
Sure.
It seems to me that if the witnesses that Mr. Greer has are really as credible as he says they are, it's going to be pretty unlikely that he'll succeed in getting it broadcast on a major network.
I might argue with that.
I would
What
hope
was
so,
the reason why? I didn't catch the reason, though, that he would have trouble getting them on an internet. What was the reason?
Oh, well, networks can be leaned on and such to suppress this kind of thing if it's thought to be that important. But in any case, failing a broadcast on a major network, it seems to me the thing to do would be to just make a simple, straightforward, intelligent video and then make it available to the public on this program. If you were to advertise it, Art, and make it available on your show, at least then, if he does have such credible witnesses, the evidence wouldn't be lost and it might still reach millions of people.
Well, I suppose if all else were to fail, that might be something you'd want to do before you passed away.
Oh, I think it would be maybe your number two option. I mean, you reach so many listeners. I know I would purchase a video like that, and that could then create a groundswell that might eventually lead to the evidence being presented in a more mainstream way.
I have sympathy with what you are suggesting, and it might lead to it, but there's so much of that material out there, it's like throwing one more conspiracy theory on the Kennedy business, you know? So we need something of a larger magnitude, is my opinion.
What he's saying is there a relatively low cost but definitive piece of manufactured documentation that would swing it? And the history of this whole field has been, again, this incredible, wonderful paradox. If you have the more irrefutable the evidence, whether it's a photograph or a video, or the credentials of the individual, the more it has to be fake. And if it is refutable, then you simply refute it. The issue isn't one of evidence or even logic. It is the risk-reward factor that every person and institution calculates, equations that they run in their brain as they decide whether they want to contemplate this. And since it's not life and death at this moment, now if we are building up a militarized posture towards space, and if we are engaging these entities in a hostile way, that I will remind the audience again that all those Star Wars ray guns and stuff is all nonsense. You don't need those kinds of things to deal with planets that are being difficult. You simply use simple propulsion type technology, and you simply reroute a meteor the size of Montana and you plop it in the Pacific Ocean. So if we are doing that, then it could very well be life and death. And it's one of those things. It's like World War II and a lot of other things. Everything seemed fine until it wasn't, and then a nightmare descended.
Well, it's interesting you would mention that, because I've been tracking the Hollywood output with a reality, and reality seems to either coincide with or conveniently precede Hollywood output. A big new movie coming out is called Deep Impact.
Oh, yeah.
I have no further comment. First time
Meteor City this year, folks. Wherever it works.
Yeah, first time caller line. You're on the air with Stephen Bassett, North Belheim.
Hi, this is Ian from Calaveras County, California.
Yes, sir.
And, one quick comment and then a question for Steve. I guess I have two. First of all, Art, it's been a pleasure listening to you for the last couple of years. It's a great way to entertain myself instead of going to sleep at night. Second comment is, it seems like there's an awful lot of us out here that are interested in pursuing the truth, and in this case, I believe the truth is that they are out there. My question for Steve would be, jumping ahead as a potentialist in life, I was wondering what his thoughts are on where we go when we finally decide as a human race that they are out there. What does he think we ought to be doing? Obviously, just a military posture seems like it's a little bit silly in this day and age. What would he do if all of a sudden everybody said, okay, they're out there?
Well, I'll tell you, my friend, if you weren't on the other end of a phone line and weren't of the same sex, I'd give you a big wet kiss. You just touched my major button here. The work that I do and my fundamental interests are not really disclosure. I mean, it's something that has to happen. My interest is the post-paradigm world. This week, we had amazing guests on the Art Bell Show, Barbara Marx Hubbard and Al Harrison.
Last night after contact.
I highly recommend people try to go to the archives and listen to these shows. You don't have any profound revelations about some super strange event. What you had was very smart people talking about the post-paradigm world, one each in their own way. It is the lack of this post-paradigm discussion and intellectual structure that really has us at risk. We really can't wait until this happens. We need to get on the ball now and start really airing out at the highest levels what we have to do. Now, the Paradigm Research website, the Paradigm Clock, is in fact, that is the fundamental focus. The clock is the draw to get people to come and check and see, are we getting closer to midnight or further away? What the site is really about is to provide a forum for printing commentaries from the finest minds in the world on the subject of post-paradigm reality, and to build up an intellectual resource there and get this debate going on this subject. I don't know what the post-paradigm world is going to be like. It is highly uncertain. There are 1,000 different ways it could go. There are a lot of bad things that can happen. There's a lot of good things that can happen. But America, particularly America, has a nasty habit of being surprised by major events. We've done this many, many times. Why? I don't know. It seems to be in our nature. We don't want to be surprised by this one. We need to start the intellectual process. That's what that site is devoted to, and I encourage you to check it out. Go in and voice your opinions. There's a massive bibliography. Eventually, all of those items will be reviewed, and we're welcoming reviews from people all over the country. They submit reviews, and we will publish those after reasonable editing. We're also welcoming commentaries on this post-paradigm reality and also pre-paradigm, the period we're going through now, analysis and discussion. Meaning, how should we be handling this? Not just the disclosure drive, but how should we be educating the people? What kinds of things should be said? What kinds of ways should we interact with the general public? The people in this field are in a privileged position. They have a special responsibility. They have found a way to see beyond the box that they live in. So they see over the hill. So they know that that there's something over the hill. The rest of the people don't. So we have a special responsibility to those people, not to leave them behind and not to have them suddenly get smacked upside the head.
Yep, I certainly agree with all of
We
that.
could devote a whole show to the particulars of that.
Sure
I appreciate your asking that question.
All right, Wildcard Line, you're on there with Stephen Bassett, Art Bell. Hi.
Hey, this is Curtis in San Diego.
Hello.
Yeah. Hey, quickly, I just wanted to say, Art, that I think that I wanted to ask him if he believes that that these people that know about UFOs and that are above the president, so to speak, do you believe that they may cause tragedies amongst the people, like locally, nationally, internationally, to make the world be in mourning constantly, or in corruptness, or in evilness, just so that people won't find the truth?
Now, what are you referring to? Tragedies? What do you mean?
Well, assassinations, etc., etc. When somebody's assassinated that loves the people and wants to help people, and when somebody's killed, all of a sudden everybody just loses everything.
Yeah, you touched on a very important thing. The conspiratorial view of the world is a natural human instinct. It's wired into our genes. We need to think that way. It's for our own self-preservation. I don't quite view the world that way. What I'm trying to say is there's far less conspiracies in the world than we think are there, in my opinion. But but how does great evil really come about? It really comes about because a particular point of view is allowed, is accepted by people without thinking. And usually that point of view is couched in a secret, it has sort of a secret complex sitting behind it. In other words, a secret, I'm kind of going through, what I'm trying to say is that the way you get 20 million people destroyed in Russia and 10 million in Germany and so forth in China is that you have ideologies that are couched in secrecy that the people kind of swallow without really understanding them, and then they sort of go off the deep end. It's more like a herd kind of thing than it is an endless manipulation, an X-file view of the world. The biggest issue we have now is not some particular orchestrated conspiracy. The biggest issue we have now, in my opinion, in terms of our long-term stability, is this massive secret empire that emerged out of the Cold War in our country and elsewhere, but because we won the Cold War, it's still here. It's being dismantled elsewhere. We're getting bigger. That massive secret empire is eating away at the constitutional republic, and it's causing a lot of problems, some of which you can't even tell. They're micro problems, but they add up to a lot of stuff. If we don't do away with it, we don't deal with it, then eventually we're going to end up going off a deep end, and there'll be a lot of pain and suffering. And that's that simple. And whether it's blindly stumbling into a hostile relationship with entities 10,000 years more advanced than us, or whether it's completely ruining the relationship between the people and the government, or getting into some very strange international issues over this extraterrestrial issue, who knows? We know that we make big mistakes. So my biggest concern is more macroscopic. What's the tenor of our culture? The tenor of our culture now is toward secrecy, it's toward violence, it's toward what I call the politics of nothing. We're losing our way, we're losing our scope, and yet there's still plenty of good things going on. But, just having good things going on, I'm afraid, doesn't cut it, because, you see, eventually that stops, and then you deal with the other stuff that you weren't addressing. So the UFO issue really deals with an even greater issue, the issue that Sarah McLendon is concerned about. You either have an open government or you don't, and the cost of a non-open government can be very, very high.
And the cost of an open one, a completely open one, could be high, too. It's like, if everybody was suddenly forced to tell the absolute truth, we'd have bodies littering the streets.
Yeah, but you see, Art, that's a tautology, because one of the reasons that sudden truth would be damaging is because we're 50 years alive.
You got it. But what I'm saying is, a sudden absolute truth might be also difficult.
Decompression. But let's face it, it ain't sudden. I mean, we've been nipping at this thing for so long, and it's been pretty gradual by and large. It just seems to be accelerating now. Remember, E.T. still the #1 most popular movie in the world.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stephen and Art. Hi.
Yes, good morning. First, I want to agree 100% that the media does have a major influence on people and to some extent may mislead society from the truth.
Yeah.
My question is, if the government gave us the truth as to the discoveries and experiments they have discovered or conducted, what I want to know is, what was the purpose for them to keep the truth from the people from the very beginning?
Well, I guess when we know what it is, we'll know why they kept it from us, but do you want to speculate, Steve?
Well, this question's been asked countless times. There's a reasonably basic theory, it's not too bad, and that is that, remember, this business, I think, not accidentally started virtually right after the war, right at the beginning of the nuclear age. We were going into a nuclear standoff with Russia. We probably could have been avoided had we taken a different tack, but we didn't, so we ended up with it. Once you get those missiles pointed at each other, the stakes get raised way up there, and everything becomes a big deal, right? I mean, someone turns up at a base without the right pass, carrying a pail, and 26 people come out of the bushes.
Sure.
So once you get that going, then suddenly ETs come into play, and everybody went nuts. They essentially said, my God, this is going to ruin everything. And they made a decision, okay, look, we're going to bury this one, we're going to deal with this one. In other words, we're writing ourselves a blank check on this one, and the people will forgive us later. And, okay, fine. The Cold War's over, we've moved on. And now we're getting then there may have been an upside at that point. There may have been an upside. I think it would have been destabilizing. I have no idea how. Remember, you had Khrushchev pounding on tables with shoes. I mean, things did not look particularly kosher and civil. So how would we view each other as we, quote, vie for this special knowledge? I have no idea. But the good that may have been in place at the time they started this process It's sort of run its course, and now we're getting into the bad side. So now is when you cut your losses, right? It's like playing poker. Yeah, you're winning money, great. But just because you were winning money doesn't mean that when you start losing a lot that you just keep playing until it's all gone, because you once won. You have to know when to cut your losses. Time to go to cut its losses.
All right, Stephen. We are absolutely out of time. It has been a very good show and a very good, stimulating, productive discussion. And I want to thank you, and we will kind of update the audience whenever we have news with regard to Stephen Greer's plans or your plans. We'll have you back. So until next time.
I will be back.
Take care, my friend.
Thank you.
That's it, folks. We must abide by the clock, as you know. And it has been everything I just said. Very productive, in my opinion, and very honest and very open. That which we are calling for. So for tonight, that's it from the high desert. Good night.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be ensconced in the world's 25 time zones. All of them covered one way or to the other by, or the other? Yeah, that's what I meant to say. By this incredible program, Coast to Coast AM, I'm Art Bell. Weekend edition is certainly an honor to be with you this weekend. In the next hour, Peter Davenport's going to be here from the UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, and he has been talking to me for a number of years, actually, about something that it's so shockingly simple and effective that I wonder if it's going to get him in trouble. I really do. Because there is a way to look for UFOs. But it's going to find a lot of other stuff, too, and so there might be the trouble. We'll see. In the meantime, remember last night what we called the Japan incident? Well, I got the following email today, and I'm sure this is indeed the answer. Art Bell. I'm a pilot for American Airlines, flying a Boeing 777 between DFW, that'd be Dallas-Fort Worth, and Tokyo Narita airports. The mysterious lights in the Sea of Japan are indeed the lights of the Japanese fishing fleet. The first time I saw them, I remarked that they appeared as bright as the lights of a large city, as I mentioned to you last night. Perhaps the water magnifies and adds to their luminosity, therefore making the lights appear larger and more numerous. Most of the eastbound Japan to U.S. flights, that is, are at night. But you see, passengers don't get a very good view of these lights from their small little windows. The cockpit, however, has an excellent view of them, and they are quite amazing. The pictures on your website show lights west of Japan, but I have seen the Japanese fishing fleet hundreds of miles east and southeast of Japan. Apparently, the fleet goes where the fishing is good. American Airlines, Boeing 777, First Officer Eric Lightsey. That's L-I-G-H-T-S-E-Y. Thank you very much, Eric. I'm sure you're correct. It does beg a few questions. Indeed, how could the luminosity be magnified to the point that they would appear larger and brighter, or as bright as the lights of Tokyo or Seoul? It's incredible. But it's also incredible to think how they're fishing those seas. Now, I know the Japanese and, of course, the Chinese eat fish as a main staple, but at that rate, pretty soon there won't be any more fish. I wonder if anybody's thinking about that. I mean, they're literally sweeping the sea of fish. And then we also talked last night about rogue waves. You know, these 100-foot monster waves that were the thing of myth and legend at sea. Sailors have talked of them for years, and everybody thought myth and, you know, sea story. Well, I read that little thing about the European satellite that says, no, they're not a myth. In fact, they detected 10 at any single moment with their satellite. And then I began receiving photographs today taken at sea by sailors. Got one on the website right now on my webcam. And a very good friend of mine, John, who's a ham, by the way, spent his entire adult life until retirement on these freighters. And he writes, hey, Art, thanks for the picture. I sent him some of these. It's a good one. He says, I've come home a lot of times with stories of waves and rogue waves out there, but only as a rule of thumb, only the seagoing people would believe me. I've made many trips to Alaska on an empty tanker, which is a terrible thing, as its center of gravity is way off, and she's basically top-heavy and will roll over very easily. You see, they empty them prior to entering port on single-hull tankers because the ballast is contaminated, and it costs large sums of dollars to pump it ashore for cleanup prior to loading cargo. Many times, you think the last roll will be the last, or the last swell you climb over, then head down, bow down over the other side of the swell. You think you just might keep heading down. So those big monster rogue waves are indeed out there, and if you look at my webcam, you'll see one tanker about to encounter one of them directly ahead. Must be a very frightening thing, and a picture doesn't really do it justice in understanding truly how big that wave is. Well, look, we're in the middle of a monstrous solar storm right now. I mean, this baby is gigantic. My understanding is we have presently an A count, for those of you that know what it means, an A count of 129 and a K count of 7. It got to 8 last night. Auroras were seen widely. In fact, tonight it's going to happen again, and I would recommend as many of you in the northern latitudes as possible who have semi or clear skies, get the heck out there and take a look. And if you see any good auroras, snap a photograph and send it, because we're getting bombarded by the sun. I mean, really bombarded. The following off Whitley Strieber's unknown country, I believe it came from New Scientist. Scientists hope that the solar wind will form a barrier that will protect us from the solar radiation during the upcoming pole shift here on Earth. Remember that? Remember the pole shift story, right? Well, when the poles reverse on Earth, which has happened many times before, the magnetic shield that protects us from solar radiation is temporarily weakened. Mars was not so lucky. Astronomers report that Mars had extensive oceans and probably life until about 3.5 billion years ago. Huge solar storms of the kind that flared up in the fall of 2003 hit Mars repeatedly, boom, 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 like that, and sucked up all its water, leaving it a dead planet. What scientists want to know is, could it happen to us? Deborah Zabarenko quotes NASA's Ed Stone as saying, quote, these solar radiation events can affect the surface of Mars because Mars has so little protection, but during the pole shift, which is now underway, we may not have any protection either. You see, we know the Earth's magnetic poles will flip soon, and that they've done it in the past, but the magnetic field is what protects us from being roasted by the sun's ultraviolet rays, as well as by cosmic rays from space. Now, how are we going to survive the long period when this field is weakened during the pole reversal? Some scientists are hoping that we'll be protected by the very solar wind that will do vast damage to our electronic infrastructure. And you think you've got trouble with your computer now. Marcus Chown writes in New Scientist that the Earth could interact with the solar wind to create a replacement field in the upper atmosphere during the switch. Before this, scientists feared we'd be left without any protection for thousands of years. But since the pole flip has occurred hundreds of times in the past 400 million years and life seems to have survived, they assume that there's some kind of protection they don't know about. Astronomers created a computer program that shows what will happen during the pole reversal. The solar wind, which is a 1,000,000-mile-an-hour stream of hydrogen and helium coming from the sun, will wrap itself around the Earth in a way that creates a magnetic field as strong as the one it's replacing. They hope. Oh, at a moment when we're having, and this is that moment, we're having incredible solar storms right this very moment. We've been bombarded by one flare after another major flare is just hitting us like crazy. This far out on the downside of the solar cycle that it bears thinking about that field up there that protects us. More in a moment. Steve of Walton, New York writes, hey Art, holy mackerel, on my way to work this morning, there was enough fog in the Delaware Valley and tin on my windshield to diffuse the sun disk so I could look at it without burning my eyes. Art, I was shocked at what I saw. It appears to be SS-652 glaring back at me, an oblong spot that was easily seen as I kept one eye on the road and one eye on the sky to be sure it wasn't something on my windshield. I shifted my line of sight, and the next time the conditions were right, I looked back the second time, there it was. I've never seen anything like this before, and all I could think of was Ed Dame's comments from last weekend's show. I'm starting to think Ed might be right. Well, yes, the sunspot, there's a very, very large one now past the center of the disk, headed away, that may be decaying a little bit, but it was a monster. Coming soon for your enjoyment, sunspot number 666. I wonder if anybody's thought about that. They number them consecutively, and 666 will be coming soon. It'd be interesting to watch. Or this art. My South Korean wife has shared with me that it has been the hottest summer ever in her home country. You see, we don't get this information. Here you go, from South Korea. It has been so hot that many South Koreans have been dying, just like what occurred in France last summer. Where it has been colder than usual this summer, perhaps you've heard, but the French government distributed air conditioners around Paris this last year. Oh my goodness. Only the population has no need to turn them on because this July, it's been cold enough in Paris to snow. Outside Munich to snow, where I've got some relatives. I share the news about South Korea because I haven't seen it broadcast on any national media. And I found this of interest. After 21 years of raising peacocks, peafowl, and having written 2 best-selling self-published peacock books and peafowl newsletters in the world, entitled, I guess, The Wacky World of Peafowl Books, Peafowl Report Newsletter. Dennis Fett of Minden, Iowa, owner of peacockinformation.com, thought that he had written and seen everything when it comes to peacocks and peafowl until December 1 of 2001, when doing his daily chores in the India blue pen that day, he noticed that one bird seemed to look a bit different, was appearing darker in face. Then, on closer examination, this 14-year-old India blue peahen that was once his best egg layer wasn't looking like a peahen anymore. Not a female, in other words. She seemed to be having a major sexual identity crisis. Her feathers, in fact the ones all over her body, are now changing color, looking much more like a male peacock. In addition, she is now starting to grow several long, beautiful tail feathers, as seen on her male counterpart. She is now a he. a rather unnatural and unwanted sex change. This oddity is very rare. As on peacockinformation.com, we've only received 2 reports of this oddity by way of their website, with 500 to 800 visitors daily over the last 6 years. The website has received 1 other letter before the internet days of this condition about 15 years ago. Research is now underway to try and learn more about the condition, but when you hear of animals, birds, changing sex in midlife or even late life for a bird, that is pretty weird. Of course, there are a lot of weird things going on right now. We are dead into the middle of the quickening. I've been in radio a lot of years. I imagine a lot of my board operators have been too. Somebody sent this along and I thought I'd read a few of them. You know you're an aging radio DJ when you were first hired by a GM who actually worked in radio before becoming GM. Radio stations were no place for kids. You excitedly turned the radio up at the sound of dead air on the competition station. Oh, this is awful, it's so true. You know, you hear your competitor and you hear dead air and you turn the dial all the way up and you listen to the hiss of the background carrier and you're all excited. Sales guys wore Old Spice to cover up the smell of liquor. Engineers could actually fix things without sending them back to the manufacturer. You worked for only 1 station, and you could name the guy who owned it. Radio stations used to have enough on-air talent to field a softball team every summer. You know the difference between good reel-to-reel tape and cheap reel-to-reel tape. Religious radio stations were locally owned, run by an old Protestant minister and his wife, never had more than 20 listeners at any given time, and still made money. You have a white wax pencil, a razor blade, and a spool of 3M splicing tape in your desk drawer, just in case. You can post a record, run down the hall, go to the bathroom, and be back in 2 minutes and 50 seconds for the segue. You knew exactly where to put the tone on the end of a carded song. You only did, I like this one, you only did make goods if the client complained. Otherwise, who cares? Somebody would say you have a face for radio, and it was still funny. 60% of your wardrobe has a station logo on it. You always had a screwdriver in the studio so you could take a fouled-up card apart at a moment's notice. Oh my God, all of this is true. You would spend hours splicing and editing a parody tape until it was just right. But you didn't give a damn how bad that commercial was. You recorded, hell, I can only work with what they give me, right? You still refer to CDs as records. You played practical jokes on the air without fear of lawsuits. You answer your home phone with a radio station call letters. You knew how to change the ribbon on the teletype machine, but you hated to do it because that was the news guy's job. You have several old air check cassettes in your cardboard box in your closet. You wouldn't dream of letting anyone hear them anymore, but you never throw them out and never will. Never. You still have dreams of a song running out and not being able to find the control room door. That happened to me. Some control room doors had locks on them. It was... You have at least 19 pictures of you with famous people whom you haven't seen since and wouldn't know today if you bid them on... Well, you get the idea. You wish you could have been on Name That Tune because you would have won $1 million. You even remember Name That Tune. You can still hit the beginning of a song on an album with a stylus and slip cue that sucker while potting it up so the cue burn isn't so bad. You know what slip cueing a record is. And it goes on and on and on. The one I like, you can remember when smoking in the Air studio was mandatory. I don't know if I'm going to have time to get through this. This is the log of somebody who just moved to my state of Nevada. Moved to Nevada, May 30th. Just moved to Nevada. Now, this is a state who knows how to live. Beautiful sunny days, warm, balmy evenings. What a place. Beautiful. I found my home. I love it. June 14th, really heating up. Got to 100 today. Not a problem. Live in an air-conditioned home. Drive an air-conditioned car. What a pleasure to see the sun every day like this. I'm turning into a sun worshiper. June 30th. At the Backyard Landscape Inn, Western Plants today. Lots of cactus and rocks. What a breeze to maintain. No more mowing a lawn for me. Another scorcher today, but I love it. June 10th. The temperature hasn't been below 100 all week. How do people get used to this kind of heat? At least it's windy, though. I was getting used to the heat. But it's taken a little longer than I expected. July 15th. Fell asleep by the community pool. Got third-degree burns over 60% of my body. Missed 3 days of work. What a dumb thing to do. Learned my lesson, though. Gotta respect the old sun in a climate like this. July 20th. I missed Lolita, my cat, sneaking into the car when I left this morning. By the time I got into the car at high noon, well, Lolita had died. Swollen up to the size of a shopping bag and stank up the upholstery. The car now smells like kibbles and, well, I can't say it. I learned my lesson, though. No more pets in this heat. July 25th. The wind sucks. It feels like a giant freaking blow dryer, and it's hot as hell. The home air conditioner's on the fritz, and the AC repairman charged me $200 just to drive by and tell me he needed to order parts. July 30th. Been sleeping outside on the patio for 3 nights now. $225,000 house, and I can't even go inside. Why did I ever come here? August 4th. It's 115 degrees. Finally got the AC fixed today. Cost me $500. And gets the temperature down to 85 degrees. I hate this stupid state. August 8th. Another wise ass. If another wise ass cracks hot enough for you today, I'm going to strangle him. Damn heat. By the time I get to work, radiators boiling over, my clothes are soaking wet. I smell like a baked cat. August 9th. Tried to run some errands. Anyway, it goes on and on. Finally, August 14th. Welcome.
95. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
All right, that's it, folks. Numbers are a little bit different on the weekend, but make note and dial carefully lest you wake up Corumpians in the middle of the night. All that in mind, to the phones in a moment. To the awaiting scrambled gene pool we go. You're on the air, first time caller line, Coast to Coast AM. Hi.
Hi, this is Bart from Sonora,
Hi.
calling from AM 1450 KBML. How are you doing?
You guys are well trained. Very well, thank you. So what's up in Sonora?
Oh, we've got a lot of anomalous objects in the sky here for the past 2 months or so.
What kind of anomalous object?
Oh, let's see, we've had cylindrical objects, we've had triangular objects, both day and night. Since July 6th, we've had a lot of glowing objects.
And have you reported these things to the appropriate authorities, people like Peter Davenport?
Yes, we have.
You have? Okay, good.
Oh, definitely. Talked to Peter Davenport. I email with him all the time about what's going on here.
Uh-huh.
Everything that we've got here has been recorded on videotape.
And are other Sonorians noticing all this?
A few of them. I've been talking to people around here, and they've been noticing things.
It's really astounding how many people don't look up.
Exactly.
They just don't. In the course of everyday life, you know, they're busy and they don't look up. I mean, they could miss a mothership.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of them here, almost every night since July 6th. We've had every night. We stand outside looking up and just watch the sky.
Why do you think the mad rush on Sonora?
I'm not really sure. There's not really much around here. We're a small town in the...
Well, there's you.
Yeah. It makes me wonder about that, but I don't think I want to go there.
Well, keep your eyes on the sky. And what I said about people not looking up is correct. If people did look up, we'd have many, many, many more. I was joking, said miss the mothership, but it's entirely possible. People really are intent on what they're doing, and they could easily miss something very important in the sky directly above them. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Art,
Yes.
John in Atlanta.
Hi, John.
Listening to 105.3 FM.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to comment on that incredible interview you did with Dean Radin a few weeks ago.
Oh, yes.
But first, a suggestion for Dr. Doom, Mr. Ed Dames.
Yes.
You know, he's been making some pretty astounding prognostications about our potentially cataclysmic near future
For years, actually.
for years now, yeah, on your program. He says that he acquires this information by remote viewing in teams.
That's correct.
Now, given the fact, that I have not heard anybody else, none of the other remote viewers out there corroborate his information. I've spent a lot of time on different remote viewing sites for years, and nobody has corroborated this information.
Wait a minute now. I've interviewed most of the major, known remote viewers in the country, the big names, and they don't look or even try to look at the stuff that Ed Dames looks at.
Well, even Aaron Donahue, when you had him on, a lot of stuff he said is highly questionable, but he did say Ed Dames is the best remote viewing teacher out there. But then he went on to say that he was all wet on Planet X, and I believe he said that he looked high and low for his claims on Planet X, and he said it's just not out there.
It does seem like they ought to, if remote viewing is accurate, then they should agree. But, I guess there's human aspects of this that are interjected into it all. I will say this, though. Ed has been consistent in what he said over the years. Timelines, everybody expects something said to occur tomorrow. Well, it doesn't work that way. But with the way the sun has been behaving lately, I think people would do well to remember what Ed's been saying for years.
Well, given the highly potentially cataclysmic nature of what he's saying, I would like to suggest that maybe he has some other people on that would corroborate, or some of the other individuals that he remote views and teams with him to.
That's a good idea. That's good. That's good. I like that idea.
Okay, but Mr. Dean Radin, that was an amazing interview you did with him. He was talking about how these random number generating nodes were actually becoming less random, like prior to September 11th.
That's right. And they have the charts to prove it. In fact, we posted those charts on the website.
What was even more amazing, he was talking about this website, I think it was gotsci.com that he has, and he invites individuals to come on and practice their psychic skills. And he found out that even a longer period of time prior to September 11th, what took place was the hits dropped tremendously. And which is pretty significant finding there. It would suggest to me that there was some kind of possible disturbance in the collective mind, maybe that individuals' hits would drop because, maybe they were picking up on this particular event, September 11th, happening, and it lessened their psychic ability.
I'm with you all the way. Look, I know. And I think the God's Eye website's a really good idea, although at the time, you may recall, as I did the interview, I wondered that if somebody really God's Eye, if you had somebody come in there and ace the test, boom, 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 all the tests like that, pretty soon you'd get up on the door. And so, I wonder about all that. I would think so anyway. There's obviously monitoring the results of the tests, right? And they've got IP numbers, and if somebody was really, really, really good, like to have a talk with you, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, whatever. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Douglas, calling from Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Yes.
AMT 600.
Yes, sir.
And I had a comment to make on SETI. I know Ray Kramer, he used to be an engineering professor at Ohio State University for over 35 years. And he was working on an equation that you could communicate on gravity waves 16 times faster than the speed of light. And
Trouble with that scheme is that the people that I've asked recently have said that gravity travels at the speed of light.
oh, okay. But anyway, this is what he was working on. So, but anyway, I just wanted to make the comment that possibly if there was a civilization far out in another galaxy and they were trying to communicate with us, their system of communication might be even faster than that.
Well, it might be perhaps the speed of thought. Now, if the speed of gravity is equal to that of the speed of light, then we don't yet know of anything that travels faster than the speed of light, required obviously to make any serious trips, right? But perhaps the speed of thought, whatever that may be, and there is every indication it may exceed the speed of light. If in fact there is a speed to thought at all, west of, other than inside your own cranium. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Mark from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment inform you about the weather. We just came off a heat wave which hit 34 degrees Celsius, which is 100 degrees Fahrenheit, when normal temperatures are like 75 degrees Fahrenheit.
I know. I have a lot of friends in BC. I talk to them every day, and what's going on weather-wise is way upside down.
Can I ask you about the coming global superstorm? I mean, we live in the Pacific Northwest here, and you pretty much covered the Atlantic currents. But I read an article which explained that Juneau, Alaska has a good growing season. I was just stunned, and it explained that there's a current, an actual hot current that edges waves up there.
Absolutely.
So
Keeps
wouldn't the
Juneau
same
kind of
thing
mainly.
stand?
Juneau has a climate not all that different than Seattle.
Yeah. So wouldn't that, the reasoning, the same thing as the Gulf Stream turning back in Europe, would it not be the same kind of mechanism? Would it not be the same kind of possible reaction?
Yes. Yeah. The answer is yes. The currents that keep Juneau warm and kind of generally wet, if disturbed, could have an equally disturbing outcome should they change. And we are now beginning to monitor these ocean currents very carefully, all of them. And we're beginning to note slowings and the possibility even of stoppings that would have a dramatic and very, very fast. I would recommend that all of you, aside from whatever I'm able to tell you, with what information I can glean from listeners around the world, because we do have them around the world, that as much as you're able, you monitor weather conditions outside the U.S. and around the world. We simply are not getting news of what's going on, and baby, there's a lot going on. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
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 Hi,
Turn your radio off, please.
Oh, sure. Hold on a second. Sorry
Always
about that.
do that immediately upon connection. Not up.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. I had two questions, two things I wanted to say. One, this is the best show I ever heard, and secondly, I think you covered everything about the paranormal and the UFOs, and I say thanks. And sorry, how rude of me. My name is Mark from New York, and I listen to you from WABC on the weekends. So too bad I can't get you on a weekly basis. But recently, 2 years ago, I was living in Long Island, New York, and my father, God rest his soul, we noticed some strange lights over where we at in Brentwood, Long Island, and we called MacArthur Airport, and we asked them if you have seen anything, flying by, anything like that. They told us no. But my father and I thought it might be a possibility that we might be visited.
Well, anything's possible. Listen, you are a listener, obviously, to 77 WABC. Do you listen to Curtis Lewa?
Oh yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, he's funny. Curtis is real funny. Listen to this. Reputed mafia members indicted in murder attempt on talk radio host. After 12 years, John Gotti Jr., has been indicted for planning the attempted hit on WABC talk show host Curtis Sliwa. 3 other reputed mafia members were also indicted along with him for attempted murder, all picked up last night. This is a few days ago now, except for Gotti, who is still in prison for earlier crime. It was June of 1992 when Curtis was coming to work at WABC to do his morning show around 5 a.m., got in a cab outside his Greenwich Village apartment. A masked gunman was hiding in the front seat, rose up and shot Curtis 5 times in the lower abdomen while Curtis struggled with a gun. The cab wrecked into the curb while Curtis crawled out of the back window, bleeding, hoping, yet I guess yelling as best he could for help. The gunman and cab driver, apparently both mafia hitmen, ran off thinking that he was a dead man. Well, Curtis wasn't dead, and to this very day is on WABC in New York. I met him when I was there. Curtis and I had sort of a little tiff going for a while about certain hours of airtime. So that's a little history on Curtis. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
All right, sir.
Kevin in Oklahoma.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to comment about last night's guest. It was a good comment you made at the end. You can't always agree with people, but it's good to have a conversation anyway.
Well, actually, the comment I made was that when you don't agree with them, sometimes it's better because you get a more animated, interesting conversation.
Yeah, that's true, and he was pretty adamant, about a lot of things. But that cloning issue of his, I mean, how can somebody expect to clone an arm or a liver or a heart or something like that without having the nervous system, the endocrine system, and all these glands that, help make up the operation of these organs?
I don't know. I've wondered about that for a long time myself. I understand Ron Reagan is going to make an appeal at the Democrats' convention, just about to start, for stem cell research to go forward full speed. And so it's going to look an awful lot like Ron Reagan is endorsing the Democrats.
Well, I agree with the stem cell research. You can find stem cells in the umbilical cord, between the child and the placenta.
Yes.
You don't have to always get it from an aborted fetus. You can still find it elsewhere.
Well, apparently there's some class of stem cells that they do consider to be very important. Right now, the law says, I guess, that you can only use those stem cells that were researched prior to the change in law.
Okay. All right, appreciate it, Court. Take care.
Okay, take care. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Oh,
yes, turn your radio off, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, I want to talk about those radioactive materials they found in Iraq, 2,000 pounds of plus isotopes.
I've seen some things on the internet about that. I don't know the specifics, but they have found something.
Well, on New York Times, on July 7th, on page 86, they written about what they found.
Mm-hmm.
And when the war started, they found it right away, but they gave it a test and they found out that the radioactive material was so hot, they had to seal it up right away. The needle went almost right off the Geiger counter.
Yeah,
That's how hot it was.
I'm going to have to get caught up on that before I can converse intelligently on it. But there are, and have been, of course, for some time now, rumors of what has been found this or that in Iraq. But generally, they've, in the end, turned out to be nothing. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, my name is Anthony. I'd like to talk about a dream.
A dream? A dream, Anthony?
Yes, sir.
And what did you dream?
When I was 15 years old, my grandmother lived with me, and she pretty much raised me because when my parents both worked 2 jobs, and when I was 15, she died. And I didn't realize it, but I went into a deep depression, and I had a dream that I was at her funeral again, and she got up out of her casket and gave me a hug and kissed and said that she loved me, and then she walked away and started talking to other people. And it made me angry. And it took about 3 years later, I figured out that it was either her or my mind telling me just to let her go and live my life.
Well, that's, that's one of the things that I I wonder so much about with these dreams and supposed insights and things that we have. On the one hand, they might be real, and on the other, they may be a protective device of the mind. I mean, when something very tragic occurs to you, like a relative or somebody very close to you dying, your mind is trying to find a way, as it does, with dealing with death, dealing with mortality. And so it may well be that the mind concocts its own dream, particularly, or its own version of events in a way that you can understand and comfort you. And somebody getting up out of their casket, shocking as it may be, hugging you, giving a little kiss and saying all's going to be all right, may be your brain's way of dealing you a way you can handle this. I don't know. Big question. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello?
Yes. Hi, Art. I've been trying to get hold of you for a few months. Back in late April, I was in Los Angeles, and I saw 3 black helicopters at about 7 a.m. fly over Hollywood. And about 2 hours later, they were flying in the same formation, the same way over the city of Los Angeles. I called my wife back here on the East Coast. I'm listening from Albany, WGY, by the way. And she said she observed the same, not the same, but 3 helicopters flying in a formation at approximately the same time, East Coast time.
Yes. Okay.
I wanted to bring that to your attention. These were like black helicopters, kind of like flying a patrol.
Well, I'm not...
They weren't, it wasn't the LAPD or anything. And
right.
She said she saw, I described the helicopters to her, she said she saw almost the same...
Yeah, I've got that. All right. Well, we get them here as well. I mean, they're everywhere. Maybe not everywhere, but they certainly are here. We have black helicopters galore here. So I guess I don't think black helicopters are a big deal. They're just, they're black helicopters and doing who knows what. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Peter Davenport is next.
Interested in a trip to the moon? Some may... Talk with Art Bell. Call the Wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5. And dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is coming Peter Davenport. Peter Davenport is director of the National UFO Reporting Center. He was the founding president of a Seattle-based biotechnology company which currently employs over 300 scientists and technicians. Peter has had an active interest in the UFO phenomenon from his early boyhood. He experienced his first UFO sighting over the St. Louis Municipal Airport in the summer of 1954, and he investigated his first UFO case during the summer of 1965 in Exeter, New Hampshire. Peter's been witness to several anomalous events, possibly UFO-related, including a dramatic sighting over Baja California in February of 1990, and several nighttime sightings over Washington State during 1992. In addition to being director of the National UFO Reporting Center, Peter has served as the director of investigations for the Washington chapter of the Mutual UFO Network. Peter has an idea. This idea is so good that it may well get him in trouble, although publicizing, I suppose, is your best bet. It's such a simple idea that those of you with some knowledge of electronics, I think, are going to be shocked. Others may have considered the possibility. But in terms of looking for UFOs, Peter has the $64 million idea. And we're going to be discussing that this evening. First, though, a UFO report with a witness coming up in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Davenport. I'm sure you know him. He's been here over many, many years now, doing shows with me since, how long, Peter?
I think the first show we did together, Art, was February 19th, 1995. So it's been about 9.5 years.
Yeah, a while. So how's the world of ufology?
Boy, it is booming, Art. For a host of reasons, we're getting many more reports than we've gotten in the past. Many of them good reports. In fact, our audience will hear one of the best I think we've gotten in the last 6 months or so tonight with a witness. I'm looking forward to bringing him on. But the world of ufology is it's kept me very busy, more busy than I ever thought I would be in this job. But things are going on, that's for sure.
Well, I'm hearing that from all corners, that all of a sudden across a lot of the world, we're in the middle of a flap. I guess that's the old word, right?
Yep. Yes, indeed. I happen to believe that's the case too, but it's very difficult to document that. It's very difficult to perform statistical analysis on the reports we get because they're coming from so many different directions, so many different people. There's no consistency in the way most reports are collected, so it's very difficult to know anything for sure. All we have is sort of qualitative reports to the effect that something clearly is going on. 4th of July this year, a case in point. Something based on probably a couple dozen reports that we received, something appears to have passed across the United States on the evening of 4th of July this year. I have no idea what it was, but the reports that came in appear to have been independent of one another. That is, it's not a group of people in collusion. And something just flew across the United States. People can see the data on our website. We just posted newly received reports tonight.
Eyewitness reports?
Eyewitness reports. Now, a skeptic, of course, would say, oh, well, 4th of July, fireworks, and brush his hands off and leave it at that. But
no, I wouldn't say that. The first hour, I was commenting on that. We've talked about it before. I know people don't look up.
Yep.
Well, except maybe on the 4th of July when that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's a very good point. They're outside. They're looking. They're expecting something to take place in the night sky. So
exactly.
The conditions are good for a sighting of anything that might be anomalous.
Of course, yes.
A very good point.
Also, a bad time to fly. I mean, if you are a UFO and you don't want to be spotted, a very bad time to fly. If you do want to be spotted, and that's something I'm sure we'll discuss, whether or not they really want to be seen, then it'd be a great time to fly because everybody's looking up.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Something very similar happened just 7 years ago. I remember the date. It was Friday, the 4th of July, 1997. The first report we got that evening was from an FAA air traffic controller in Paducah, Illinois, just on the south side of the Ohio River. He said he was in the tower. He was on duty at Paducah Airport looking north, and he saw a dramatic fireball come straight down in the northern sky from his vantage point, straight down in the night sky, and he braced himself for an explosion. In point of fact, that object appears to have leveled out when it got close to the ground, and it streaked across Illinois. It streaked across Missouri, where it is reported by many people to have stopped, and then it disappeared to wherever it was headed. But these events are taking place all the time. It is a subject that you and I have discussed now for almost a decade is why is the press not covering these events? Why do they not touch the subject of ufology? That is even more interesting to me than the issue of UFOs themselves.
It is interesting, and they do, of course, to some degree cover it. Television needs pictures, you know, and sometimes, and lately, I guess with all the camcorders, we've been getting more pictures than we used to, but they, number one, they need pictures. Number two, if they just cover somebody saying, hey, you know, I saw such and such, well, I don't know how interesting that is anymore. At any rate, we've got a witness right now, don't we?
We do indeed. Art, I'm looking forward to going to him here in a minute, but before we go to him, I'd like to take just a minute, if I could, to talk about one of my colleagues out in Ohio. In fact, he's been on this program. You'll recognize the name immediately, Kenny Gunn.
Of course.
From Cincinnati. He's brought some just dramatic information to your audience and to many other audiences. I have dealt with a lot of UFO investigators in the 10 years that I've been director here in Seattle. I haven't found one that does the job of UFO investigation and communication better than Kenny does. And I mention all of this because just over the last week, he's had some really, really tough medical problems with, I didn't realize it, but he's been suffering with leukemia all these years that he's been doing this wonderful work he does out there. And he's taken a turn for the worst. And I just wanted to bring this to the attention of our audience because he's certainly one of the best UFO investigators in this country today.
Many of my audience, this audience, will remember the incredible audio we had of the officers who had the sighting. It was in the Ohio area, the Midwest area. Yeah. And that was Kenny. Remember, folks? Yes. And what's going on?
Trumbull County. And he's having a really hard time. And I just wanted to start off this program, Art, by letting him know that he's in our heart and our prayers tonight, and we wish him the best. We hope he can get through this and continue his work. But I just thought it would be appropriate to say a few words and wish him the best tonight.
Indeed, the best. Okay, thank you, Peter.
We have a very interesting witness tonight. I always try to bring the very best cases, the very best witnesses to this program. Very best that I can come up with, and this gentleman who is standing by in Idaho tonight is certainly one of those cases. The 20th of June, a Sunday night, about 11:15 p.m., this gentleman was standing in Seattle, interestingly not 2 blocks from where the National UFO Reporting Center is located, and he saw something go streaking through the perfectly cloudless, clear night sky that just shocked him from everything I can learn from him. Wonderful guy. He's got a very good, solid technical background. He's got good vision. Wonderful guy. And with that, I wonder if we could bring him on and just allow him to tell his own story tonight, Art.
Magic. Here is Jim. Hi, Jim.
Hi. Hi, Art. Hi, Peter. Good evening, Jim, and thanks for being on tonight. You betcha.
All right. What happened?
Well,
it was June 20th, like Peter says. It was next to the longest day of the year. The conditions in Seattle were excellent. It was about 75 degrees. The skies were clear. The sky had a illumination that normally it doesn't have. The sun was, we're at the higher latitude, so in Seattle, and the sky was lit lightly, and it was kind of a unique night, and we were out enjoying it, and I stepped back and I tilted my head back to stretch, and I looked straight up, and about my 10 o'clock position I saw this triangular shape, and it was a triangular craft moving quite rapidly. I saw it for about 4 seconds. It was absolutely stunning. It was beautiful in detail. It was triangular, black with leading edge, and then an interior triangle that was a lighter gray with 3 lightly dim white lights within the gray part of the triangle, moving quietly, effortlessly, right up the I-5 corridor. We were about 5 blocks from the I-5 corridor, and it was moving in that direction from south to north. It absolutely just made the hair on the back of my neck stand up.
Why do you think you were not seeing a B-2, for example?
Oh, I know it. Yeah, this was not an aircraft of any kind that we know, because there was no sound. Most jet aircraft, no matter what they are, there's a jet engine strain from keeping that airplane in the air. You have thrust, and you have intake noise, and all this other mechanical noise going on around the jet. Plus, there's a fuselage. There's a design of the B-2. It looks like a bat. This is a perfect triangle. There was no mistaking it.
Sounds exactly like what I saw. I saw one myself, very close up. Thank you very much. Probably my best sighting. And now here's a question. My sighting occurred in Little Pahrump, Nevada. And as it turned out, a number of other Pahrumpians also saw the triangle that I saw. It was reported laughingly as a C-130 by the Air Force on a secret mission.
Right, yeah, right.
But your sighting occurred in Seattle, where there are many, many, many people. And you would think that if you saw it, many, many others would have seen it.
Right, but going up the I-5 corridor, if you go up, there's 5 lanes both ways, and if it's traveling right, no one's looking up. They're looking straight ahead.
There we go.
So this object was not in any, it wasn't trying to hide itself. It was not in stealth form or anything. This was moving relatively quickly, but I saw a lot of detail in it. I was stunned by its, I've been around cars and bikes and boats all my life. My dad and I are a couple of motorheads. And, to see something like this was absolutely stunning.
What do you think you saw, Jim?
Well, I saw the report on the reports in the 1990s of Belgium, where NATO scrambled the F-16s after them, and this is exactly what I saw from that report in Belgium, Brussels, Belgium, where so many people saw it. It fits that description perfectly. It was not of this world, I can honestly say.
That's what I was after.
Yeah, there is no. I've been around B-52s, B-58 Hustlers, SR-71s, B-1s, B-2s. I know them all, and this was not one of ours.
Not one of ours.
Not one of ours, and not one of the Russians or one of the Chinese either. This thing was, to visually see this thing move effortlessly and quietly and silently, up that I-5 corridor was absolutely incredible. It looked like a very, I can't describe. I was trying to describe this to my dad because he's an engineer, and we were trying to figure out exactly what this gray area within the machine looked like, and I said the best I can describe it as is a swimming pool at night with the light on in the pool and all the other lights are off.
Right.
And you see a solid mass, but you can see kind of through it, and you notice there's something different about it. It's almost fluidic. It almost has a fluid look to it. And that's the way I can describe it, but it's absolutely stunning. It's a beautiful aircraft, beautiful machine, whatever kind it was.
Peter, any other reports like Jim's?
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, Art, and it's part of the reason that I selected this case to bring to our audience tonight, because just a few minutes earlier, a gentleman who was down just south of Seattle, this is probably about 8 or 10 miles south of where Jim was standing at the time of his sighting, was just on the east side of Boeing Field, which is right on the west side of Interstate 5, south of downtown Seattle, and he saw a very bright object, as bright as a white burning phosphorus flare or a tungsten flare, go streaking across the sky, allegedly. This is what he reported and what he put in his written report, and suddenly do, from his vantage point, what appeared to be a right-angle turn somewhere near Boeing Field, somewhere over that area. This was just a few minutes before Jim's sighting, probably, about 10 miles, 8 or 10 miles north of Boeing Field. So there was also a sighting in Oregon a few minutes earlier. So we have one of those cases in which it appears that an object was not only just in an area where it was seen by several people, but it may have covered a fairly substantial distance in a matter of just a few seconds or at most a few minutes. It's a very dramatic case.
Jim, how has this affected what you believe now?
Well, you know, I've listened to UFO cases all my life, and I've listened to people, and people aren't crazy. They know what they see, and they report it. And I, you know, kind of always thought that maybe there was another, you know, some other reason why they're here, and I don't know what that reasoning is, but I definitely saw something not of this world, and it has made a big difference in the way I look at things. My life hasn't changed any, but it sure opens your eyes.
Boy,
it
sure
makes
does.
you think.
It does all of that.
Yeah, it puts a new sense of, you know, you kind of get revigorated with it. You kind of get excited that, you know, hey, there's something going on here, because I saw a machine that did something I've never seen a machine do, and fly silently and effortlessly over the top of me. I stood under a B-58 Hustler at one of the air shows, and that thing rattled the ground 5 miles before it got to you, and 10 miles when it passed you, and this thing just flew over the top of us just as quietly and effortlessly as could be.
The same as one I saw.
Yeah, you saw one similar to that then?
Oh, yes, indeed. And I would describe it as defying gravity. Flight requires a speed that would sustain something of that size in the air.
Right.
You know, with enough air going over
Right,
it. This thing was
airlift
about
around
30 miles an hour or so. And anyway, Jim, listen, I want to thank you for the report.
You bet.
Thank you for coming on the air, and you have a good night.
You betcha.
Right.
Thank you, Peter.
Right. Good night, Jim. All right, so there you have it. There's yet another report, and there are millions and millions to go with what you just heard. So there's obviously something up there. There are craft above us flying. Perhaps not our craft, although that's worth a discussion as well, and we'll have that. But what is there up there?
with Art Bell. Call the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Coming up in a moment, Peter Davenport with perhaps a very dangerous idea. I've been doing this now for probably more years than I care to even recollect, and I know Peter Davenport has been doing the very same. And as interesting as it is to hear from somebody like Jim, it's sort of, gosh, I don't know, it's like millions of us, and I'm one of them, have seen these things. But we need to take, somehow, we need to take the next step. We need to go beyond droves of witnesses who have seen craft that are otherworldly. We need to figure out what the hell is going on. And in that regard, I think Mr. Davenport has come up with a workable and possibly dangerous idea. Remembering, Peter, you're going to have to explain this to people who may not know a lot about electronics. Let's do it.
You bet. It's really not that complicated, Art, and I am terribly pleased to be able to bring this idea to our audience tonight. Most of all, to have you on the program, because I'm going to call upon you to serve as a jury of one in assessing my proposal, principally given your background in radio, not just broadcast radio, but clearly you understand the physics of radio through your ham experience, through your technical training, and so on. So I'm going to call upon you tonight after we've completed discussing my proposal. This is a proposal that I first put forth at the MUFON Symposium last weekend, and I was very pleased by the response it got. Many people came up to me just shocked by the fact that I appear to be proposing the application of an existing technology. I want to underscore at the beginning that I'm proposing no new technology here. As you well know from your experience in ham radio, skipping radio beams off objects up in the atmosphere is nothing new.
Not at all.
Ham radio operators have been doing that for a long time, the military and intelligence communities.
Well, in fact, to demonstrate that, Peter, we have what we call meteor scatter communications. And you wouldn't imagine that possible, but when meteors come streaking into the atmosphere, they ionize as they come in, and that allows you to bounce radio signals, brief and scattered as they may be, thousands of miles away. In other words, it leaves a trail, and as it comes in, you can bounce radio waves off that trail, and you can talk to people thousands of miles away. So, true.
Absolutely. There's nothing new or novel to this idea, and in fact, just about 5 years ago, I wrote and published an article in the MUFON Journal. It's a monthly publication put out by the Mutual UFO Network on this idea. And as I look back upon that article, Art, I just cringe because it was so primitive. I've come a long way since I wrote that article, and I'm pleased I have, because when I went back and read it in the course of preparing my article for the MUFON Symposium, I realized how much I did not know when I first wrote that article. Didn't know about reflecting beams off objects in the atmosphere. I didn't know about passive radar or what it was.
What was the premise of the original piece?
Well, I'll scroll back a little bit to share with our audience how all of this started. Just a few minutes ago, you were talking about the limitations of collecting still more eyewitness accounts of alleged UFO sightings.
Well, it's worth. In other words, we're going to continue to get them I guess forever, or until we discover what it is that we have in our skies. They're going to just keep coming in. We need to go the next step.
I suspect that's the case. We've been collecting eyewitness reports of alleged UFO sightings easily since 1947, and in point of fact, it probably goes back to the World War II days when aviators over Europe were reporting these things that they called Foo Fighters that were accompanying their bombers on bombing raids over to the continent.
Yes, and we've had some of the most dramatic tape and sightings that a person could ask for involving, you know, people in control towers, police officers, firefighters, public service people, people who are supposed to know what they see and remember what they see to report accurately, thousands and thousands of them.
Absolutely.
So it's real. They're up there. Whatever in the hell they are, they're up there.
Yep. And we've had many of those people and many of those categories of people on this program. And I agree, we're going to continue collecting those reports ad infinitum. We've done that since 1947 at least, and I'm not sure that we've really made all that much progress from having collected this huge mound of UFO reports. Well, this occurred to me as early as January of 1995. In fact, I can tell you the exact date when I experienced this epiphany, or what I thought was an epiphany. I still do. It was the Friday before Martin Luther King weekend, January 1995. I was sitting around. I had served as director of the National UFO Reporting Center at that point for about 5 months. And I said to myself, you know, these eyewitness reports are very interesting, but they're really not moving us closer to any kind of resolution to this phenomenon. And I was just ruminating on this point, saying to myself, good heavens, the U.S. government must by now have trillions and trillions of dollars worth of hardware on the ground, in airplanes, mounted on satellites orbiting the planet. I said to myself, if that is the case, why are we not getting more reports from the government of unambiguous UFO sightings using this equipment? Well, the government clearly has taken the position that they're not going to share any of this information with us mere citizens. And the next question I ask myself is, what could we UFO investigators do? What technology, what hardware could we use that would allow us to detect these UFOs without the benefit of an eyewitness to record the event and then report it? And it hit me like a bombshell, Art. I used to work in the venture investment industry back in the mid-1980s. And our company, or the company I was working for at the time, was approached by a company here in the Seattle area that made communication equipment that capitalized on their ability, as you were describing just a few minutes ago, to bounce a radio signal off of the ionized trail behind a meteor. As you described, when a meteor comes screeching into the atmosphere, it generates a tube-shaped distribution of very, very hot gases. All that kinetic energy from its velocity is turned into thermal energy, and it heats up the atmosphere, just like a bolt of lightning or many other things. And I said to myself, aha, if there's equipment available that will allow us to skip a radio beam off the trail of a meteor, then we should be able to detect anything else in the atmosphere that reflects radio waves. Now, there can be many things that do that. Obviously, aircraft reflect radio waves, satellites reflect them, even though they're outside the atmosphere. Some migratory birds can reflect them, and so on and so forth. But there's that category of other, those objects that cannot be ascribed to an aircraft or a meteor or any of those prosaic, mundane terrestrial events, and those are what I am interested in.
And you would propose that you could see or identify these by what?
Well, you first have to detect these objects, and we'll talk about that. detect it through a process known as the use of passive radar. Now, I'd like to pause on that for just a moment, that subject of passive radar, because I'm going to try my level best. It's really a very simple concept, but I'm going to try my level best to try to share with our audience, some of the non-technical folks for whom radar is just nothing but a big mystery, but the type of radar that we have been accustomed to on this planet for the last 60 years is precisely that radar that we've all seen in those black and white 1950s vintage movies where a radar dish rotates on top of a tower and everybody's gathered around the scope in the control room looking for the blips that are recorded by this radar unit as it rotates and illuminates targets within range of the radar.
Which is not too magical. What you do is transmit a high-powered signal or pulse sometimes from a dish, and it strikes an object, metallic or otherwise, and according to how much reflectivity it has, it bounces right back to you. And when it bounces back to you, you see a blip. So that's active radar.
That is active radar. It's just like an analogy would be mounting a flashlight on your record player and turning the record player on, and this beam of light, which after all is electromagnetic energy, it's in the visible spectrum or in the visible range of the electromagnetic spectrum, that is active radar. However, there's been a revolution in radar that has been allowed principally by the advent of computers, because passive radar, even though it does not require the radiation of a beam out to illuminate a target, it does require a great deal of computer capability to crunch a lot of data that is reflected from the atmosphere.
So let's talk about this. Passive radar then would be something that does not transmit a high energy anything. It doesn't transmit anything at all. It's the dish receiving only. But the question is, what's it receiving?
Well, what it is receiving, what people capitalize on, is the fact that when a radio transmitter, a radio antenna, broadcasts its radio signal up into the atmosphere, just as you and I are talking now, there are hundreds or thousands of antennas that are broadcasting their respective signals out into the atmosphere and beyond, and those radio signals propagate through the ether. They just keep going unless there happens to be something up in the atmosphere or beyond that would reflect that radio or television signal. If a satellite or a high altitude aircraft is up there in the atmosphere or in low orbit, it will reflect that radio or television transmitted signal back down to the ground.
Bingo. So you're saying all these thousands of radio and TV transmitters transmitting very high power, mostly with circular polarization, which means it's just basically boom, going out, including up at the higher frequencies. Of course, that traverses the ionosphere, does not bounce off the ionosphere. It just keeps going out into space unless it bounces off of something.
Exactly. And that bounce, that reflection is what I'm interested in. For example, if we were to tune our radio, just a regular old FM receiver, the very same type of radio receiver that you have in an automobile, and you were to connect that to an antenna pointed, if I were to erect it here in Seattle, and I pointed the antenna, for example, in the direction of San Francisco, and tuned my receiver to a radio station down in San Francisco, under normal circumstances, I would not be able to hear that transmitted signal coming out of San Francisco.
That's correct.
Because it is too far away. Most FM radio signals are high frequency, 30 megahertz or even higher, and consequently I would hear nothing except for an occasional pop or squizzle or just a brief second or two period of time when I could hear that transmitted signal, which would be the result of the fact that that transmitted signal out of San Francisco is being momentarily reflected off something in the atmosphere.
Presumably, for example, a 777 aircraft could be flying at relatively high altitude, and if you were constantly tuned with a high gain antenna, you would catch a couple of seconds, perhaps, of the San Francisco station as that aircraft got in the right position to be reflecting to you in Seattle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely correct. But what I don't get is, while all of this is true so far, how do you begin to delineate between aircraft? A 777, for example, would give you the reflection we just talked about.
Yes.
How would you discern between, even with the best of passive radar, a 777, a meteorite, or a UFO?
Absolutely, and therein lies the problem. If you have just one station, just one antenna that is listening to a station from over the horizon,
yes,
and you hear these momentary pops and sizzles with your receiver,
yes,
all you know from that information is that there is an open line of communication.
right,
There's a reflection.
right,
However, if you build more than just one receiver, two or preferably a minimum of 3 receivers tuned to the same station, what you can do, if all of those receivers are time synchronized against a very, very accurate time clock or time signal, like what is available through the global positioning system, each one of those receivers on the ground can measure very, very accurately 1 part in 10 to the 10th, for example, which is extremely accurate time, can measure when the signal struck its respective antenna. Once you have that information, you can start performing triangulation. That is, you can start calculating where the reflection point in the atmosphere must have been in order for the signal to strike those multiple antennas on the ground at the various times that they did. With this information in hand, you are suddenly able to calculate where the object was, perhaps what its velocity was, what its acceleration was, perhaps even the relative size of the target, and then you can start to answer your question, how do you discriminate?
yes,
Well, you can start discriminating between aircraft, between migratory birds. Sometimes even the atmosphere will reflect those signals back down. But if the object is moving at 10 or 20,000 miles an hour, as calculated by your receivers and your computer program, you know that it is not a duck. You know that it is not an aircraft. It is probably not a satellite. So you are receiving enough information by your antennas, by your receivers on the ground to allow you to start discriminating between the different categories of objects that you might expect to reflect a signal off of. This is called passive radar. In point of fact, most of the major governments around the world, China, Russia, probably others, Britain as well, have started a transition from active radar, which has a number of inconveniences to it. For one thing, it can be detected.
sure,
And for military applications, the one thing you don't want to do with a radar unit is give away your location, or you don't want to alert your enemy to the fact that your radar signal is painting his aircraft. Or
actually, I believe a lot of radar installations get blown up when they paint aircraft.
absolutely.
All right.
Interested? The first time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
And what you're hearing unfolding in front of your ears is an idea to identify the previously unidentifiable UFOs. Peter Davenport has a spectacular idea, and he's talking about passive radar, but it's actually active in a sense. The very radio station that you're listening to right now, some of you, the FMs, and certainly all the television stations, are transmitting huge amounts of energy, absolutely huge amounts of energy, straight up. A lot of them straight up. And that would be the active part of what Peter is saying we ought to be passively listening to and identifying. More in a moment. Going to tell you a very interesting little story that's going to bolster what Peter just said and make him think. As you know, I'm a ham operator and have been all my life. Well, occasionally, perhaps too frequently, some idiot will get on the radio and send out a false distress call or something of that magnitude. We've run into that over the years. And so I've had occasion to talk to the Federal Communications Commission field offices, the monitoring stations, and baby, they've come a long way. You see, it used to be that ham radio signals, like other shortwave signals, bounce off. They depend on bouncing off the ionosphere and then returning to Earth for communications. Now, the problem has always been in identifying the whereabouts of somebody, for example, transmitting a distress call, false or otherwise. The FCC has come in fact, a longer way than they will admit in being able to identify the source of the signal. They're now all computerized, and they're using a form of what Peter's talking about. And while I can't tell you everything I know, I can tell you they have some sophisticated equipment that even though a signal bounces off the ionosphere with disparate receiving locations and computers, the Federal Communications Commission within seconds can identify within square feet where transmission is originating. It's incredible what they can do. Word of warning to the wise out there who do idiotic things like that. They can identify the location down to a matter of feet very rapidly, much more rapidly than they're willing to talk about. So that's a kind of passive identification of location that we're talking about. Not exactly the same thing, but it's very close in a lot of ways. Peter?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm very pleased to have that information. We did the same thing over in Germany when I was stationed over there with the U.S. Army Security Agency. We used to perform direction finding functions, something you're quite familiar with.
Sure.
Essentially, you just measure the direction that radio signal is coming from, and if you have two or more receiver stations, each of which is doing the same thing, measuring the azimuth or the direction to the source of the radio signal, you can determine the location of the transmitter.
Now, while that is true, Peter, for line of sight type things, it would not be true for a signal coming from the ionosphere because of the fact that it bounces off the ionosphere, it scatters, and in the old days they couldn't find the location of something bouncing off the ionosphere. But I'm telling you, Peter, it's changed, and now not only can they tell you where it's coming from, but within square feet of where it's coming from. Now, how they do that, I don't know, but I have a feeling that it relates to what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. In fact, I'm not surprised that they're doing that. I discovered that the U.S. Navy is using passive radar to track all of those millions and millions of objects that are orbiting our planet using a form of passive radar.
Sure.
In fact, in my paper, which I wrote for the MUFON proceedings of the symposium that was held in Denver a week ago, I address the U.S. Navy Naval Space Surveillance System. It is referred to in the trade as the Fence. It's a facility that we hear about relatively infrequently, certainly much less frequently than we hear about the B-News line up in the northern reaches of Canada, the ballistic missile early warning system that was designed to protect us from intruding missiles from the other side of the planet.
Peter, do you think the Fence is using passive radar?
Absolutely.
In other words, all these electronic signals bounced, their frequencies are known, and all the rest of it. And as long as you have that information and enough computer power, then something like the Fence works, and they can literally watch through this soup of noise that's thrown up, and they can watch these objects pass through the Fence.
Absolutely. And the reason that I believe the U.S. government knows about the UFO phenomenon is, one, several of their employees once told me they did. But even more important than that is because of the Fence. I'd like to take just a minute to describe for our listeners what the Fence is. It is a series of transmitters that are located along a straight line along the southern tier of the United States, positioned on a straight line, more or less, that stretches from San Diego east to Fort Stewart, Georgia. There are 3 transmitters along that line, and those transmitters broadcast a signal straight up using what is known as a phased array antenna. So all of that radio energy is concentrated in a very, very narrow window of space. And the value of that is that whenever a satellite or any kind of space debris flies through that narrow fan of broadcast electromagnetic radiation, the object will reflect that signal back down to ground that orbits the planet. Satellites, astronauts' gloves, you name it, they can detect it, and the signal that they broadcast is so strong, and presumably their receivers so sensitive, that it is reputed that the Navy can detect a target approximately the size of a grapefruit that is out a distance of 15,000 nautical miles above the surface of the planet Earth. In other words, they can detect an object the size of a grapefruit at a distance equal to 2 times the diameter of the planet Earth. So you know this is a very effective system, and the Navy has to do that because we cannot afford to allow somebody to slip something in to American airspace. It could be a piece of discarded space debris, but then again, it could be some kind of grievous weapon that we don't want penetrating our airspace. So the Navy has been using this system for at least 30 years that I can account for. It may go back even 4 decades, and it is what tells me that the U.S. government, if these things that we call UFOs are real, these things that you and I have been talking about, imagine her reaction. Here it is, a top secret facility. Half-baked UFO investigators calling from Seattle, for all intents and purposes, inquiring whether they are picking up UFOs with their facility.
Why not? I mean, you just never know. Why not pick up the phone and give it a shot?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm just that type of person. I've done the same thing with the Air Force, and I take the position that these people are our public servants. Now, I'm not so naive as to assume that they're going to give me any information. After all, it could cost them their jobs, it could cost them their freedom. They have taken security oaths, secrecy oaths. They cannot reveal any of this information.
So how did the call go?
It was short. It was very short.
Yes.
She said, Mr. Davenport, I appreciate your call, but she said, I am very uncomfortable even just being on the telephone with you. no matter what we talk about. And she said, I am going to have to terminate this conversation right now. And she did. And she just hung up the phone. That conversation didn't last more than 20 or 30 seconds. And what she was telling me, for all intents and purposes, is that they probably are detecting these things we call UFOs, because if they were not, why would they be hesitant to talk to an American citizen? After all they are doing, or would be doing in that instance, would be detecting orbiting satellites and space debris that has been launched over the last 40 or 45 years of space exploration. And the fence, it is my understanding, and there's some very nice websites on the internet. You can go to Google and type in U.S. Navy space surveillance, and you will see the photographs of these facilities that are stretched in a straight line across the southern United States.
Well, if you'll excuse the pun, that's private fence, Peter.
Yeah.
You see, and so what we're really talking about tonight is an effort, I would presume, to get people together, people who know computers, people who know this technology, and put together our own fence. Now, you see, Peter, I see a lot of potential problems with your idea, not technical problems, because it will work. What I see here is trouble for Peter.
Yes.
And it's because this private fence is detecting, for example, some things that we have up there that we don't talk about, both in and out of the atmosphere. And so a fence, whether it would be the private one or one that we might put together, well, I shouldn't say we, you and your friends might put together.
Thank you for that, Art. Thank you for that volunteer service.
That we would see things that we're not supposed to see. And of course, the next question is how much detail, if this system works that you're talking about, how much detail might we, with our fence, be able to see? Let's get right down to it.
Yes, yes. Well, it was a problem for me before tonight, before this broadcast. This, for all intents and purposes, this program is my dead man switch. Because now the word is out. I presume we have a few listeners on the line tonight who are following this. In fact, I would be surprised, Art, if there were not some senior military officers who've already picked up the telephone to talk to one another and try to figure out what kind of damage control the government might be able to perform on this. Because this proposal that I've come forth with, that I presented at the MUFON Symposium last weekend, is a threat to the government in several respects. I agree with you 100%. There are almost certainly objects that the U.S. military and intelligence communities have up in our atmosphere that they do not want us mere citizens to know about.
I'd lay money on it.
Drones, for example?
Drones, a lot of drones. Let me ask again, Peter, what kind of resolution with a fairly sophisticated system could we expect?
It's a very good question, and I will take a stab at it, but I will point out to you and our listeners that this is more your bailiwick, Art, than it is mine. I am a biologist. I'm trained as a biochemist and a geneticist, and you can imagine how much apprehension I have talking to somebody like you who knows radio backwards and forwards, talking to somebody like you about the technical aspects of radio.
Well, I know some. Look, Peter, I'm no genius in the area. I know some. I worked in microwave. I'm a ham operator. So, yeah, I have some background, but not a genius in the area. And I have no idea what kind of resolution.
Well, I think we can get a grasp on this. We can put a handle on it when we stop to consider for a moment that the U.S. Navy is able to, reputedly, is able to detect something the size of a grapefruit at a distance of about 16 or 17,000 statute miles.
But they're dealing with their own
active system in that case. We're proposing using existing very strong signals and computer power to begin to resolve, I wonder how much. I mean, that's the big question.
That's the big question, and there are many variables here. The variables being the frequency of the signal you're using, the power of the signal, the amount of noise, the bandwidth, all of those criteria have a bearing on what kind of target you can detect. We will be able to detect with this proposed system. But one of the scenarios that I have proposed in my paper is not using commercial radio or television FM signals, but rather using the transmitted signal that the Navy is generating today.
Using the active portion of their fence.
Using their fence, we build receivers.
Yeah.
And when I say build, that is almost an overstatement. All you have to do is connect a receiver with a cable to an antenna and point it upwards and listen for the reflected signal.
Yes.
From anything that might be up above, that might penetrate that fan of electromagnetic.
Yes, exactly. Do you have any idea, Peter, what frequencies are in use?
The Navy transmits a CW wave,
yes,
or a continuous wave signal, at 216.98 megahertz.
Yeah, that's the military band.
Very high frequency.
But not at all impossible, just VHF.
Exactly. But the power of what they transmit is the interesting part. They pump out 768 kilowatts of energy, and I don't know if that's peak energy, root mean square energy, or what it is, but it is a whopping strong signal.
Oh, it absolutely is. Fascinating. All right, hold it right there. Why do I have this feeling that we're headed for really rocky part of the rapids here, right now, with Peter Davenport? He's right. They're already transmitting it. All we would need would be receivers and the computer power to tell us what we're looking at.
The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Well. 216.980 megahertz. Is that right? Not exactly impossible, ladies and gentlemen. As a matter of fact, during the break, I took the opportunity to dial up 216.980 megahertz. And you hear that? Listen carefully. You hear that sound? I don't know if you can hear that signal or not. But there's a signal there. You're listening to 216.980, which is up in the military band, and that's as received here in the desert. Now, I don't know what I'm hearing, but there is obviously some form of a signal there. I wonder if it is the fence. Peter Davenport of the UFO Reporting Center in Seattle proposing a radical idea that we utilize the fence. The same thing that allows us to watch even little tiny objects in orbit, objects above us, a transmitted signal, he says at 216.980, transmitted by one of 3 transmitters comprising the fence. And Spooky in Enterprise, Alabama writes, "Hey, Art, if Peter's in jail by morning, we'll know we're on to something." Well, I don't know about that, but you're definitely on to something. So you're proposing we use the active resource of the military's fence and put together our own receiving stations, therefore being able to see literally everything that's in the air that passes by.
That is exactly what I'm proposing, Art. There are a number of scenarios that I outline in my paper, but that is the one that I like most, principally because the signal that is transmitted is unwavering. In other words, it is a continuous wave, a sine wave. We know what it is like when it goes up. And one of the things with passive radar that you have to do is compare the reflected signal that comes from your target, compare that reflected signal with the original transmitted signal. By doing that, you can extract all sorts of information about your target.
Yes, and here's where the computer power comes into play.
Absolutely.
So, can it literally, based on the multiple reflections and the computer power, draw us a picture of what is interrupting that signal?
My presumption is it can. Again, I would like to emphasize for our audience that I am a biologist, for heaven's sakes. Although I must say that I am flabbergasted that nobody has thought of doing, nobody in the UFO community has thought of doing this in the past, because no matter whether our audience has understood some of the technical points that principally you have made during this program, irrespective of that, the concept is relatively simple. As you pointed out, just sitting and listening for any reflected radio signals that come back down to the ground level from our atmosphere or beyond.
Okay, but what it is going to require, though, having the signal there is part of the battle. Being able to receive it's part of the battle. Being able to interpret what you get is most of the battle. And it's going to require some sort of very sophisticated software to begin to understand what we receive. How would you propose we acquire that?
Well, in point of fact, it already exists. There are a number of passive radar systems that are in operation. Interestingly, one of probably the more well-known systems is within 20 minutes walk of the National UFO Reporting Center. It's based at the University of Washington in the Electrical Engineering Department, and they use this system. They listen for a reflected signal that is transmitted on the east side of the Cascade Mountains. It reflects off the ionosphere, and they image the shape of the ionosphere using the reflected signal. So this system already exists.
By the way, those would be some people you could call.
Absolutely, and in fact, I've been in touch with them for well nigh on 2 years now.
Oh.
And they are not, I would like to emphasize, because these people are professors of electrical engineering here, they point out very unambiguously that they have absolutely no interest in UFOs, none whatsoever. What they are doing is, because they're public employees at the University of Washington, they are helping this crazy, wild-eyed UFO investigator who has this sort of half-baked idea, and sharing within their time constraints, sharing with that UFO investigator enough information to allow us to start discussion of how we're going to build our own system. That is, I have to be very careful in how I phrase this. But that is where we stand. And going back to one of your statements several minutes ago, the government, what is its role in all of this is going to be? I can share one very interesting aspect of all of this. On the 6th of July, a few days after MUFON had posted the abstract of my paper on the website where they were advertising the symposium in Denver, I got a very interesting telephone call from a gentleman who he described himself as a technical sort who works for an intelligence agency on the East Coast of the United States. And I can only but paraphrase. I don't remember his exact words, Art, but one of the more interesting, one of the more surprising telephone calls I've received in my life. I think I'm comfortable with that statement. He said, "Mr. Davenport, a copy of the abstract of your paper has just been forwarded to me by a former colleague of mine who is now retired from the U.S. intelligence community. In point of fact, I would suspect that this retired individual is listening to this program as we speak.
Probably.
He's a regular listener to Coast. This gentleman who had called from the East Coast said that he was calling because the field that I was proposing, namely passive radar, had been an interest of his, a professional interest on behalf of this intelligence organization for, I gather, something on the order of 30 years. And he seemed very interested in what I was proposing. A very interesting guy, very pleasant to talk with, very sharp. I presume that he is a PhD level researcher for one of our intelligence organizations.
Do you think he was probing, trying to find out how far down this trail you had come, or sort of just trying to tell you you're on an interesting road, or, you know, the purpose of the call?
Yeah, I think the latter, Art, principally because his son, who appears to be following in the father's footsteps in technology, apparently has already built one of these systems, at least a primitive version of it, of a passive radar, and this young lad is still a high school student. So I think he may have been calling because he knew what his son was doing, and suddenly he's confronted with this abstract from my paper proposing that we do exactly the same, and he's given me a great deal of information. He's directed me. We've had a number of correspondences since that first conversation on the 6th of July, and he's pointed me in the direction of a number of people who have been working in passive radar for many, many decades. Interestingly, this individual also pointed out that the first patent for a passive radar system was applied for in England in, this is shocking to me, the year 1927 AD.
Huh.
So people have been thinking about this
For a long time, for a long time. But,
for a long time.
But they haven't escalated to the point where they, for example, as you were doing, suggest that we actually put our own system together based on the transmissions conveniently made for us by the feds. What would you need? What do you need, Peter, to make this idea happen? Do you need volunteers? Do you need people who write software? Do you need people who might already have the software to put it in your hand? What do you need?
Well, if anybody has been working on this type of technology, please get in touch with me, because I would like to know where you are with your technology, with your project, and how what they have done might be of assistance to us. Now, we have to build a relatively specialized system, although it is my understanding that the passive radar system that works at the University of Washington, with relatively little adaptation, then that is principally writing of code, as you correctly suggest.
Yes.
You need an algorithm and a substantial body of code to handle all of this veritable torrent of information that is going to be coming down to your antennas. But we have put together a small team of electrical engineering and physicists who are very interested in this project. Frankly, I cannot be much help in that domain for reasons that I've already explained during this program. But the real message here, Art, the message that I find so terribly exciting, is that this project, if it is successful, and there is no reason it shouldn't be successful, is going to take away from the U.S. government the monopoly that it has enjoyed heretofore for the last 57 years, since the dawning of the age of modern ufology. We are offering, in fact, threatening may not be too strong a term here, this project will take away the U.S. government's monopoly with regard to its ability to detect UFOs, not just in the atmosphere, but for thousands of miles out from the surface of the Earth. That is what I find interesting, because it is going to allow us.
But they're going to find it threatening.
They are.
Look, they absolutely are. I mean, it's not something you can ignore. What you have proposed, I believe, to be possible, but gee, Peter,
They're just not going to like it at all.
They're not going to enjoy it. It's going to cause them to lose a lot of sleep, I believe, because we are going to catch them. I believe UFOs are real. That's no surprise to our audience tonight. Anyone who's listened to any of the many, many programs that you and I have done, and programs I've done with George on Coast to Coast, it is a given from my vantage point that these things that we call UFOs are real.
Yes, but so are experimental aircraft, military experimental aircraft. A lot of them fly here where I live, as you well know. And those are real too. And you're going to see those as clearly as you're going to see any UFO, and they're just going to hate that. So,
they're not going to like it. It's going to cause a lot of stomach acid to be generated in Washington, D.C. There's no doubt about it. And I suspect by the time we get to Patriot Act 5, or whatever is in our future with this government, that they're going to figure out some weasel speak that allows them to make the ownership of an FM receiver illegal. And of course, they're going to tax it as well. But the foundation of passive radar is that it is passive. If we were transmitting a signal,
then they'd have control of it.
then they would have control.
But they're transmitting the signal.
Yes. We are only sitting and listening to it.
Yes.
And if they get somehow exercised over that...
Don't rule out the possibility. Listen, they have made it illegal to listen to certain things, cellular conversations, for example, and other bands. They've made it illegal to even listen. It doesn't seem like they could do that in America, but they have done it.
Yes, I know. It's going to be very much more difficult for them, though, to make it illegal to sit and tune your receiver to a continuous wave, a sine wave coming out of Lake Kickapoo, Texas, or any of the other transmitter sites across the United States. It is going to be very interesting, Art, to see what the response of our government is to this proposed project. Because if we ufologists are correct, and there's very little remaining doubt in my mind about what we are, contrary to what our skeptics say, UFOs are real, and the project that you and I have been discussing here for the last hour or so is going to give us the unambiguous resolution to that question. And it's going to, if the government has been lying to us, and my impression is that it has, it is going to show to the American people that the American government has been withholding the truth from them for over half a century on perhaps the biggest scientific awakening that has occurred in the history of man. That is what is going to happen. And I agree with you, they're not going to like it.
If we had, Peter, the records available to us of not just what they've identified that belongs to us or the Russians or the Chinese or whoever's got stuff up there, and we had the records, and we could see, for example, how many times they've recorded objects traversing the atmosphere at 20,000 miles an hour or better, whatever. I wonder how many there would be. I wonder how big the list would be of things that they know are here, but can't do anything about.
Yes. I would be very surprised, Art, based on what I know and based on what I've learned over the last 9.5 years. This project goes back 9.5 years, from January of 1995, since before I ever appeared on Dreamland or Coast to Coast. That's how long I've been working on this project.
Gotcha. I know you've been talking to me about it for quite some time, and I think I served up some of the same warnings to you on the phone that I am right now.
Absolutely.
Knowing that it would work. I mean, I know your idea will work, and that alone makes it dangerous. Ideas can be dangerous.
Yes, they can.
And I hope we still live in a country where the free flow of ideas, even perhaps slightly threatening ones, is still allowed.
I hope so too, Art. And my reaction to that statement is, if we discover that we don't live in such a country, then we're going to have to force the issue with this government and remind them that those people who work in Washington, D.C., sequestered though they may be within the Beltway, nevertheless are our public servants. They work for us. we provide their salary and their medical care and their retirement so they can serve us, not the reverse. And I think this project, once we get it off the ground, will be a very interesting litmus test of our government.
Yes.
It will show to us, I think blatantly, it'll be wide open. It will show to us what position this government is going to take on the free access to information.
Well, it's already being challenged in other areas. Peter, for example, the Russians will take satellite photographs for you of anything you ask for if you pay them enough money. They will take pictures, and they're up on the web, of Area 51 and stuff like that. So government security by technology has already been compromised in some areas.
Yes.
And but this is a real big one, and it's going to be interesting. You know, I have one level of technical capability, and you have one, and then our listeners out there, well, maybe they can shoot some holes in this idea. Maybe there are some holes that I don't see, but I've known about this, folks, for quite a while. Have had discussions with Peter, and I'm afraid I think it will work. I really think it will work. Now, if any of you are able to shoot holes in this idea, that would be intellectual holes, please, then proceed to do so. I would like to hear from you in the next hour as we open up the phone lines. If there's any holes that we're missing, Peter, I think we should hear from the audience, whether they think it's a good idea, a bad idea, an anti-American idea. You know.
Absolutely. I would love to hear what their response is to this, and I'd like to know whether they understand the concept that you and I have been talking about here. There's really nothing difficult to it.
Right, exactly right. All right, well, that's what we're going to do when we get back. Stay right where you are. Peter Davenport of the UFO Reporting. I'm turning this over in my mind, and on one hand, what Peter proposes is presently completely legal. Completely legal. And on the one hand, it would certainly do as he is suggesting it would do. It would identify unidentified aircraft, at least to certainly a pretty good degree. In other words, we'd be able to know if there are UFOs out there. But, you know, we'd also see U.S. military craft, a civilian, all kinds of craft. We would see everything that is happening. And on the other hand, 25,000 miles an hour would identify it as certainly something that we don't think we have right now. But we would have to be able to delineate between the usual and the unusual. And other than speed, Peter, I wonder would there be a fine enough detail to delineate between the various types of aircraft, right down to that?
My suspicion is that there would be enough information. It just depends on how complex the algorithm is that you're prepared to write. Lockheed Martin is building a system that they call Silent Sentry. And the objective of this system is to serve as an air defense radar system. And clearly they would want to be able to distinguish between different types of aircraft, which we can do today, it's my understanding, with existing onboard radar in both fighters and AWACS. They can tell you what type of airplane they're looking at by the unique signal that's reflected by it, the signal that's reflected off the fan blades. They can tell all sorts of things, I understand. I believe that if we design the system correctly, we will be able to get all sorts of information about the type of target that we're looking at, the size, perhaps even the shape, certainly its flight path, its velocity, its acceleration, and everything we will need to distinguish it from just typical prosaic aircraft.
Alrighty then, let's see what people think. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Susan, and I'm calling through radio station KMOP. And my consideration is that if we're detecting these objects, what if they've got a stealth cover on them? Because normally passive surveillance means you're looking at something like thermal transmission by the body, sound transmission magnetic anomaly, chemical transmission. So if you've got a stealth cover on this thing, you're not going to see anything if you send a signal out to it, but you may be able to detect it with quantum physics, as they're doing now in the optical astronomy, where they have a super cold CC detector, and then they're using a quantum waveguide, and that would allow you to detect something that wouldn't be detectable otherwise.
All right, Peter, a pretty good question. Suppose you're dealing with stealthy type things.
Absolutely.
Certainly, the return is not going to be strong enough, or when it passes over the fence, is it strong enough?
Yeah, the caller raises a very, very good question that I skipped over earlier in the program, and that is, the first consideration is, do UFOs reflect radio signals? And we know from some radar visual cases that we have on file. In fact, I've got two cases for which I've received radar from the FAA, which clearly show a UFO tracking an airliner.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that at least some of these UFOs reflect electromagnetic radiation, and that's all we need. Now, one point I would add to that is that if these UFOs engage in some kind of active, stealthy application, the interesting part of a passive radar system is they would never know what frequency or what the source of the transmitted signal is that somebody with a passive radar listening complex would be tuned to. So they wouldn't know which frequency they would have to avoid or which frequency they would have to squelch. So it would be pretty tricky for them to know a priori which of the signals, and of course there are thousands of millions of radio signals that are emanating out from the surface of the Earth, anywhere from the U.S. Navy fence down to individual cell telephone transmitters. So the caller raises a very good question, but I don't think it would be a major problem.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hello.
Are we going east of the Rockies?
Yes.
Well, hello, Art. Good to hear your voice again. This is Jay in Lake Charles coming to you on KAOK tonight.
Yes, sir.
Before I give you something to ponder, just a quick question. The fence system that the United States has in place, I would assume that other nations, including rogue nations around the world, have a similar system. Am I correct?
I believe you are correct. In fact, the Russians and Chinese are working on the very technology that we are discussing during this program. So my answer is yes.
Well, what throws me with as many countries that would love to just say that, the United States government consists of a bunch of liars, they lie to their own people. If these fences can detect these things, which, I'm not going to sit here and say that UFOs only visit the United States. Couldn't they say, we have these images, they're all over the place, it's been going on for 50 years. It seems to me that someone else, as a put down to the U.S. government, would say they've known about these. It's just another lie, and we would hear about it on the internet or somewhere.
Now, isn't that interesting? Peter?
That day is arriving, and I have thought along the very same lines that our caller has proposed. Yes, indeed, this day is coming. I suspect that there will be a competition between governments once the cat is out of the bag, and everybody knows that everybody else is using passive radar as opposed to active radar. The question becomes, who is going to be the first one to step forward and say the king is wearing no clothing? That is a very interesting point. It could even be our group. One of the complicating factors in what our caller proposes is that many countries do not want to even reveal that they are using passive radar in an air defense capacity.
Right, I can see that clearly. To make any charge, particularly over an issue like this, would reveal their capabilities. So that's something in intelligence you don't do.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Art, this is Steve in San Diego, listening on the big one, Kogo 600 AM.
Yo, Steve.
This is one of the best shows you've ever had on. It's finally glad to hear Peter cut loose like this. I have never heard him. He sounded like Richard C. tonight. You need to get the two of them together on this whole thing. But as far as the systems, as what he's talking about and so on, we already have that. The U.S. Navy by itself, in the reverse, if you will, with the VLF, underseas, and that kind of thing. Do you think we not see all of these things detected one way or another?
Well, the question, though, is whether we know we have these things, but should we, as in, I don't know, as in UFO organizations or concerned people getting together, should citizens have these things?
Absolutely. But we have the technology, just as you were talking about this evening, to receive the signals and observe these things.
Sure.
The technology is there. The U.S. military and intelligence are already using that. They know. They're just not telling us.
All right. Thank you very much. So somebody who thinks that you should proceed. I do think that proceeding from this point, Peter, has its dangers. And how much thought have you given to that?
I've given a lot of thought to it, Art, and it doesn't concern me in the least for any of a number of reasons. The first one is, for example, I doubt that I am at any greater risk than, for example, a law enforcement officer is exposed to in a typical work day, or a firefighter, or a professional driver, a bus driver, a taxi driver, or somebody who steers Boeing 737s for a living. There's always a finite amount of risk. You can never get away from it. But I would say that the risk that I might have been exposed to tomorrow is considerably less
than
today.
Well, all right. Do you want volunteers, and if so, in what category?
Well, we're not set up to use volunteers yet. What we would like to do is get one system working. And that's what we're working on here in Seattle. Again, I have a team of three very talented people together with access to information at the University of Washington.
Oh, so you're underway with this already?
Underway in a sense. We have not built a system, but the building of a system hinges principally on the writing of the code, and then testing, run a beta test site, and get it up and running. The interesting thing about that is, and I discussed this at the very end of my presentation last Saturday in Denver, is that what I would like to see is a series of these stations. And given that a station can reach out to a range of perhaps 1,000 miles, points out how large an area a single station can cover. If it has 3 or 4 antennas pointed in opposite directions, it can cover a circular area 2,000 miles in diameter. Now, there's a lot of stuff in that airspace that would generate a great deal of information that would have to be handled by your computer.
That's right.
But it underscores how relatively few stations we need to cover the entire continental United States.
An interesting fast blast actually inquires whether, for example, you might utilize the kind of processing capability that SETI at home utilizes. In other words, to get so much processing capability, you farm it out.
Yes. That is a possibility. In fact, I just responded to perhaps the same source of that query. It is a very, very good idea, but what we would like to be able to do is process the information coming into our antennas on a real-time basis, so that when something streaks across the sky, we are looking at it
right away
on our instrumentation. We don't have to farm it out to 100 people who are on vacation with computers, having to wait for them to get back from vacation to return the processed data.
Gotcha.
There's one other interesting aspect to all of this, and that is the possible use of theodolites, that is, gimbaled cameras. Now, there's a great deal of engineering in this proposal, and it is vastly beyond anything that I am capable of. But I throw it out as a concept here. I am to the UFO field or UFO detection field what H.G. Wells was to exploration of the moon. I am throwing out a concept here that I've been working on for a long time. In fact, just about a year and a half ago, I took my first ever, and I hope last ever, electrical engineering course at the University of Washington on radar. Now, this is a biologist, a genetics engineer, taking a graduate level electrical engineering course. I was out of my league, but it did teach me a great deal about radar. And one of the things that I would like to do, if and when we get one of these systems up and running, is to run the feed out to a theodolite or a gimbaled camera, such that when we detect an object, we can focus a camera on it and try to get video or still photos of the...
No, it makes all the sense in the world. Once you know where the target is, then with a gimbal camera, it goes right to it and tracks, for as long as you're able to track, the trajectory of that object. No, it makes all the sense in the world.
Yep. That's what they did with missiles back in the 50s and 60s. We've all seen those cameras that tilt back very rapidly when the missile is launched from its launch pad.
Now, where's, this is going to take some money,
yep,
as well as organization, and where is that coming from?
Yeah, that's part of the problem that we have not figured out. Let me tell you a little story about that money. I have made this presentation to what we are technically capable of doing to 4 billionaires. That's billionaires with a B as in boy.
Yes.
In 2 cases, I've submitted the idea twice to the same billionaire, and in one of those cases, I've actually sat with the individual on 2 occasions and described in detail what we could do. To date, we have received not a penny for this project, not a single penny.
However, there must have been some unusual level of interest, or you would not have been given audience.
A great deal of interest. They actually sat up and said, what? You're able to detect UFOs with this system unambiguously, objectively, and without the aid of an eyewitness, a human eyewitness.
Right.
And that is what we are talking about tonight. And I said, yes, that is the case, and we need money. The money will go principally for some hardware, although if people would like to see how simple a passive radar receiver is, they can go to our website, ufocenter.com. I posted my article there. It shows photographs of what a passive radar system, a simple one, looks like. And it's really no more complicated than a Belgian radio, for heaven's sake.
That part of it, right. But
it is very simple.
But
the cost is, the bulk of the cost will be in the writing of the hardware, testing the system, things such as that. And I cannot, in this program, give a detailed analysis of what that will all amount to, but it will be substantial. But the one thing that I find very unusual is that we have billionaires across this country who are pouring millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars into the SETI project, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence.
No, this makes sense as an investment. Do you think you're talking about tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions? Just give me a ballpark.
I would say between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands for a first-class operation and engineering team.
Not much, really.
Not much at all. It is a shoestring operation, and it's principally because passive radar is so much simpler than an active radar system. You don't have to generate a transmitted wave or signal. You just sit and listen and process what you hear over your radio. And you need an intelligence system in the sense that all of your receivers are time synchronized. That is very easily done, I am told, using the GPS signal.
No, all of this is doable. The question is whether it would violate national defense to such degree that they would take action to stop it, Peter? That's something you really have to ask yourself.
Well, if they take that action, I hope our government hasn't gotten to that stage. I really do, Art. I think all of us do. But it is a possibility, in which case we move the operation offshore.
Oh.
Very simple to do, I think. It would take some effort, but it could be done. And I think now that the seed of the idea is planted in the minds of many, many listeners,
yes,
to coast, it's going to be very difficult to put this wildfire out.
That's right. That's how it works. Little fire gets to be a big fire. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM with ideas.
Call the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
So, what do you think? Good idea? Well, yes. An idea that should be grown from its current seedling point and actually made operational? That kind of a good idea? That's what we're talking about. Well, I would think that the results of the airing of this idea tonight could range all the way from absolutely no reaction at all to, Mr. Davenport, come out. We need to talk to you. Actually, they need to talk to you in Washington. Somewhere in that range, anyway. What do you think, Peter?
I don't anticipate that that's going to be a problem, but it's very difficult to know for sure. Art, again, going back to the point we were discussing, we're simply setting up receivers to listen to the atmosphere.
Yes.
The government's going to have to bend over backwards to try to convince a jury or convince the American people or a Congress that this is inappropriate. I think our time has come. I'm very excited about this project. I've been excited about it for over 9 years.
Why have you waited until now?
I have not. In fact, when I wrote my article in 1999 and submitted it to the MUFON Journal for publication, it was in their 30th anniversary issue, November of 99. After it hit the stands, I was braced for what I expected to be a torrent of response from the UFO community. Essentially, people saying, what? You're proposing a system that is going to allow us mere UFO investigators to detect UFOs without having to go and have in hand to the government requesting this information? I said, yes. Well, I was expecting that response. I was flabbergasted, Art. It was 9 weeks after the publication of that article that I received my first query on this proposed system. That was all 5 years ago. I've been talking about this since 1995. I've met, as I mentioned earlier, with billionaires seeking funding. I've met with engineers seeking their assistance, and I'm absolutely flabbergasted that it has taken me so long to captivate the interest of the UFO community and people with technical backgrounds. That points up, I think, the value, one of many values of Coast to Coast, the ability to get a novel idea like this. And frankly, I think that what you and I have been talking about on this program for the last hour and a half approximately is revolutionary for reasons I've already described. It is going to take away from the government its monopoly in this field. It is going to reduce our having to, or eliminate our having to rely on eyewitnesses to try to document the UFO phenomenon. And here is one thing it is going to do as well, and this I find particularly interesting, Art. The SETI project has been underway since the year 1960. That is when Frank Drake set it up.
Right.
They have been spending tens of millions, hundreds of millions, perhaps by now $1 billion or more, listening into space, trying to document the existence of intelligent civilizations out in our galaxy and universe.
Correct.
What I have proposed, this technology, passive radar, listening essentially for UFOs, could transplant, or it could usurp their preeminence in this field if we can show that UFOs are routinely within 250,000 miles of the planet Earth.
Why don't you call it SETI AH, SETI at home? And it would be, I mean, it would be exactly that, search for extraterrestrial intelligence at home, right?
We may eclipse SETI with this if we're successful. Now, I cannot, as the investigator, it would be inappropriate for me to say what the results of this system are going to be. I cannot say what we're going to hear out there. I believe that we're going to detect UFOs. In fact, the company up here in Seattle that makes equipment for Meteor scatter communications has a beta test site in Shelton, Washington. That's right at the southern tip of Puget Sound. They have been listening since about 1975. That station has been in operation. I was once told by one of their chief engineers that they, with their station, which was tuned to stations in Boise, Idaho, and Bozeman, Montana, they were getting, on average, about 2 hits per hour of unusual objects.
All right.
That gives us an idea.
It sure does. West of the Rockies, you're on there with Peter Davenport. Hello.
Yes, good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Peter.
Good morning.
Thank God that we have some form of agency to report these sightings, because as Art mentioned before, there is no official government agency to call these sightings, and thus it appears that there is this agenda that they must maintain like a facade that they're not even interested in UFO sightings, although we all know better.
Yes.
Certainly. A couple of things about your project, Peter. If on the surface that they appear that they're not interested in these UFO sightings, then they shouldn't show any concern about your project, and the intention of, what you're trying to do with that passive receiver. Yet, on the other hand, I can only see one such agency that may show some concern. The official no such agency, NSA.
Absolutely.
And I'll give you why. The very most important reason is not that so much the fear of proving the existence of aliens and UFOs. What's more important is their ability to control our freedom of mobility. Let me explain. The power plant. Joe Schmuckatelli figures, free energy. Pops it in his vehicle. Don't need to stop for gas. But then he's a seasoned, aircraft pilot and, builds aircraft and discovers, I don't need wings. I can pop this sucker in, and I can even build my home in a little shuttle bay and park wherever I want to live, any remote area, and fly about, so help me God, wherever I want to go. No paper trail, no credit card, And if, quite frankly, they want to have choke points, roadblocks, shut the airports down, you know, shut power off, communications, you know, throw in BPL, whatever they want to do, how are they going to control us and our freedom of mobility? I think that's the major concern.
All right, well, that and the fact that we're going to see all of their secret military aircraft, and that's a concern I see. I can clearly see this would identify the unidentifiable, and they're not going to like that. And it's not just UFOs. They're probably not going to care much that you're setting it up to see UFOs. They're going to care that you're going to see their stuff.
Yeah.
That's what they're
There are rumors that I believe we lost an F-117B, a stealth fighter in Bosnia several years ago during the Clinton administration. And it is rumored that it had been detected by the Bosnians using a passive radar system.
Oh.
Because stealth aircraft reflect radar or radio waves. It's just that because of the shape of the aircraft, most of the electromagnetic energy that strikes the aircraft's surface is not reflected back in the same direction from which the signal, the impinging signal, came. It is reflected elsewhere. It is deflected, if you will. So a passive radar system will allow the detection of stealth aircraft, and I'm sure the government is more than just a little bit concerned about that.
Me too. Me too. All right, here, interest of time. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening.
Hi, I was wondering for a long time, wouldn't UFOs generate a wavefront and a wake of highly charged ionized particles, which would make RF noise? And can you build a system to listen for it?
Yeah. Very good point. The problem is you wouldn't know what you were listening to unless you knew what that transmitted signal was. But amplifying on your point, it is possible that they may generate trails of ionized particles in the atmosphere the way a meteor does, in which case we'll be able to detect them by reflecting the signal off that trail behind them.
What you're talking about really would allow a picture of whatever it is, if it is sophisticated sufficiently, a picture to be drawn on a screen of what it is screeching across the sky. And it's going to raise a lot of concerns. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hello. Yes, you.
Oh, okay. The passive radar, could it be launched into space on some sort of platform and used to monitor extraterrestrial activity or anything like that from up in space?
Well, I think Peter's saying it need not be, aren't you, Peter?
Yes, it need not be, but the caller raises an interesting question. When I heard that people were going to be launching satellites into space, companies like Teledesic and Motorola,
yes,
and they were going to be broadcasting signals down from satellites, I said to myself, just about a decade ago, oh, what a perfect system for detecting any moving object above a country in its atmosphere. It is the ideal system for providing a look-down radar coverage of a large area on the planet Earth. So the caller raises an interesting point. Yes, technically it's possible, would require an immense amount of engineering know-how, however.
When, I'm curious, Peter, when did it hit you, in essence, that we could utilize the military's existing fence?
Several years ago. This is something that I've been ruminating on for a long time. It is just a very attractive proposition because, one, the strength of the signal, number two, the purity of the signal.
Oh, yeah.
The continuous wave, I'm sure, is a very, very clean signal, as they call it in radio. You know much more about that than I do. And number two, it stretches from San Diego to Fort Stewart, Georgia, I believe is the easternmost terminus of the system. So we have a broad area over which we have access to a very powerful signal. And you could put any number of stations on both sides of the fence and time synchronize them, and you're going to get a whopping amount of data out of space and out of the atmosphere.
Yes, and ultimately you're going to need volunteers, receiving sites. And they're going to be able to need to communicate instantly, probably by the internet or whatever.
Yes.
Yes.
With some sort of central computer, no doubt in Seattle somewhere.
Yep.
Okay.
It's not an easy project, but what I anticipate, Art, is that once we get one system done, and I made this point during my talk at MUFON last weekend, once we get one system that is up and running and pretty much bug-free, producing other systems is going to be relatively easy.
Mm-hmm.
All the person needs is a receiver, an antenna, a computer, access to the global positioning system, time synchronization system, and the internet. What I anticipate is that someday we will have a website to which everybody who operates one of these passive systems will feed the results of his system. So anybody who is interested in knowing what is going on over our heads will have access to that website.
Gotcha.
And track things.
And I take it, by the way, information is available on what you've talked about tonight on your website, right?
It is. It may be on your website too. I don't know if they posted it, but
we've got a little something up.
My 16-page paper is posted there. In addition, on our homepage at ufocenter.com, ufocenter.com, I have posted about 6 or 8 links to websites which address passive radar. So those people who would like to see a little more technical information than what I've been able to present here tonight will have access to the University of Washington website, for example, in Seattle. There's some very interesting articles, ABC News article about the threat of passive radar to stealth aircraft. There's an article in Business Week, of all things, about stealth technology, or not stealth, but rather passive radar technology. So there are about 8 websites listed on our website that will provide people with more reading material if they'd like to know more.
All right, let's squeeze another in here. First time caller line, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hello.
Hello, this is Chad from Utah. Great show tonight.
Thank you, Chad.
Truck driver, I listen to you on XM 165. The question is, on the FM receiving of the high frequency, did you redirect that on another receiver that anybody with a normal household radio can pick up? And could you link up the sites through the internet using multiple computers for the public to see what is being viewed?
In other words, I think he's saying make a website available, basically dispensing the information you're getting in real time. If you want to be really open about this, then you let everybody see what you're seeing.
Absolutely, and that's my objective, Art. The philosophy of the National UFO Reporting Center is the information we collect belongs to the American people and, in point of fact, every citizen of this planet. The issue of UFOs, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many qualified and intelligent people, is this is real. If it is real, it is the biggest scientific awakening in the history of man. And I feel that the information we collect should be provided to the public as quickly and as thoroughly as we can do it. This philosophy will carry over to the passive radar system. Absolutely.
But Peter, if you were able to resolve relatively small things, and you were seeing what our military is seeing with regard to what passes over our skies and our airspace up above where there's even any air, then, and you're dispensing that information in real time, then you're giving that information virtually to everybody, including other countries and whatever.
Yeah, that's a national defense issue. Perhaps if we don't do it in real time, but there's a time delay of a few minutes or whatever, we can avoid that problem. But one of the interesting angles, an interesting facet to what I've proposed is, for the last 50 years, half a century, we mere citizens and mere UFO investigators have pleaded with organizations like Cheyenne Mountain, the Air Defense Command, for information about UFOs.
Yes.
If we get this network set up, I can foresee a scenario in which they will come to us for information and request whether we might be willing to share with them what we are detecting with our systems.
Granted, that's one scenario.
Yeah.
And I see others where guys with rifles come in and take your stuff away.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope, again, I hope our government hasn't gotten to that stage. I've lived under governments like that, and it's very unpleasant. If our government is going down that path, then I think it's time that we force the issue and get some attention on it and get things turned around in this country.
This will do it.
Yes.
Well, all right, Peter, it has been a pleasure having you on the air tonight. Would you like to give out the UFO Reporting Center's hotline number?
Indeed, I would. Our hotline number is area code 206-722-3000. That number again, area code 206 for Seattle, 722-3000 for recent reports only. And I'd be most grateful if people don't flood me with calls tonight after this program. I'm turning the phone off here very shortly. And our website, of course, is www.ufocenter.com. Our trusty webmaster just posted all our newly received reports tonight, and people can read my paper on passive radar. And